How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Oop. Force of habit. I meant to go to this one. Hello, hello. Sorry, I was I had to take care of a few things right before the stream, so I was just a little bit late. But hello Sawyer. Hello Trix. Hello Azure. Hello Hornets. What's up, Maurice? Hi, Shabunka. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Gadon. Welcome to the stream, Gadon. And Jackal. Gadon and Jackal? Not sure if orange should taste soapy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think orange should taste like soap, but I don't know. I never had oranges that taste like soap before. I think orange can kind of taste like soap a little bit if you like have orange right after like brushing your teeth. If you brush your teeth and then have like some orange juice afterwards, it could kind of taste a little bit like soap. Yo, 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 yo. How's it going? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are y'all doing? How are you doing, Gadon? You could play as Sans and had kill humans many times as you can and get way better at dodging attacks over time. Yeah, yeah. Wait, what? Your voice is high pitched? Is my voice high pitched? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Number 2? Yeah. You gonna go see a movie soon? Ooh, what movie are you gonna watch? Are you gonna watch Superman or something else that might be out right now that I don't know about? I can't think of off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Fantastic Four is out, right? I kind of want to see Fantastic Four. I kind of want to see Fantastic Four and Superman. These are probably like the two like superhero movies that probably have interested me the most in the past 5 years. Winner also started working on the art. Nice. Second is the best. True, true, true. Someone said I sound like a sentient balloon. A sentient balloon? I wonder if that's supposed to be like a Junji Ito reference. Hey, if you know, you know. Talking about how someone I said sounded like, oh, okay. I have a pet chicken and named it after Hestia. I was thinking about like a play on words with chicken and Hestia, and I was like, wait a minute. You could use the word hen, right? But if you mix that up with Hestia, you might get a word that probably doesn't sound right. So I was literally about to say it, but I think probably not a good idea to actually just say it on YouTube. What is the chicken's name? Is it just Hestia? The Wild Robot, I think. It's a park event. Oh, I'm not familiar with that. Sounds cool. Like, what do you mean a park event? Like a Disneyland? Like a theme park? Like Disneyland? Is it a Disney movie? I'll let you decide when to watch my video to stream. Hey, I mean, it might be the first thing I watch, especially since you're already here. You have a cool coop as well. Ooh, a lot of people have been having have been like starting to like raise their own chickens. Maybe it's because like egg prices have gone up so much that it's probably more cost effective to just like raise your own chickens at this point, huh? Is that like a recent thing? Are you guys like just like recently like getting chicken coops, or is it like something that you guys have already been doing for like a few years now? Chickens, a lot, snakes, and a dog. Wow, I got a lot of pets. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. You love birds? I like birds too. Depends on the bird though. I used to really like the idea of having like, let's see. I think one time when I was a kid, I had like a neighbor that was like, I think they rescued some crow chicks. I think they rescued some crow chicks that were like abandoned or something. So they took it home. So they took them home and stuff. And like, and I would, whenever I visited that my friend's house, I'd always be looking at the birds and stuff. I'd help feed them and everything too. They're like cute little baby crows and stuff. But then like I think a few weeks passed at one point, and then like I came back one time and I was like, hey, can I see the birds? And then like they're like, probably not. And then I think they had them in cages, right? But they were like, the cages were covered and stuff, because like sun or whatever, I don't know. And then like I think I caught a glimpse of it. I looked underneath the cover, and I saw the birds were just like already fully grown after just a few weeks. They're like huge. They're like, yeah, Neo, probably don't open that. You're gonna let the birds out. And I was like, oh yeah, they're not cute little baby chicks anymore. They're just full grown birds already. It's only been like a few weeks. It's only been a few weeks and they're already like fully grown. And then like fast forward to like maybe like a year ago. I think I literally found out like a year ago that it's illegal. It's illegal to have like pet crows because they're like you can like raise them to steal stuff. Like crows are really smart and stuff, so you can like raise them to like steal things for you, which is something that's like it was actually a problem for a while. Hey, what's up, Rachel? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Not 100% sure. Streaming the movie in a park zone on a grassy field. Oh, that sounds really cool. I've always wanted to watch one of those. Like I've seen those in like festivals and like some what do you call those? Outlets, like outdoor mall outlets and stuff. Sometimes they have those. There was like one time, like when I was on vacation, I forgot where it was. I think it was somewhere in California. I think they had like this outdoor like movie thing. They had like an indoor movie and they had like an outdoor movie thing. And the outdoor movies, like they'd have like outdoor projectors and stuff, and they would just like show classic movies like every weekend. And they'd have little like chairs set up and everything so that you could like they were like, oh, this week we're gonna be showing like Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, you know, and it was like you could just watch it for free just by being there and like just by watching the outdoor movie, you know. It was kind of cool. It was kind of cool concept. Yeah, there were 2 years, maybe more. Ah, okay. You got your chickens this year? Okay. The chickens were this year. For you, at least. Interesting. Couldn't have any chicken because my siblings scratched me a lot. And once chickens smell blood, even once. Oh, really? Chickens. Wait, when chickens smell blood, do they? Well, what happens when chickens smell blood? I actually don't know that. That's a new thing to me. You got 2 dogs? Nice. I got like 1 dog. Hey, what's up, Isagi? You have 2 birdies. Ate them all in one night. 40 plus rabbits until my dog ate them all. Damn, you must have a big dog. But like, yeah, if you have like a big dog that's like a hunting dog, they probably would eat. They probably would eat rabbits. I don't know. Rabbits are just like kind of like nature's like. I think I saw a video or something that said that like rabbits are like nature's perfect prey or something. Like rabbits are always going to be like food for some creature. Unfortunately for rabbits, cute as they are. But if you're lost in like some kind of like forest or like if you're lost in the woods for like days and stuff, you know, and all you have is like a bow and arrow, you know, you're gonna be trying to hunt some rabbits. What would you go for first, chat? Okay, if you were like lost in the wilderness and your options were like to and you had like a bow and arrow, right? You could like go for like you can go for your options to hunt for like a rabbits, like birds, some kind of bird, right? Some kind of or maybe snake and fish, right? Each of these are going to be like as like depending on like and they're all different like levels of difficulty, right? I would imagine like fish might be pretty hard because, you know, unless you're good at like making nets or like making a fishing rod or something, using a bow and arrow to like catch fish probably not the easiest thing. But then again, also birds would probably be pretty hard too, I think. But they kind of sit still for a little bit. I've seen some people eat snake, right? But I don't know. You're AFK? Alright, Shabunka. Is your dog a demon? My dog is not a demon. My dog is a Maltipoo. Half Maltese, half poodle. All adorable. That's cool. Definitely is a demon. You listen to Miracle Musical? I am not familiar with Miracle Musical. Is that recent? Is that a new thing? The dog I'm talking about though also died. Did he eat too many rabbits? Just kidding. I'm sorry about your dog dying. If that was a recent thing. I know what you're talking about. You've been there, I think. Ah, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know where this place was. I don't remember. I was like a kid when I was like really young when I went there, and I don't remember anything about it. I think I just like went there on vacation with family and stuff. I just kind of ended up here in that like outlet mall. I was just like, this is a cool place, but it never really let it like, it never stuck to my memory. You know, I never like memorized where that place was. I'd like to go back there one day if I'm ever like vacationing in that area again. What's up, Kai? Passing by, sadly. It was good to see you, though. This makes me think of how much I don't like getting rabbit meat in MC without a bow. That's what I'm saying, right? In Minecraft, right? Like you're eating rabbits and stuff. That's probably a common thing that you go for. He was a pit bull. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, since being lost in the forest with a bow, arrow is a very common scenario. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if you just happen? What if that happens to be the case? That's the point of the hypothetical. You should check out Objectified. I've never heard of that. What is that? Is that a movie? Mind you, my dog was on a chain a good distance from the rabbit cages. when he managed to get off the chain and go after them. Damn, your dog was off the chain? Your dog had a calling. For real? It was like the chain, the chain broke off, and he was like, finally, the moment I've been waiting for. All the rabbits start sweating, like, oh fuck, he's loose. The beast, he's loose. Everybody run, run, rabbits, run. Miracle Musical is made by one of the guys from Tally Hall. I'm not sure if I know Tally Hall either. I don't know musicals like that. I only know Epic the Musical. I know Wicked. I've never watched that though. I kind of want to watch it. I know, I mean, like, I know some musicals, but I've never really watched a lot of them. Those rabbits must have looked at him wrong or something. They must have been like, talking shit whenever they pass by, like, haha, nah, you're like chained up and you're stuck. You can't catch us. Nah. Hope everyone's doing great today. Hope everyone enjoys the stream. I hope you're enjoying your day too. Hope you have fun. I will. I'm gonna rejoin because I'm going somewhere. Okay, Sawyer. No, my dog is off the hook. Literally avoid rabbits at MC if I don't have range, even just in general. Not spending 2 minutes running and hitting multiple times just to get not even get anything. Yeah, I would imagine that might be the hard way to do it. Might even go for rabbits and MC at all. Sheep meat and zombie flesh are all I need. Zombie flesh? Does that heal you? I need to get into Minecraft. I've been thinking more and more about getting into Minecraft finally. It's been kind of like in my brain. It's like a part of my brain that's like, should I get into Minecraft finally? Something to think about. Something to think about after I beat. Probably after I beat Hollow Knight, I might get into Minecraft. I think that might be. I think it might be time. Because I wanted to get into Minecraft this year. I wanted to do like a Minecraft arc this year, but I never really felt like there was a time for it. It never really felt right to do. Like there was a lot of things I wanted to do, like I wanted to do Minecraft this summer, but like a lot of like other things kind of came up during the summer, so like I didn't really have the opportunity or time to get into Minecraft. But maybe now. I don't know. I've never played Minecraft before. Like I have, but like never really spent. I don't think I've played more than an hour of Minecraft, honestly. You're back. Welcome back, Sawyer. Gives you hunger effect 50% of the time, but if you don't run or do anything, you can get some hunger. Oh. Hunger up. Oh, okay. Hunger up? Like it makes you more hungry? Is that something you might want? To be more hungry? Oh wait, yeah, so you can be hungry. So like what if you have like, if you're full and you're like, if you're like, okay, I see what you mean. Because if you're like hungry, right? I mean, if you're full and your health is like low, then you need to make yourself hungry again in order to eat again so you can heal. Do I understand that right? I think that kind of makes sense. That's kind of cool. You know, once I find my beads for my bracelet making stuff, I'm gonna make a bracelet of you. Oh, I can't wait to see. That sounds awesome. Minecraft, let's go. Yeah. I think it's time. You know, I think I think I've been wanting to get into Minecraft for a while now. It's just like I think it's a good game for me to like. I don't know. I think it's just a good game in general, and I kind of want to get into it. It's like sounds like you can do a lot of cool things in that game, based off of what I've seen of other people's gameplay. Objectified comic is super good. I recommend. Interesting. Never heard of it, but I'll look it up. No Minecraft server, the Discord would be like legendary. If you're full, you can't eat at all. There's health bar and hunger bar. If hunger bar, you regen health. I need to make me a PFP for myself. Yeah, hey, new PFPs are always fun. I like to keep my PFPs. I don't like to update my PFPs like too frequently, because I want my PFPs to be like I want my PFPs to stick in your memory a little bit, you know? I don't want to, if I change it too much, it doesn't stay in your memory too much. There's a third hidden hunger bar that gives you extra filled hunger to regen health so it doesn't immediately waste away. There's a hidden, how do people discover stuff like this? There's a hidden bar? You know, someone called me baby today. In a good way or a bad way? It sounds like in a good way, because that could be in the bad way sometimes. Objectify has a lot of scary stuff though. Has just needs TWs. Oh, trigger warnings. I mean, depends on what you mean by scary stuff. Because like, are you talking about like Alien Isolation scary? Because I played that, and that's definitely one the scariest game I've ever played. Or are you talking about like Coffin of Bambi and Lele scary, which is like just the topics that they talk about in Coffin is kind of scary just in concept. Objectify has a lot of scary stuff though. Gory. Oh, gory. I don't really like gory stuff, to be honest. It's not really my thing. I don't like looking at like innards. I don't really like looking at innards. I don't know. Sometimes and also sometimes like comics that do that kind of stuff, they end up like being too graphic. It's just like too detailed, you know? I think the manga that I've like read that probably does that the most though, that I can probably tolerate, it's probably the limit. It would probably be Chainsaw Man. I mean, well, Minecraft is the most sold game of all time. Basically, everything has been discovered and gets discovered in milliseconds. It's still kind of crazy that like it's just kind of crazy that like how people discover these things. You know, that's probably one of the reasons why I'm so interested in Minecraft, because there's a lot of depth to it, and like basically your only limit is like your creativity and stuff. I kind of like that. Bro, I played Alien Isolation 2. That's like top 3 horror games for me. Yeah, I think for me that's like easily the scariest one. Right after that would probably be Dead Space. Though I haven't really played that many scary games, but those are probably top 2. I don't know what number 3 would be off the top of my head. I'll go back Shamunka. Gore isn't that bad, but the body horror is. I see. This music's so peak. Appreciate that. Speaking of, I think, yeah, I think it's a good time to start checking out some of these theory videos. Since Shabunka came back, I kind of want to watch this video that Shabunka in chat made. Where's the playlist I had? I had it saved somewhere. Where is it? Wait. Well, it really has been a while since it's been like a whole month since you made the video. Okay, so yeah, it kind of got buried in my watch later list. Okay, switch to browser. All right. Hey, here we go. I'm gonna be reacting to our very own Shabunka video. It is, yeah. Oh wait, horror doesn't scare me or even faze me at all. I'll be watching a horror movie with no facial expression. Me and all our brothers are terrified, and all of them in the middle, and I'm the middle sibling. I think I get jump scared. I do get jump scared. I don't know if I get horrified. But I do get jump scared. Yes, yes, yes. Oh wait, I'll be right back. I do need to BRB real quick. I gotta grab something from the fridge. Just a second. BRBs. All right, I'm back. Don't judge my voice, guys. It's okay. I'll only judge it a little bit. I'll judge it a little bit, but like not enough to be like harsh about it, you know. Let's see. I think I've been thinking that maybe like my chat window might be a little bit. Hold on. I've been thinking that my chat window might be a little bit too big, so I'm going to try to resize it just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think top corner might be good. There we go. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm going to adjust my chat window one of these days. Time to play some horror games and tricks. Wait, what? And dying during Slenderman. Slenderman, the movie? Okay, so first theory, right? Who was the Roaring Knight? It's a good question. It was a. This is one of like the biggest like points of discussion at the moment. My personal theory, I personally think it's. I think it's kind of a toss up, honestly, between like Des or Carol, but I lean towards Carol. I feel like it has to be one of those two. Just based off of the design of just purely based off of the design of the Roaring Knight. The Roaring Knight just seems to look like, I mean, it has the antlers. They got the antlers. The shape of the body seems to be fairly feminine, right? Seems to have like, you know, like feminine like hips and shit, right? I don't know. Like I'm not going to get too into that, but like just basically it does it feels like it's a female reindeer. That's what it looks like, just based off of what the Roaring Knight looks like. So that's number one thing. And when it comes to motive, I feel like Carol has the most amount of motive for it to be her, and Des just doesn't seem to. We don't know enough about Des to really say to really say, honestly. No other Lightner could have a waist that snatched. Okay, but before we start this video, I gotta open up a new can of Monster. This might be a long stream, y'all. So I'm gonna need my energy drink. His Eyes, a horror game, full title. Nice, Papyrus, obviously. I think that would be the funniest. I think the Roaring Knight being Papyrus would be the funniest thing. But I think a lot of people would be pissed off because they don't want Papyrus to be like a villain. Or an antagonist. Right, I can open his rib cage and shit. That'd be kind of funny. Okay. Unhealthy habits. Woo! Yeah. I'm gonna be drinking. I got this flavor I haven't had in a while. Ultra Fiesta Mango. Good flavor. Anyway, let's check out this video. My desk probably isn't tonight. The video contains the spoilers for the following: Deltarune, chapters 1 through 4, both routes, all endings of Undertale, and Mike. You have been warned. Hold on. I need to make one more change. Let's see, I gotta... Wait. Let me resize my model just a little bit. There we go. Okay. A little bit too big on there. All right. Time to check out this video. Maybe Des is dead. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, there's a good chance that Des might be dead. They never said he would. They never said that Des wasn't. All right, here we go. Let's see what you got, Shabunka.
Ever since Deltarune Chapter 1 came out in 2018, a boogeyman has existed within the
Shabunka, I'm judging your voice. Just kidding. Just kidding.
community. The Night, in 2018.
Let's start it again.
Ever since Deltarune Chapter 1 came out in 2018, a boogeyman has existed within the community. The Night. Many theories were crafted as to who or what they could possibly be. Some said
How's the volume, by the way? Make
Make
sure. Let me know if the volume is like too quiet or
Others
loud.
argued there could potentially be multiple Knights. Many, though, speculated Chris themselves. And after the ending of Chapter 2, it seemed to all be confirmed. That was until Chapters 3 and 4 came out, and we saw the Night for the first time.
There were so many people who were absolutely certain that it was Chris, and you could not convince anybody else otherwise, because again, we're given the information that we had by the end of Chapter 2. That's all we had to work with. We had no reason to believe it was Carol. We had no reason to believe it was anybody else other than Chris, right? Because Chris was the only person. Chris was the only person that did what the Roaring Knight does, right? And then we're like, I wonder if that's what's going on here, actually. Maybe Carol is kind of a red herring, much like how Chris was, right? At the end of Chapter 2, we suspected Chris, right? Given all the evidence that we had. But by the end of Chapter 4, all signs seem to point to Carol. Maybe that's also a red herring as well. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like it's a toss up between Carol and Des. Story wants us to probably believe it's Carol, so maybe it could be Des. There's a good chance, but I still feel like we need to know more in order to actually be able to tell.
Not only that,
I mean, out of this Home Depot, bro.
they have
Wait, what's it?
They have antlers. And with that, the Night King
Yeah, they have
pool
antlers.
was lowered to a mere 2 people. Carol, Noah's candidate pool,
Okay, hold
was
on.
lowered.
For most people, I will not be addressing the Asgore, Papyrus, Gaster / Rudy, etc. Is the Night allegations. I feel like Rudy doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, Papyrus feels like a little bit too out there. Asgore doesn't seem to match the body shape, and I feel like that matters. Gaster, we don't know anything about Gaster. Literally, you could like come up with any theory, any mystery in Deltarune. You could just throw Gaster at it at any point. You could throw Gaster's like the thing that you could just like throw at any like potential like mystery in any of these games. Rudy, I just don't feel like Rudy has a vibe. I feel like if like I don't even know if I would accept it, even if it turns out that Rudy actually is like the Roaring Knight. I mean, like you're gonna have to like convince me that this makes sense, Toby. You know? Deltarune is not a formula. I don't think they do this twice. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Toby's gonna pull it together and pull another information bomb like that in later chapters where ideas break instantly. Yeah. Because he knows that we like to come up with theories. Like you can see with the Mike stuff, right? Like at the end of like at chapter 4, during chapter 4 with like the whole Mike shit. I really do feel like Toby is like very aware of all the theories that we come up with. And Gaster is the boogeyman. Yeah, like Gaster is just kind of like the secret that's waiting to be revealed. Like and until we know anything at all about Gaster, he'll always be a contender for like, oh, a mystery in Deltarune. Why not Gaster? He's always going to be like that safe like possibility that fills in any blank that you can come up with, just purely for the fact that we don't know anything about him. Rudy, so many Rudy believers in my comment section. I need to make a Rudy Knight analysis. I kind of want to see that too. I'm curious about like, I kind of after this video, I'm gonna check out your comment section because I kind of want to see what they have to say about the Rudy stuff. What's up, Natalie?
To only two people: Carol, Noah's mother, and a suspicious character in chapter 4, and the topic of today's video: Des, the lost girl. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Before I start this video, I'll just like to give a disclaimer. It's just a fucking game! What I'm trying to say is, even if you disagree with every last word I say in this video, and if this video actually does well, please keep it civil in the comment section. We all are most definitely wrong in at least one part of our theories. We are all...
No smiling, we broke, we chopped, we got school tomorrow, we unemployed, we under 6 feet, we chopped. You have to say we chopped twice.
Okay, so this is literally the script, and I just somehow forgot to say it, but I'm gonna...
Oh, what does it say?
Okay, so this is literally the script, and I just somehow forgot to say it, but I'm gonna go over theories that have actual valid in-game basis.
Yeah.
And aren't just speculation. Okay. Now that's laid out.
Yeah, I think it's worth at least like being. I think there's a place for like speculative like theories, but I think if we're going to be like placing our bets onto any particular theory, it has to be stuff that's like based in game. Like if I had to put money on any possible theories, I'm not gonna put it on the most interesting thing that any person can come up with, or say anything that's like potentially novel, even if it doesn't make complete sense. It'd be so crazy if it turned out to be true. I love coming up with theories like that. But I would not put any money towards those theories being true, to be honest. Hey, what's up, little Peppy? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Just drop by to say hi. Well, thanks for dropping by. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm no dog. I'm a cat. I've got friends on the inside. The only thing that works with Rudy being the knight is it would catch everyone off guard, since most people are on Carol. That's it. I don't know. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But like that's the thing. Like you can kind of do that with anybody, right? Like, oh, it would catch anybody off guard. You know, it would really catch people off guard if it turned out to actually be Chris. But like Chris was cut in half. Somehow Chris was able to show up as like Blue Chris and Roaring Knight Chris at the same time, because Dark World. You can come up with anything that would be like a crazy reveal. Like I like to go with what makes sense, at least a little bit, given what we know. Otherwise, you can just like come up with anything, and it just has as much validity as anything else that has the same amount of like like basis, same amount of like credibility or like evidence or lack thereof. Susie X Chris is probably more common than Susie X Ralsei, methinks. I think Susie X Chris is a popular one. I know Susie Ralsei is a common ship, but I think Susie and Chris, I don't know why. I ship Susie and Chris. I think I ship Susie and Chris over Susie and Ralsei, to be honest. Susie and Ralsei, they just come off as like best buds. They really do come off as friends. Now Susie and Chris, though, they also come off as close friends, but I feel like there could be something there. There's like a possibility there. With Ralsei, I don't think Ralsei and Susie have that kind of chemistry. Chris and Ralsei and Susie feel like brother sister almost. You know, like they're both like only children, never had any siblings, and like they kind of developed like a sibling like relationship. That's what it feels like when I see them interacting. They're like adopted siblings or something. My wife is here. Your wife is here? Oh, that's that's your wife, Trix. Oh, little Peppy's your wife. I see. We have, which is why we have razors like Occam's razor, and that's the only one. That's the only one. I know there's a few of them. Occam's razor is the only one I can think of. The only one that I can ever think of. I've heard a few other ones, but they're never really all that useful. For stuff that aren't debunkable. Exactly. Yeah, I like to, for like any theory that I subscribe to, right? Personally, I have to apply a little bit of Occam's razor to it. Lancer's a knight. See, that would be crazy. Rules card is a knight. I mean, right? Like that would be crazy. That would be interesting. Oh, but we have no idea why that would make any sense at all. Not right now, at least. Well, Lancer in Chris's pocket during the night fight. True. I didn't think about that. Can't prove it, can't disprove it. Yeah, that's the issue with speculation. Yep. All right, keep going.
I'm going to go over 5 theories as to why people think this is the night, and then do a lightning round. With that, let the debunkathon begin. Starting with quite possibly the most cited evidence as to why this is the night.
The bat. Okay.
Before playing chapter...
Addressing the bat right off the bat. Come on. Up top. High five, right? High five. Guys, high five. Okay. Fine, be like that. And not been one of them, but when you were there, on one of them, you were there. I had to go and I didn't chat. Oh, so you've been on one of my streams before? Oh, okay. You've been lurking on one of my streams. I didn't want to just say hi and then bye. Fair. It's okay. You can watch my streams and like you don't have to be in chat to watch my streams. It's fine. You can just be like just have me as background noise because I always got something to yap about. Not the crickets. High fives you. Oh, thanks, Sawyer. Okay, you didn't leave me hanging. Thank you. Appreciate it. Woo! Bats don't have pointed ends, right? Yeah, like the end. The end does look. It looks like it could either be pointy, with like if you count the outline, or it could just be like an outline of a rounded end. You know, but it's just like this part right here. You can see my mouse, right? This part right here, right at the hilt. That's the only part that kind of makes it look like a bat, really. I mean, that and I guess it does look like it looks enough like a bat. It could be. Okay, let's see what you got to say about this, Shabuga. You love lurkers? Yeah, we do love the lurkers.
Even citing this bat-looking thing is proof. But I hate to break it to everyone, this literally cannot be a fucking bat. And don't think you're safe, Carol Believers, because this can't be her damn katana either. So if it's not either of those, what is it? Well, let me explain. According to the prophecy, it says the night, which makes, presumably, dark fountains with black and night, right?
Right.
And guess what we see the night do with that very same sword they use at the end of chapter 4. That's right, they make a dark fountain. Meaning this sword we see in the dark world can only be the blackened knife in the light world. Obviously, though, this will only apply to the knight themselves, given that the word knife in the light world.
I don't know whether the knight or...
See in the dark world can only be the black...
I don't know whether the knight is Des or Carol into chapter 5. This time for sure, Tori will finally see. Shut up. I don't have any more images related to Black and Knife, so take this. Yeah. Yeah, that part in chapter 4, yeah, that part in like when you're like snooping around the vents and stuff.
Black and knife in the light world. Obviously, though, this will only apply to the knight themselves.
Fuck, I missed that part. Plus, when the last time we saw Chris's pencil when was the last time we saw Chris's pencil transform into a sword?
Themselves, given both the wording and the fact Chris and Susie opened dark fountains with a pretty normal-looking knife. But I won't lie, this theory actually took a while for me to crack, so this one is actually pretty good and logical.
Wait. Suppose it was fact-checked by real hometown patriots. Not saying the theory is true, just I understand where it came from.
A theory that didn't take long for me to debunk, though, was...
left-handedness. This computer left-handed, Knight is left-handed.
Made this fucking image will, by my decree, end up in prison one day. That aside, this theory is unironically stupid as shit. I honest to God have multiple ways to debunk this. So let's start with debunk number 1. The mouse being left-handed is a completely useless argument because it is clearly unintentional. I looked at all of the computers in hometown that I know of, and guess what? 6 out of 9 of them have quote-unquote left-handed.
Okay. Not bad. Not a bad point. Actually, that's actually a pretty good point. I was about to say the left-handed one was actually kind of making me, the whole left-handed argument kind of made me think like, oh, maybe it could be Des, but I didn't think to check like every other computer. That's actually a really good point there, Shabunka. Not gonna lie, Chris, kind of fine. If you don't kill me, oh my god. Worry about it. Send for someone too. Don't kill me too. Schrodinger's knight. Yeah, exactly. That is. That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. Is it from Deltarune? Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about simping from someone from Deltarune? You also have phantom pain from Old Scars. I don't think I do, but it makes sense to me whenever someone describes to me phantom pain. Hello, Kiltaro. Good to see you drop by. Now let me cook. If it's more common for monsters to be left-handed, yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, it's also true. Like, but then that means like like Toriel could potentially be the knight. Asriel could be potentially the knight. Also, Noelle could potentially be the knight, or you know, Birdly even. So that doesn't completely debunk it, but that is a pretty good debunk, I think.
Is because they were mirrored from other computers. I hate to say, oh, it's just an oversight for Mr. Fox, because usually that's just a lazy excuse, but this time it seriously is. Also, Des's computer is literally just a copy and paste of Asriel's, so I didn't start with this one because it's a little more niche, but if you're using the quote-unquote left-handed argument specifically for Des being the knight and against Carol, it really doesn't hold up, because think about it. Noah's computer supposedly has a left-handed mouse too then, yeah? Guess what left-handedness is? Hereditary, that's what. And since the left-handedness gene is recessive, it would most likely mean both parents are left-handed.
see, this is this is another thing that I like to say. This is another thing I like to say, right? And I don't think enough people think about this. Like, a lot of the things that I feel like a lot of the things that make us think that could be Des, like all the evidence that we have that make us think that it's Des, it could also potentially apply to Carol, right? Like like okay, the baseball bat thing. Say that it actually is a baseball bat. Let's give that let's suppose that for just a moment, okay? For just a moment, let's assume that actually is a baseball bat. Who was to say that Carol also didn't play baseball when she was Des's age, you know? Maybe Des learned how to play baseball because Carol was also into baseball when she was younger, you know? And then it was kind of like a family sport that got passed down, you know? Like she taught her how to play, all that. Carol does seem like the type, you know? Maybe like she is an overachiever, right? She comes off as an overachiever, a hard worker, probably done a lot of like after school activities, including baseball. Sounds like Des also is very similar, where she had a lot of activities too, right? Not only baseball, but also like the whole survival stuff, the whole like music stuff that she does. She has a lot of hobbies. I'm sure Carol had a lot of hobbies too, right? She's a busybody. You gotta go. See you later, Peppy. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Good to see you. Reminds me of a nice theory about Toriel. I do have a theory. I do have a Toriel thing, a Toriel video, on cue later. She's a threat to the night when she's awake, so that's why she's so guarded and forced to sleep in chapter 3. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's something like I've been wanting to watch like some Toriel like related stuff because I do think it's interesting. Yep. You're staying, Tricks. No, wait, no, you're telling her to stay. Okay. Bye, bye, Peppy. Both my parents are right-handed. I'm left-handed. My brothers are left-handed. My older siblings and mom is right-handed. And my sister is also left-handed. Though my older brother is right-handed. Yeah. So I think if like both are left-handed, there. I mean, it's still possible for because it's a dominant gene, right? It's still possible for someone to be right-handed even though both parents are left-handed. So in theory, Carol could be right-handed and still have left-handed kids. Yeah. And again, to your point though, Shabunka, to your point, like the whole like sprites, like it's just kind of like the sprites, like the way that it was just kind of designed that way just for aesthetics and stuff, like without even much thought be put towards it. You could make that argument for the knight holding the sword too, right? Like maybe it looks cooler if they hold it in their left hand. I don't know. I don't know.
Admittedly, this is pretty
Let's keep
speculative,
going.
right? I won't give it its own section, but the last two ones would be the fact that the knight being left-handed is purely a stylistic choice for the play. You know, by having the weapon up in the forefront and all. But
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
that
Yeah,
is
yeah. Okay, yeah, you did make that point.
so just keep that in mind. Hey, editor Debunking here. While I was procrastinating on working this video, a video
He's like,
got
maybe
my
it just looks
recommended.
better.
I'll put it on screen and in the description. But a
What?
video got my recommended. I'll put it on screen and in the description.
The Roy Knight theory that no one dared to make. Oh, okay.
But they point out in the video, they point out how when the knight turns around, their sword is suddenly in the right hand, which would prove my theory here that the knight, quote unquote, being left-handed is simply a stylistic choice. So I just thought I'd throw that in because it's pretty relevant to this point here. Anyways, I thought it would be neat if for the next few theories, rather than being straight up death theories, they're more like debunking reasons and like Carol isn't the knight. I thought I'd do this because I see a lot of people use these arguments when they're defending their death is the knight thesis. So
I think some people like I think some people will like fight to the death. They'll fight tooth and nail for like to defend their theory and make like and convince you that their theory is correct. I think it's like kind of silly, and I think the like crafting theories should be fun, right? I don't think it should be like something that people like will like get actually like upset about things over. It some people do genuinely get like upset about if you like point out a flaw in someone's like logic or something for why they believe a certain thing is the case. They'll like come up with ways. You can tell that they get mad sometimes, and they will like come up with like ways to make it make sense. And but then like they end up coming up with like even more absurd claims just to make their like original theory like true. I'm just like, dude, it's not that serious. It's not that serious, man. We're just having fun. We're just having fun. Like, the truth is, nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. We won't know until Chapter 5 comes out. That's just the case. We're just having fun. In theory, Carol could be right-handed and still have them kids. Rudy totally played ball with Des. Yeah, Rudy too. Yeah, could she? Maybe it's maybe Rudy. Maybe she learned it from Rudy. Yeah, so it's like there's a chance. There is a chance it could be Rudy who he was a knight. Maybe, probably not, but there is a chance. Most likely not. In fact, it's like I'm willing to bet that even like with the whole Dark World buff, right? Even if he's still sick. The man is still sick. He's bedridden. Dude could barely like go to church. I don't think he has the energy to do all the stuff that the Dark Knight is doing. I mean, not Dark. Why do you keep calling him Dark Knight? Roaring Knight, to do what the Roaring Knight is doing. Because I switch between saying Dark World and Roaring Knight, and it just turns into Dark Knight at some point because Dark Knight is like one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite movie. I love the Dark Knight. Okay, I know a lot of people say that, but let me just say, Heath Ledger's Joker is really good. Okay, Heath Ledger's Joker is a classic villain, and he just lives rent free in my brain. All right, he's the reason why that's my favorite movie. I feel like I can watch that movie like any number of times. I'll never get tired of it. When I type the bottom bit of the video gets covered. Oh, it does. Sorry. I address that later. That's a Rudy Knight video, by the way. Oh, that was a Rudy Knight video. I see. I kind of want to check out that video after now, especially since you mentioned it. Canon, if not already. I'm not a Deltarune nerd. Chris, Susie, and Rouse live together. I don't care how deep of hell they got to go through to make it happen. They're gonna make it happen. They got to make a robot. They got to make a robot that can let. They gotta have like a robot, right? That has total darkness inside of it, and so like Raze would be able to like live inside of the robot's like chassis, right? And basically like the inside of the robot would be like complete darkness, so Raze could live inside it, right? And then he would be able to like use the mechanisms and stuff to exist in the real world. And if you think that's crazy, if you think that's a crazy idea, they did do that. They did do something like that in Earthbound. They did do something like that in Earthbound. At the end of Earthbound, there was a whole like, transfer bodies into robots, or transfer your brain into robots. It could happen, okay? And if you don't know, the Undertale and Deltarune were definitely inspired by Earthbound. Okay, probably the biggest inspiration for those games. So it would not be out of the realm of possibility that they could somehow make Raze like exist in the light world by putting him inside a robot. It could happen, okay? It could happen. I never thought about it before, but now I kind of want that to be the real theory. We gotta somehow Raze needs to like be able to exist in the light world to have the ultimate happy ending. What's up, Kate? Hello, good to see you. Got so many comments talking about some Knight is 100% without a doubt character. It is so I think it's so funny. I think it's funny. It is annoying, but at a certain point, like at first I'd get annoyed too, but at a certain point I get like, man, you guys are funny as fuck. You guys will not stop like with like the amount of conviction that you have for like saying this character is 100% that, and you have like the truth, and like, well, the actual truth is nobody really knows, and they're so certain of it. It's just kind of funny to see that. What's up, Raze? You're watching KDH in the server, and then I got a Neo stream notification a bit late. You got it a bit late? Interesting. XP is none of your concern. Yeah, why doesn't Shabunka have more points?
Okay, I know I said I'd only be going over theories with
Carol wouldn't
considerable
act like the
in-game
knight.
validity, but I've just seen this one so much that I just had to do it. I'm gonna keep this quick. While this
That's crazy. People say that Carol wouldn't act like the knight. That's a crazy thing, because I think there's a good chance that Carol could act like
could be
that.
called speculatory. In my opinion, the knight is probably an alter ego of whomever they are in the light world. Even if we assume the knight is dead, the knight is probably an alter ego of whomever they
Which, by the way, the knight has to be a lightener because Susie still sees him in the light
are in
world.
the light world.
Yeah.
Even if we assume the knight is dead, with what we know about Des so far, the knight would still, again, in my opinion, have to be an alter ego for her. While we're here, quick bonus debunk, the knight doesn't spare Chris because they're childhood friends. It's because Chris is working with the knight. Anyways, theory number 4 is...
Oh man, that does make me think, actually. Oh. This might... It... Honestly, that... I'm not saying that the point that you made affected my thoughts, but there is something I just considered, that like when the Roaring Knight takes Undyne over to the bunker, they still look like the Roaring Knight. Isn't that weird, huh? Because if they went into the light world, shouldn't they just look like Carol, right? So, So that's yet another point towards Des, right? Like I feel like there's still, I still feel like there's a good chance it could be Des, you know. I've still leaned towards Carol because maybe clearly the Roaring Knight has more knowledge of how the whole Dark World stuff works. Like the only way I can think of that would make sense is like maybe Carol understands it so much that she even can like retain this form you know, in the light world. Maybe when it's because it's nighttime they were able to do that. I don't know. CRK fan? Yes, Natalie is a CRK fan. What if the knight is me? You think the Roaring Knight is Hornet? I saw a fan game of Susie being in Undertale's Susie being in Undertale? Hey, what's up, IDK? Hey, welcome to the stream, IDK. But like Susie, I think Susie implied that she would probably kill everybody. Like Susie would accidentally do the genocide run. I think she did say that in the game, that she would do she played a game that was like Undertale and she did the genocide run because she thought she had to kill everybody. This is the one that people defended the most in the comments, by the way. Oh, really? They probably saw just a deer silhouette and they knew it was a knight. Some people think that. Oh, yeah. Maybe it was just a deer silhouette. Yeah, maybe. That's another thing. Maybe all we see is the silhouette. Yeah. And like the knight being fast, if it was just a shadow, right? It was just a silhouette, then it still would make sense that the knight would be that fast because Carol's a ninja, you know? And that is actually my OC. Maria. This is Roy Knight. A girl, but I'd call him a boy. I seen Des fan art. I'm convinced that that's what she looks like now. Oh, the Des fan art? Basically like a punk version. It's like a punk version of like, it's like, I see people drawing like Des as basically like a female Rudy, right? But with like a punk aesthetic. That's with like a beanie and everything. And I feel like that's the one that I kind of believe that one the most.
Working with the knight. Anyways, theory number 4 is...
Hold on, I didn't read that. Fun fact, if you don't take damage in the night fight, this text appears. Chris coughed. The enemy slowly tilted its head, implying that the knight and Chris do work together. Ah, interesting. See, like, I mean, I think everybody is kind of like on board with that one. I don't think anyone denies that Chris would be working with the Knight. Um, but that could be either Des or Carol.
Anyways, theory number 4 is...
Snowflakes.
Again, I know this theory has next to no actual in-game basis, but I'm going to go over it for the same reason as the last one. I have 2 possible debunks for this one. Because listen, if you have the Shadow Mantle equipped on
Those aren't
someone,
snowflakes.
which,
There's
according
ninja
to the
stars.
description, reduces damage taken from darkened star attacks, guess what?
Yep.
These snowflakes get their damage reduced if they hit a character wearing said Shadow Mantle. So these are stars, not snowflakes. But one could still
Stars?
argue that they
Who do we know uses stars, Shabunka?
just visually resemble snowflakes, and that's proof enough for them. Okay, let's run with that. What's your point though? If anything, that backs up Carol being the
Keep
Knight
going.
rather than Des.
Cook.
We have absolutely nothing that claims Des is in any way related to the cold. Carol, however, does. In the normal route, when she puts her hand on Chris's shoulder, it says you
Don't
felt
diss
a
the king,
cold
Matt Pat.
hand on your shoulder. And Susie's
Game theory stupid. It's fake. I don't agree with that. I like game theory. Sometimes they come up with like wild theories, but I think the only reason why they even get I think the only reason why people even got like that video, like the whole Nessa Sans thing got like a lot of hate. It's just because like game theory is like literally the biggest game theory channel. They're literally called Game Theory. And like a lot of people feel very strongly about their theories and stuff. So you're going to get a lot of people who disagree in the comments, and when people disagree, they tend to come off as harsh. So like Matt Pat seems like, like at least at the time, I think Matt Pat's probably gotten better about it, but at the time he probably, he's not used to seeing a lot of people having that much of a negative reaction to his theories, He's just like having fun with it. And then like a lot of people like take it serious, a little bit too serious. Watching Game Theory Deltarune vid is like watching Hollow Knight vid all over again. I don't know what their Hollow Knight vid is, but I do want to watch the Game Theory video at some point. Game Theory's Deltarune vid pissed me off. Oh really? Matt Pat left Game Theory. Yeah, he did leave. His spirit remains. They still, from what I've heard, the Game Theory videos still have the Matt Pat vibe to it. They still carry the same vibe. I don't know what to do with modern game theory anymore. You don't go with modern game theory anymore. I don't think did people really follow. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's because I never really watched a lot of the FNAF theories. Maybe the FNAF theories are the ones that people really latch onto as those are the good game theory videos maybe. But maybe they don't really fuck with the Undertale ones. I think probably the reason why Matt Pat did that thing because he really wanted to find a connection between Earthbound and Undertale because they're so related, so closely related. Guys, prepare, my friend's gonna come and yap. Sure. It kind of fell off. I need to watch because I thought their video about the boiled one was pretty good. I thought the boiled one game theory video was pretty good. That's the only modern game theory video that I've watched though. So I'm gonna have to see the Deltarune one to really get a feel for how I think. I know it's controversial, but I want the old Mad Pat back. Yes, Nessa Sans and Mario Communist theories are fucking peak, even if they're wrong. Yeah, because it's you can tell they're just having fun with it. At the end of every video, they literally say, "Hey, that's just a theory." Exactly. Yeah, it's just a theory. What's up, Lancer?
He says something about the room's temperature going down by 5 degrees after Carol walked in, so I genuinely don't understand how this helps Des's case for being the Knight. Real quick, before the final theory, let's go through that lightning round. Specifically, I'm going to debunk a few of the theories posted in this video. I'll link the original video in the description since it's always better. I'm going to debunk a few of the theories posted in this video.
My Des has to be the Knight and why Asriel is important. Oh, I think I saw this thumbnail pop up in my feed one time.
I'll link the original video in the description since it's always better to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Ready?
Azrael Burn in Despair motif in Black Knife. And they do kind of look similar. Their sprites do look kind of similar. But yeah.
This theory goes off the
I can see. I can see why people would think it's Des.
Because the Azrael and Des are together, and he explains why he, among others, believe Des and Azrael are dating. This is cool and all, but honestly, this theory to me holds absolutely no merit. For one, this could, but honestly, this theory to me holds absolutely.
Deltarune fans try not to call theories they disagree with a red herring. Per point 0.2 seconds.
No merit. For one, this could very well just be a case of sampling. We know Toby Fox has sampled in the past. For example, the Amen break appears in Omega Flowey's theme. Also, even if we do go by yes,
the Amen break. I literally just learned about that the other day.
I added an Azrael motif here. I want you to look me dead in the eyes and tell me what Muffet and Naps the Blue have in common, because those two share a motif.
They're both spooky, ookie, spooky. They're both like Halloween themes.
While we're on the topic of...
I feel like... Can I just say about the Muffet, though? I feel like... You know how people say that... Let me go back. Come on. You know how, like, people say, like, Undertale is kind of like the prototype for Deltarune? Like, Toby wanted to, like, make his own game, but the original game he wanted to make was Deltarune, right? But he made Undertale first, and I think part of the reason why is because Deltarune was like too big of a game for him to make with the amount of skills that he had. So he decided to make Undertale first because it was like more simple in concept, right? It's more simple, it was easier to make. So he started with Undertale first. But I think a lot of the concepts he wanted to explore and eventually in Deltarune, he started out with like in Undertale, right? I think Muffet, I feel like Muffet was supposed to be like the prototype for Jackenstein. Because when I play Jackenstein's fights, I feel like the Jackenstein fights reminds me a lot of Muffet's fight. Just like the theme, obviously the theme, they have a lot of similar. I'm pretty sure they have some similar motifs in it, right? Like the whole, like, you see the little pumpkins dancing around and what do you call it? And then the Muffet fight, the description says like, oh, you see the spiders dancing around and stuff, but like in Deltarune you can actually see the little pumpkins dancing around and stuff. I feel like Jackenstein I do feel like they're kind of related in some ways. Yeah. Like also like Muffet's fight also had quite a bit of like creative gameplay as well that you never really see again in any other part of the game. And you could probably say something similar about Jackenstein, where like you're also like, I think Muffet had kind of like the rhythm game aspect. It turned into kind of a rhythm game and like or like a Subway Surfer type game. I don't know. And then Jackenstein turned into like a little bit of like a Pac-Man type game, you know?
Well,
you're probably not going to see another fight like Jackenstein.
Okay, so originally
you're taking too long
to argue that, Lost Girl isn't confirmed to be Dez's theme, blah blah blah. But I mean, I wasn't even convincing myself with that argument. So instead, I have a question for you.
Undertale's practice, yeah. You not watch Slash Theory? Yeah, it's someone's OC. You're eating chippos. Oh, I could go for some chips. I should have gotten chips. You're on the grind. Yeah, Cyrus #1 right now. Been on the stream since 12 p.m. That'd probably be it. If you've been waiting in the stream since 12 p.m. I mean, I don't know when. Time zones might make that like a little bit different. They went from this wouldn't be possible realistically, but would it take to be possible to this isn't possible. Also, this character is secretly a villain. Oh, really? I never really watched that many game theory videos, so it's hard for me to know. So I'm not really sure about that. So, but there does seem to be a lot of people who have like strong feelings towards game theory, so that wouldn't surprise It wouldn't surprise me at all. Nickname's Tricky Tony, for God's sake. Hey, what? You need to watch Chris Slash. Trust me, it's a 20-minute video that shows how much is true. Oh, the Slash theory. I do have that video up. Actually, I kind of wanted to check it out. So I think I might check out the Slash theory. I just thought Deltarune was another thing that happened in the Undertale universe. Like 20 minutes though. I'm so curious about how they how they could do it. Like 20 minutes of Chris slashing.
Is like in this one section when sped up, reversed, and like it's not even the complete melody, it's chopped up too. Like I know Toby Fox is known for including pretty hidden motifs in his music, but this really feels like a stretch. I know this isn't hard proof this theory is debunked, but this theory also wasn't exactly hard evidence, so...
Yeah, like he just kind of reuses music a lot. It's not, like even when things aren't related at all, he does do that. It's honestly not the strongest evidence. It could be. Again, it could be. But it's not the strongest evidence, and it's not worth fighting over.
This theory again works off the basis that Des and Ezra.
There still isn't a complete melody. I was completely wrong here, by the way. There still isn't a complete melody. Don't watch the Slash theory, bro. It's a waste of time. Okay. Well, like I just got like I want to watch some bad theories too, you know, just to see how much of a stretch people will like go to like make something make sense. It's like something fun about that.
In a relationship, which again.
Wait, hold on. Ezreal and rainbow motifs in Night Fight.
This theory again works off the basis that Des and Ezra are in a relationship, which again is fine and dandy, but again really holds no merit. Dark fountains, when you get up close to them, are rainbow, so it makes sense as to why the dark fountain goes rainbow here. But the night being rainbow is where things get interesting. Not really. Honestly, and this is definitely just speculation, but the next show probably just glows rainbow because they're just so one with the darkness, I guess. Again, neither a hard debunk nor a hard proof, so let's just skip to the good part. Lightning round over.
Hold on a second. Ezreal rainbow. Wait, what? What's that? Wait, when does the night turn into a rainbow?
It works off the basis that Des and Ezra are in a relationship, which again is fine and dandy, but again really holds no merit. Dark fountains, when you get up close to them, are rainbows. So it makes sense as to why the dark fountain goes rainbow here. But the night being rainbow is where things get interesting. Not really. Honestly, and this is definitely just speculation, but the next show probably just glows rainbow because they're just so...
Wait, when does the night... The night has a trail that faintly glows rainbow? Oh, really? You're gonna go? See you later, Rose. His ultimate attack? Okay. I barely remember that. I feel like I'd remember something like that, but... Okay. You might be right.
With the darkness, I guess. Again, neither a hard debunk nor a hard proof, so let's just skip to the good part.
I think it's probably just like makes it look cool. That's probably what's one of those things, just like a stylistic choice. Just to like highlight how much of a significant moment it was. Usually that tends to be like what the rainbows are used for.
Possibly the most damning evidence.
How did Carol teleport? My apologies just now. About just now.
Against Carol believers that Des believers have. For those who are unaware, allow me to explain. After Carol comes home early from work, she brings Noel to the kitchen to presumably chew her out. After like literally 1 minute, she comes out and tells Chris that they're always welcome, and Chris leaves. Chris and Susie bumble around for a bit. First, they go to Chris's house, only to find out it's locked. Then they make their way to church to ask Toriel to let Chris in, only to find a dark fountain. They instinctively hop in to investigate, only to find the knight after only a few minutes of being in the dark world. Did you catch it? How, if she was the knight, would Carol have time to make it from her house back over to the church to meet Chris and Susie in the dark?
This is the easiest one. This is the easiest one to debunk. She's literally a ninja. Honestly, this is like this is probably the easiest thing. Like, is this like so this is really the strongest evidence that people have for like Carol not being the knight, like, I think it's kind of silly that that's the strongest one. Like, they literally mentioned she has a katana, she has like shuriken, she's a ninja. Like, ninjas are known for their speed. Like, I think it makes perfect sense that she would be able to get there that fast. People use this as a visual motif between Des and Azrael, whom they also say they are dating. That too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that could mean something too. But like you said, like, the fountain has rainbow color. I think it just makes it look cool. I think it just looks cool. Now I just name my Two-Face OC after Roman god Janus. You gonna head off for a bit, Trix? See you later, Trix. Not everyone buys into her being a ninja, so I wasn't gonna use that. Her being a ninja is seemingly a joke. So I mean, like, it's just like a katana, and like the katana is one thing. But katana and shuriken. I mean, having both katana and shuriken, like, why would you have both if you weren't a ninja? I'm fully on board with, like, Carol being a ninja. I mean, I don't understand why people would fight back against that too much. I don't know. At the very least, you can assume that she's pretty fast, like, the amount of time that it took for, like you could say, like, okay, like, if you sped run, like, pacifist, like, Noelle's house, if you sped run it, then Carol could get there really pretty fast, right? And you could probably say the same thing, like, Carol got there from the mayor's office, which is right next to the church, to the house pretty fast, right? And by extension, she could probably get from the house to the church just as fast. She's already proven that she's pretty quick.
And
when does she have shuriken?
I christened her.
Oh, when did she have shuriken? In right next to Des's room. Right next to Des's room, you can, like, look at the snowflakes on the wall, and, like, they are ninja stars. They're shuriken. And, like, Noelle says, like, oh yeah, my mom likes to collect shuriken. Yeah, Noelle actually, like, says that she has shuriken. So she has a katana and she has shuriken. She's a ninja, in my opinion. So, like, yeah, like, it looks like snowflakes at first, like, they're just hanging on the wall, but I'm pretty sure they confirmed that it was a shuriken. They were just, like, a bunch of shuriken. They just happen to look like snowflakes, which I feel like adds even more evidence to the idea of Carol being the one who is the Roaring Knight, because the Roaring Knight uses shuriken in their attack pattern, right? Star attacks, dark and star attacks. Who uses star attack shuriken are ninja stars. So the Shadow Mantle being able to defend against that makes a lot of sense to add to your theory. Yeah, see, like, I think it is like, I think, like, the evidence just for the evidence that we have, it makes more sense for Carol to be the Roaring Knight. Like, yeah.
And honestly, I don't have any hard proof against this point, but I can at least try and speculate, starting from the least schizo. I hate to play the Toby Fox is human and everyone makes mistakes card again, but think about it. How the fuck does Toriel get from the ruins all the way to Asgore's castle at the end of Undertale? Like, that's literally your entire journey thus far, and she just spawns in. Like, what I'm trying to say is, don't just write this off as undeniable proof that Carol 100% isn't the knight, and
it could just be
okay. Like, think about it.
It could just be, yeah. It could just be just like something, like, just didn't really think about it too much. Or maybe you could just like suspend your sense of disbelief for a little bit. It is a video game after all. It is fiction. Not everything has to be like scientifically accurate. That is also true.
I mean, like,
I think it's pronounced Janus. Oh. I don't know if I want to say Janus. Janus sounds too much like anus. In her whole introduction showcasing her stealth, like how she just watches from a window. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Maurice. Exactly. The Asgore dialogue. Like, and if you look in, okay, again, another thing, I pointed this out during my gameplay, during my playthrough. If you look into the room where Asgore is like talking about, oh, this black shard is very pretty or something, in that room, you can see what looks like a black katana, like a black sword. It looks like a black sword. You can only see the handle, but the blade looks, you can only see a little bit of the blade. It looks like a black blade to me. Especially if you compare it to the katana in the kitchen. Like this one, like the one in Carol's room looks like a black blade. I feel like that is the black blade, because it has to be a black blade, because like once part of the sword chips off, like it becomes like the black shard, right? That becomes Chris's weapon. Like in the light world, it's still a black shard. So like, yeah, I don't think it's a katana in the kitchen that Carol's using. I also don't think I don't think it makes sense for a bat to if a part of the sword becomes a crystal. I don't think it makes sense for it to be a bat all of a sudden. A town called Hometown, I believe. A song. Wait, what is that song? Oh, the song. Yeah, that's a cute song. I thought that Susie thinks that they are shurikens, even though they are snowflakes. Also, Asriel uses star-based attacks. Oh. I'm Rose. I've been using my friend's phone right now, playing FNF. Yeah, it's a good song. I do like that song too. I'm pretty sure, I forgot what the dialogue was exactly, but I'm pretty sure they said it was like, I'm pretty sure they said it wasn't really snowflakes. They're actually like ninja stars or something. I'm pretty sure that was like a thing.
Chris and Susie went to check on
They
Chris's
just
house
look
before
like,
going
I
to
think
church.
they look like
I don't know, maybe
snowflakes.
Carol's like a speedrunner or some shit. I don't know. But anyways, this last
That's what I think. I'm 100% certain she's actually really fast.
is like pure speculation. So take it with several grains of salt, but
I think there's enough evidence that she's a ninja. Carol opened a dark fountain in her
again,
kitchen.
this is pure theory crafting, and there's a 99.9% chance
That could work.
I am completely and utterly incorrect. This is the least likely scenario. But Carol could have opened a dark fountain in her own kitchen. Think about
That
it.
could, I mean,
As
that kind of
mentioned
makes a
earlier,
little sense,
Carol
yeah.
takes less than a minute to quote-unquote deal with Noelle in the kitchen, even when progressing dialogue normally. Given this, what if instead of a lecture, Carol just put a fucking dark fountain in the kitchen, left to bid Chris farewell, then went back in and did some Rousey like Dark World teleportation. Now that I think about it, if Rousey
Rousey does move pretty fast.
Dark World teleportation stuff.
Honestly, my theory for like why Ralsei is like always like in every dark world. I think Chris really just carries like he kind of like has. I still think Ralsei might be the red horns that Chris wore. I still think that's the case. I have yet to see anything that proves that debunks that theory. But a lot of people kind of want to think about some other theories because like that's like one of the original theories. That's one of the first theories for Ralsei that people are probably bored of it now. It's more fun. It is fun to think about some new ones, but I still think that's the case. And I think Chris just carries the headband around. I think that's all it is. I think that's the reason why every single time we see, the only times we ever see like Ralsei is when Chris is in that dark world. if Chris is not in that, if Chris is not in the dark world, I don't know if we see Rose. If we have a moment where like, we ever have a moment where like Susie is in a dark world without Chris, and Rose shows up, then that will debunk my personal theory on that. But until then, I'm still certain that Rose is just like the headband that Chris just kind of carries in his back pocket, and he just doesn't want you to know. He doesn't want you, the player, to know, right? Because all the information that you have is only the information that Chris lets you have. You know, as much as possible. If Chris doesn't want you to know something, he's not going to let you know. Chris on purpose hides things from the player, so it's possible that like Rose's horns or whatever is inside the ball of junk, so to speak. Saw a theory that Rose is Chris's persona. I mean, if Rose is the red horns, then that would be Chris's persona, right? You're joking? Oh, so you are Lancer, you're not actually Rose? And what if Rose is a drawing of Chris's persona? Why not, huh? Why not? Welcome back, Trix. Hello. Shibuwa. Certainly. Chris, not the Chris he hit me. I'm sorry. It's hard. It's hard because I don't know. It's hard to do the they them for Chris consistently. It's just my brain. I don't know. I guess I just don't know any female Chris's. I know they exist, but I associate the name Chris with a masculine person, or like a male person. That's just Chris. Just sounds like a guy's name to me. Like every Chris I've ever met, I've only ever known in my life, or have all been guys. Get it? Don't worry. I'm joking. The crack part not being Lancer still around. Like, okay, Lancer. Happens to the best of us. I know they're like non-binary, but it's just like the way my brain works. It's hard to yeah.
What's stopping the knight? And don't say being a lightner, because the knight can literally fly, turn into a bird, use weird psychic magic, and a bunch of other shit. I don't know. Again, that's not my main debunk. Just a cool theory I had in like the shower or something. If it wasn't obvious, I personally think Carol is the knight, but I've come to really better understand the Death Believer's perspective as I've researched for this video. However, in my opinion, I think Toby is cooking something else with Des. I feel that her plotline opinion...
Hold on, what?
I think...
Starting to lose track of time. How has it been? Days, hours? If someone told me it's been years, I might believe them before the sun came up. So many wonderful things happened that made time useful. Things like breakfast or late night TV. In this place, I don't eat or drink anymore. I can't tell if I'm awake or dreaming. I can't tell if I'm dead or alive. It's just nothing but pitch black silence, except for the noise. The scratching noise I sometimes hear. This sounds crazy, but even though no one can hear me, when I hear that noise, I feel like someone's listening. Anyone, if you're there, thank you. That noise, could the noise possibly be the sound of roaring? Ooh. I feel like there are plenty of theories. There's plenty of evidence to make Des the Knight. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't even know if Toby even knows. Maybe he knows now, but like maybe like by the time he finished chapter 4, like the story of chapter 4, like the script and stuff, maybe he still wasn't sure who he wanted to be the knight. Maybe he's still thinking maybe Des or Carol. I think he kind of makes some of these, like he makes he gives you just enough evidence for like the possibility to be there. But like when, and maybe the fact is like he's not sure. Maybe he's putting stuff in there to make you think, to make it believable. If he decides that Carol is better for to be the knight, if he ends up deciding that, like, okay, there's evidence for Carol. If he ends up deciding that it makes more sense for Des to be the knight, he definitely put up enough evidence for Des to be the knight. I mean, maybe even Rudy, but like just not that much evidence for Rudy, but there is some evidence. Like, you know, you could say it. You could, there are things to think about. Stop the Asgore meme. Yeah. The Goner Code is talking about late night TV, which is only something the holiday dreamer family really experiences. Oh, is that what this is? Which implies they're Des. Yeah, you know, I that's like the stuff that's in like the Spamton sweepstakes,
Toby
right? I'm pretty sure that one
with Des.
definitely
I
gave
feel that
some
her
clues for
plot line
Des.
of being missing is a completely separate mystery from the knight, and it should stay that way. While the knight may not turn out to be Carol, I really hope it's not Des. While the knight may not turn out to be
This holiday ruse is a distraction. So we put the antlers there to keep us guessing. The visual similarities are okay, so this is the papyrus is the night theory. The visual similarities are apolum. I don't know what that means. With both having similar proportions. That is true. They both do actually have similar proportions. That is pretty crazy. And a desire to be seen as cool. I don't know about that. A few points when the knight roars. You can see his ribcage open up. Something that normally only skeletons have, as monsters do not have skeletons. But monsters in Undertale are not the same as monsters in Deltarune. Okay, we cannot make that distinction because monsters didn't have blood in Undertale, but monsters do have blood in Deltarune. Evidence being Susie at the end of chapter 4. The Roaring Knight persona is all Papyrus's brilliant scheme to be seen as cool by forcing people to become the greatest friends and stop them as he facilitates their friendships, and by befriending all the Dark World leaders, he becomes beloved in every world and seen as a really cool guy. Now that's a funny theory. That's a funny theory. I like that one.
Be Carol. I really hope it's not Des. It seriously undermined what we know about her now. But again, that's just my opinion. If you have any Des is the Night theories you would want to see me go over that aren't just pure speculation, comment them down below. And with that, thanks for watching.
The mic fights, the music is so good. Oop. That was part of my playlist. Like, and I already subscribed. Nice. Everyone, make sure you check out Shabunka's channel. She's put a Gee? I'm not sure about pronouns. They made really good theory video. I want to see the other one later. Just uploaded one just now, right? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. A Jet 2 holiday. Speaking of the Asgore meme, there is something I did want to check out. I did want to check it. Before we check out Shimbunka's next video, I do want to watch this. Damn, 8 hours ago and you already got 1,000 views? That's pretty good, Shimbunka. She heard? Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I've learned that you can't base it off of just the sound of the voice anymore. So I need to be corrected. I will make it. I might get it wrong at first, but I'll remember it. Once I'm corrected. I thought this was a funny one. I thought this was an interesting one. Because, you know, there is the meme thing, right? But I feel like there could be like a solid theory there. I feel like this could be a thing. Like, it does kind of make sense that there is a little bit of evidence that that supposes that maybe Asgore actually did run over Des at some point. I've kind of put together, like, I kind of slapped together like a theory, like half-assedly, like during my my last Deltarune stream, either my last one or the one before that, during one of my chapter 4 streams. Like there are ways you can make it make sense that this actually did happen. A lot of comments too. Oh yeah, I need to see the comments. I forgot to check out the comments for the other video. I wanted to see what they said. Register implication that entails that she decides to make a journey on every row, just becoming the queen, and generally catches up. You only want pacifist because you spent extra time in True Lamb. Oh, I mean, that's just the whole speed thing. Yeah. Carol's a ninja. Obviously, the Knight's rules card doesn't appear inside the Hasseltown, and he wasn't in the room when the Knight showed up. Manafsa, Blue, and Muff have both traditionally Halloween-themed monsters. I mean, that's not like the only connection. That's pretty much the only connection. It's not that strong of a connection, though. Merciless Water Cooler is the Knight. A lot of these are pretty funny. Okay, but the thing really bugs me when talking about Carol, Rudy, Knight, is that the Knight essentially transforms into a completely different creature while all the other Lightners get a paint job and some new drip. I mean, like, I feel like that can be explained with, like, some characters just having more knowledge about the Dark World, right? Maybe, like, if you understand the Dark World better, you could just kind of, like, transform in a completely different way. Silent chat. Yeah, chat's getting silent. JB. No one personally, me nor anyone I've spoken to believes the sword is literally Death's bat. The part that makes us think it's Death isn't the belief that it's literally her bat, but the very obvious symbolism in it appearing like a bat in the beginning and being a raised position. Especially the chapter in Death's related song, "Raise Up Your Bat." I know that everyone's looking to dismiss that theory, but it goes, okay, that isn't actually her bat. Like, no shit. I mean, like, again, it is possible that Death learned how to play baseball or wiffle ball or softball, whatever, from Carol. I don't think that's too much of a stretch of a claim to make, and it could fall in line with, like, it could just kind of, like, but again, you can really go either way. I don't think anyone has enough evidence to truly debunk, like, 100% Death is the Knight, or 100% Carol is the Knight. Yeah. Not Rudy Knight. Strong claim. Everyone's like, for real. Knight shares a lot in common with the Spawn, which we know can exist without the Titan and come in different forms. It's the fear of the dark. I think the Knight is a fusion of Spawn, the fear of what happens to Death, which gives the power to open fountains, potentially the power to exist in the light world. I say potentially because all the dark worlds could conceivably have been made by several homeowners that are in the conspiracy. Chris, Carol, Asgore for sure, likely Alvin, and maybe Rudy. Maybe even Mrs. Boom. It says the shelter isn't a wholesome place. Undyne was nervous about the shelter code. The monster kid knows about something that Chris experienced there, so the Knight being a manifestation of hometown's fear makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that feels like that could be it. Like, that could be it. That's a possibility. Explains the loose Death similarities a lot more cleanly than it just being Death, since she's supposed to be missing. Still probably the voice of the unused code. You can draw me. I'm starting at a a blank canvas to trying to figure out what to draw. You should draw Carol as the Roaring Knight. Nah, you don't have to. Volunteer as tributes. Gaming theory thinks the weapon is a bat in the light world, so I don't know what bro is on about. Yeah, I mean, it could. I don't think it's a bat. I think like the whole shard, the black shard, that Chris gets, that's literally broken off of the sword. I think that kind of debunks that on its own. Literally only posted one OC art find, nothing else. What's up, Lancer? Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting comments. Now I want to watch the meme video. The theory about, let's have a fun one. Let's have a fun one here.
What's up, guys?
Major
Hope you guys are
spoilers.
doing well so far. Let's cut straight to the chase. If you've even just heard of Deltarune, you have likely seen this GIF. GIF? I'll be saying GIF. I
Is it a
mean, it's
GIF?
the creator-approved way of saying it.
I say GIF. Chat. Okay, I'm actually curious about this one. Here's a poll. Okay. Yeah. Here's a poll for y'all. Is it GIF or is it GIF? Fight over it. I pronounce it with a J. I say GIF. Because I don't know, it's just because like the G stands for I think it stands for like graphic, right? So to me it makes more sense for it to be GIF. You say GIF?
This GIF of Asdor just Bergen trucking down desk.
It's a crime to say GIF. I don't care. I don't care what the creator says. You spelled GIF wrong. No, like no. That's the pronunciation. No, I'm not spelling the word itself. I'm just because like the issue at hand is the pronunciation here, not the word, not the way the word's spelled. GIF, bro. Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, exactly. And that's my reasoning for why it should be pronounced GIF. That just makes sense in my brain. But I also understand that it makes sense. It's GIF, right? The letter G, so GIF. I don't know. It makes sense. Either way, it makes sense. But the graphic thing makes more sense to me.
With his Ford F-150, not sponsored, has taken over the dark depths of Twitter, formerly known as X, Reddit, and possibly even your grandmother's Facebook page. Heck, if you search Asdor in the Discord GIF search, the top results are this GIF. But why? Why is this idea of Asdor committing vehicular search? The top results are this GIF. But why?
I don't know if I know I don't know what the GIF
vehicular
is.
deer slaughter, captivating
Or maybe
this GIF.
Oh no,
But
no,
why?
no. I think I've seen the video. I never saw the GIF by itself, but I've seen the video, and I guess it's just like the GIF with like the song in it.
Why is this idea of Asdor committing vehicular deer slaughter?
Me, a soft, weak deer, about to get rammed by 2 tons of steel. A mean-looking pickup truck driving down a dark road at 70 miles an hour, about to turn me into a red mist. Wait, what? Okay, this is a wild image. This image is wild. Holy fuck.
Activated the Deltarune.
I just saw what was like. It said "come" on the on the grill of the car. What the fuck?
Fan base and changed our understanding of the King of Monsters forever. What if I told you that this started long before the new chapters were released? Well, start your theorizing engines because today I intend to.
This is the best one. This is the best picture. I fucking love this. That's so
explain everything. But before we get into that, be sure to
That's
like
so
the video.
good.
And if you are a new or returning viewer who has not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm almost at 5K subs. It'd be really cool and help me out a lot. Thanks. All right, let's start
Graphical
from the very
information file. There you go, to the max. Welcome to the stream, by the way. But there you go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's GIF, pronounced GIF. Sincerely, me and Lancer. Okay. You gonna go make dinner? All right, see you later, Shabunka. G stands for graphic. Y'all don't pronounce it giraffic. Yeah, right? Right? Also, you added extra F. Yeah, I know. I know I did. It's actually so funny. That's what entertaining guys say. Here it comes, but with this. That first picture was crazy.
This deer in the headlights meme / theory is not new despite its recent popularity. In fact, it dates back since before the new chapters. The first reference that I could find to it is this Reddit post by user I am Mr. J from 2 years ago. Now it might
Wait, deer in the headlights theory. Oh, this is an old theory. Asgore used to be a cop that liked to pretend being Santa. Noelle loves the month December, but hates Christmas and is scared of Santa. Noelle mentions her sister a lot and literally spells out December while flashing in between herself as a kid. Noelle's watch is stopped close to midnight and it was established to have been her sister's. She has blocked out memories. Asgore did something unforgivable that led to him getting depressed and never doing anything ever again. He has a truck that it hasn't been used in a while. Oh, really? It hasn't been used in a while? I didn't know about that. The expression deer in the headlights, that was mentioned at one point, yes. I do remember, I think it was Rudy that said that. You mean that he killed Des by accident in a traffic accident? Noelle literally running in fear during the traffic sections. Yeah. Yep.
It might be older than that. This is the
Jiffy
first
peanut butter.
very well laid out description of this theory that I could find. This
You like
post
to say
depicts
Jif.
a Discord screenshot that seems to contain the first written account of this theory. This is essentially the Dead Sea Scrolls of Asgore.
Yeah, I think there. This picture again. I think there is something to this theory.
And the
I don't
evidence
think
here
it's.
uses
I don't think it's
actually
that
a lot of compelling
much.
things.
I don't think it's too much
Noelle's
of a
fear
joke.
of Santa Claus, who Asgore is known to dress as.
I think it'd be a little bit crazy if this was actually what happened. I think it would be pretty unhinged for Toby to make this the theory, like to make Asgore like a person that like ran over like to make Asgore run over his best friend's daughter is kind of insane. It would kind of like make people hate Asgore probably a lot. So I don't think that's actually the case, but there is something to it though.
Through the Undertale alarm clock app, and her fear of cars, was known to dress as through the Undertale alarm clock app.
Undertale alarm clock app? That's a thing. But I think me and I Santa Claus, ho ho ho. Though I cannot fit inside the chimney.
And her fear of cars, as seen
I
in
can
Chapter
see
2,
Asgore as a Santa.
as well as Asgore's possible connection to
But also
Des'
with a G
disappearance.
just sounds weird to
All
me.
this to suggest
It does
that
sound
Asgore
weird to me.
killed Des in a traffic.
To me, not only does it sound weird, I don't know, for some reason, whenever in my brain I interpret it as sounding forced. I know it might not, people might not be like forced. They might not pronounce it in a forced way. But for me, for some reason, like at least if I were to start pronouncing it GIF, all of a sudden I would feel like I'm forcing myself to say GIF instead of GIF, because naturally I say GIF.
Traffic accident. In a Santa costume, maybe? I'm not really actually clear on that part. But regardless, this seems to be the origin of this theory. It also uses the real-world detail that deer are known to stare at oncoming vehicles instead of, not dying.
I wonder if that's actually the origin, because sometimes people from completely different corners of the internet, like two completely different corners of the internet, can come up with the same theories. I don't know. The internet is like full of so many people that you can have literally two people come up with the same theory at literally the same time. But I understand why he would say that this is probably the origin. This is like the earliest recorded one. Who knows?
The fact that the Holiday family are deer monsters. And this is why the theory is titled the deer in the headlights theory. Now, there is actually some other evidence and questions that this theory tries to answer.
That
such as
is
the
a
fact
clever
that
title.
We do not know what led to Asgore being fired from the police force and his divorce with Toriel.
I want to know.
he seems.
My theory personally right now, this is kind of a meme, but I do think that like maybe Asgore, maybe Asgore has a weed addiction. I would draw Asgore in a Santa outfit. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's something you could draw. Asgore has a grow up in the back door in his basement of the Flower King. And he's been getting high, talking to flowers the entire time. he's smoking it up to forget the tragedy of his failure of to find Des after she went missing. He was too depressed to deal with his emotions of failing, that he turned to weed to escape from the guilt. For some reason, Carol is enabling it. And Toriel is not having any of that shit. She's not having any of that shit because ever since Asgore became a 100% stoner, he's no longer as fun as he used to be. And that's the reason why Toriel likes hanging out with Sans now, because he's fun, unlike stoner Asgore.
He's a pretty sweet, well-meaning guy, and he still loves his ex-wife and his kids a lot. So what happened in Deltarune's timeline, or in Deltarune's universe, you could say? Well, there's no way that he killed kids again. Wait. Additionally, Asgore already removed from the police.
Yeah, that is actually true. Yeah, Asgore is known for killing children. That is probably the thing he's best known as. And right after having one of the most badass boss fight themes. But yeah. So it's
police force around the
again,
time
it's not that crazy.
Because either he was
my
caught,
answer,
or he simply failed to find her.ogg because he did not want to incriminate himself. So that's the history of this meme/theory.
Wait,
did
what?
not want to incriminate, or he simply failed to find her.ogg because he did not want to incriminate himself. So that's the history of this meme/theory before chapters 3 and 4. But why is this crackpot not that famous theory?
I don't think it's that
since the release of the new
theory.
chapters. Well, I've identified 3 main reasons for this.
It's a little bit.
So
it's
I'll
a little
run
bit
through
silly,
these reasons
but
and then give my story for how this theory could be true, given what we know.
here we go.
Right now.
Here we go. Let's get into
The first
it.
reason that the deer in the headlights theory has gotten so popular since the new chapters is the new scenes that we have featuring Asgore. In previous chapters, we saw a glimpse of how Asgore was handling his divorce with Toriel. He's embracing his goofy side, trying to win back his lost love. In chapter 4, Asgore is still as goofy as ever,
taking L
jumping
after
out of
L.
bushes with flowers
Poor
to
Asgore.
Toriel,
Never
and
works.
generally just being a clown, especially at the holiday residence, with the snack platter and the way that he talks to Chris and Susie, for example. Something that is interesting with this is that we see how he appears to be kind of subservient to Carol Holiday. We can see him cleaning her bathroom, tending her garden, and discussing some pretty
What do you have to
suspicious
say about
plans with
this,
her.
actually?
It's quite possible that
Again, okay. Oh, fuck, you can't see it when Asgore's here. Okay, so, you can barely see it while Asgore's here, but, if you look right here, right above his shoulder, if you go into this room while Asgore's not here, you can clearly tell that this right part right here, that's a hilt, that's the hand, not the hilt, that's the handle. That's the handle of a sword. And if you see the blade, you can see that the blade does look like it could be a black blade. So I suspect that might be the sword that Carol uses to make the dark fountains. Stop not as you being a pile of dust. Asgore is William Afton confirmed. Who is William Afton? I need to look this up. Who is William Afton? This name comes up a lot, and I keep forgetting. Even though people explain to me. Oh yeah, this character. Oh, okay. Gotcha. The killer.
Asgore's behaving this way because he feels like he must make up for the damage that he has done to the Holiday family.
Because he kills kids.
Also likely
He's
aiding in the
so he's
quest
William
to
Afton.
locate and save Des. That's right. I don't think Des is quite dead from the accident yet, but I'll explain that later. With that in mind, not only does
Okay, so
Asgore
this
run-
guy doesn't. So this guy does not subscribe to the Des is dead theory. Me personally, I kind of lean towards the idea that Des is probably dead. I think that Des is dead, and okay, so oh my god, should I get into my theory about it? Um, I can get into it later. Maybe I'll write it down. I'll write down a note to remind myself to talk about it later. Because I do think that Des is dead, and part of why I think that's the case is because of when we discovered that Gerson basically came back to life in the Dark World. And I think that I think like so I think that Carol and Alvin, at the very least those two, they know about they probably know that taking like a monster's dust um and putting it in some sort of container um some in some ways will revive them when they go into the dark world. I think they're aware of this. We don't know how much they know about the dark world. My suspicion is that Carol knows how that works, and that this whole like her being a roaring knight is probably like the means to the ends of her basically bringing back Des. I suspect that Carol has her ashes basically in a snow globe, similar to like with Gerson. And I will expand on that later. Ness is earthbound. You're gonna head out, Sawyer. See you later, Sawyer. Thanks for hanging out. What's up, Gato? Welcome to stream. Maybe no William. Yeah, I'm not the purple guy from FNAF, the man behind the slaughter. Yeah, I mean I don't know him off the top of my head. I'm not a FNAF guy. I've only ever played the first game one time while I was drunk on stream.
Running over Des
Ness
after downing
Earthbound
the
is the
7
knight.
ice-cold beers give him a motivation to behave his way around Carol, but also makes the thought of Asdor committing such an act even funnier. Asdor's general goofiness in the holiday residence.
And
chapter
okay, I'll expand on that. I think Asgore is also in on it too.
4 makes this wicked GIF so much funnier. I'd propose that this contrast is part of why the GIF caught on. Notice that Asdor is in the Holiday's house at the start
That
of the
GIF
GIF.
is hilarious.
Coincidence? I doubt it. Additionally, the new context around Sans and Toriel's relationship enhances the appeal of this theory and the GIF. There are other
Speaking of
Sans
this,
and Toriel's
um, I think what was it like I think it was during a Gerson fight. I think during the Gerson fight, he says something like Chapter 5. Chapter 5, like the heroes like go through the field of pink and gold, like the flowery fields of pink and gold. They have to like they have to something they have to like what was it again, something in terms of like they had to combat like the flames of jealousy or something like that. And it didn't like dawn on me. This is like now I feel even stronger about like the chapter 5 being taking place in the Flowery King, right? Like obvious, the whole obvious like, oh, like the flowery fields of pink and gold aside, like the flames of jealousy is like definitely referring to like I'm sure Asgore is going to discover the Sans and Toriel thing at some point in chapter 5 if he doesn't already know. If he doesn't already know, he's going to discover soon, and that's going to play a part into. I think Asgore is going to crash out in chapter 5. And I think that's going to like lead to him being like probably the secret boss. He might be the secret boss, especially since we kind of know that he at least he might have the shard, a black crystal. You played FNAF and I missed it. That was like way early. That was like way before even my mouthwashing stream. I think that was like my first I think that was my first drunk stream. No, my second drunk stream. And who wields a baseball bat? The knight seems to wield a blade. But that's survival theory. But think about it. The knight seems to wield a blade, and that looks like a baseball bat. But who wields a baseball bat? The vast garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. There you go. Vast garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. Exactly. Thank you, Gato. That's what I'm saying. Like, I do think that Asgore is going to be like he's going to be playing a role in the next Dark World, and I think it's going to take place in the Flower King. I do think that's going to be the case. And I think I don't think Asgore is going to be the villain for that. I don't think he's going to be the villain for that. I think we're going to have multiple villains. I think they're going to be the flowers. I think they're going to be the 7 flowers. They're going to come to life, and you're going to have to fight like all of them. And the last one is going to be the one that the golden flower is going to look like Flowey a little bit. Ness has a baseball bat. Nightblade looks like a baseball bat. But then when you chip off a part of the baseball bat, if you beat the knight, it turns into a black shard. It doesn't turn into a piece of wood. If it turns into a piece of wood, then that would be like, okay, that's probably a baseball bat. A good chance of that being Des, or Ness, whatever. But it doesn't turn into a piece of wood. It turns into a black shard, which Chris wields as a weapon in later chapters.
Relationship enhances the appeal of this theory and the GIF. There are other theories and memes depicting an Asgore crash out towards Sans.
He did play
for his new
FNAF that one
relationship
time.
with
Yeah.
Tori.
I do
Imagine
want to play
being
FNAF
Asgore.
2, though.
You tried your best to be a loving husband and father, even after divorce, which may have not been reasonable or fair to you. Your ex-wife treats you incredibly coldly, but she is
Damn.
very friendly, and I mean very friendly, with the local convenience store attendant who is a complete stranger and is compared to you,
You
an
hate to see
apathetic
it.
loser. In the midst of all your ignored efforts to rebuild your family, you and your children must bear to witness your drunk ex-wife befriending this random bone man.
Befriending
Okay,
the
you can
bone
stop
man.
imagining being Asgore now. But you can imagine that from Asgore's point of view, and Chris's too, this is probably very uncomfortable and aggravating set of circumstances. This has led to the fan base generally turning against Sans Deltarune and teaming up to hate on him and support Asgore.
I know, it's kind of funny. All of a sudden, people hate Sans now. In the night, Ness brought a bat in. It's probably a long sword made of shadow crystals. So, okay, so you're saying that the bat is made out of shadow crystal? It's a crystal bat? Metal bats exist? I don't know. Maybe it's a crystal bat. Yeah. And that I've never heard of a crystal bat, but that is possible. I don't know if you broke off a part of a crystal bat, I don't know if it would turn into a shard that you wield as a knife. It would probably be like shaped in a weird way. but yeah, like a crystal bat, maybe.
This has also led to the prominence of Asgore.
But you kind of have to subscribe to the idea of there being a crystal bat, and I think that the idea of a crystal bat sounds kind of out there for me, just a little bit. I think I don't think there's a good chance of there actually being a crystal bat, but I don't know.
Or crash out.
I wonder how
games,
effective a crystal bat would be when playing baseball. Exactly.
There are other ones like the image.
It just looks
Asgore
cool. It's
hanging
used as a
Sans,
weapon. It's used as
or
a trophy.
Another pretty funny video in which Asgore drives into Sans' convenience store and opens a dark fountain. The best part is, though,
that's a good one.
More actual evidence to suggest that Asgore is approaching his breaking point. And it's actually explicitly stated in Deltarune itself.
Yeah.
That brings me to my second.
He's gonna talk about the Gerson thing.
That this idea of Asgore.
Okay. I see it.
And that's that the story of Deltarune seems to heavily be pointing.
Yeah,
towards
he's gonna
Asgore
mention it.
having
He's
a more
gonna mention
prominent
it.
role in both the past history with the
I spoke
Death's
too soon.
appearance
He
and
was gonna get
also
to
in
it.
the future. I don't mean just him being fired from the police force that his truck is not being used much anymore. I mean something far more indisputable. The prophecy. Both in the panels seen in the Church Dark World, and also in the Lord of the Hammer adaptation told by Gerson in the Secret Boss Battle. Which, let me say, writing a fantasy series about your culture's religious text is
gonna
kind
hang
of
here for a bit because
like
I'm waiting for someone.
Bible
All right, welcome back, Sawyer.
But anyway, there are numerous references to some dire event involving Asgore that may have happened in the past and may happen as well in the future. Firstly, there's this panel of the prophecy that is
Flower
so
Man,
well
Captain
hidden, I actually
Asylum.
haven't found it myself yet, but it's pretty important.
I actually found that too, but like, you do kind of have to like kind of go out of your way to find this one, and yeah, this one is pretty well hidden,
It depicts Asgore
and
in his Undertale
yeah,
outfit.
the whole
with the crown and the
saying he's
cloak.
trapped in asylum is
And
interesting.
it says the Flower Man is trapped in asylum. This could refer to him being trapped by his guilt over what he did to Des, or that he has found asylum in his servitude to the mayor to make up for his crimes.
Maybe. What does asylum mean? I need a definition of asylum, because I feel like asylum could mean a lot of things. Protection granted by a nation to someone who has left their native country as a political refugee. An institution, or it could mean an institution offering shelter and support to people who are mentally ill. Oh wow, either of these could be the case. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not the political thing. I mean, like, Carol is a mayor, so I guess that's the thing where he could be a political, like, he could be granted political asylum because the mayor is.
There are other
a
interpretations
politician.
too, such as his asylum being the Flower King store that he seems to live.
No, I think it's the mentally ill thing, maybe. What does that
Live in,
mean?
surrounded by
I'll let him
flowers.
cook.
Regardless, this suggests that there's some tragic or
You
terrible
post?
event
Hey,
that led
what's
to
up, Trix?
Asgore
Welcome back.
ending up in this asylum.
You made the
And I
art?
wager that Des has something to do with it. The most damning thing about this prophecy is actually what it's called in the files. Boss 3. The Queen Antenna prophecies are called Boss 1 and Boss 2, respectively. This
Oh wait, the Queen Antenna, Boss 1 and Boss 2? Really?
heavily implies that Asgore will be the main boss of Chapter 5. This is further supported by Gerson.
Nope. No, I don't think so. I think that's I think that's a red herring for sure. I don't think Asgore is going to be the boss. I think he's going to be a secret boss. But I think the actual boss is going to be the flower. I think the flowers are going to be the bosses. You know why? Because like, okay, I do think that Asgore might be going to Dark Worlds every once in a while. I think he does go to the Dark World every once in a while. Cause like he tells Sans that he talks to his flowers, right? And they're like, at first you would think that means he's gone a little bit insane. Maybe he did, and that would explain like the whole asylum thing. I think, what if Asgore has PTSD? Asgore might have PTSD, actually. That might be it. Huh. Maybe. And maybe he uses the black shard to open up like the dark fountain in the Flower King. At least maybe in the basement. The part of where you can't access normally. And like maybe he talks to the flowers there. Maybe there's already a dark fountain inside like the basement. And maybe there's a dark fountain in the basement. Okay, hold on. I'll write that down for later. Asgore basement Dark World. Now that's an interesting one. Chicken jockey. Art is kind of funny. Okay, I'll check it out after this video.
Who essentially gives us an outline of the story of Deltarune in the form of the chapters of his novel, The Lord of the Hammer.
Field of Pink and Gold.
It's very on the nose. For Chapter 5, titled The Field of Pink and Gold, which are two colors that are associated with Asdor, he says that the vast garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. Asdor is associated with fire magic and flowers, and would have a great cause to be jealous for the aforementioned reasons. You could say he'd have a bone to pick. Yeah. And given that previous hidden bosses have pointed towards the next main boss, such as Jevil with Queen and Spamton with Tenna, it seems almost guaranteed that Asdor is the next main boss. People have been wondering, where do the bosses go now? We already fought the Knight and a Titan by Chapter 4.
Chicken Jockey KK.
The next boss basically has
Have you
to
ever
be
watched any
less
object shows? What are object shows?
Than the Titan, for sure. But I think that's less physically massive and less intimidating than the Titan, for sure. But I think that Toby can still make it feel like a step up in stakes from the insane Titan and Knight battles by making it more emotionally intimidating and story relevant. An encounter with a truly maddened Asdor would be huge for both Deltarune and Undertale. Asdor is my favorite Undertale character, but we don't really get to see much of him in action, besides his final boss fight, which he gives up pretty quickly. And he is...
Yeah, I feel like we never really see enough of Asgore. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever met a lot of people who have who say that Asgore is their favorite. Actually, rare individual over here.
Isn't explored very deeply. So Chris and the Fun Gang being forced to fight another Lightner as the final boss of a Dark World. Chris's own father, engulfed by guilt and jealousy.
BFDI.
Would be
Wait,
even
what are you
more
talking about?
Emotionally significant and scary than fighting a Titan, in my opinion. Not to mention that at the pace the story is going right now.
Yeah, Chris fighting their own father. That would be kind of a theme. That would be kind of a crazy theme. Especially if he doesn't. If we suppose that Asgore does not know about the Dark World, they think they're dreaming. Asgore might like act out of character. You know, assuming he does have PTSD. Oh, Asgore PTSD also. I think that's solid. I think there's a solid theory to be had that like maybe Asgore has PTSD.
Now, us hearing about the Knight's backstory
never seen it, but it interests me.
In a climactic fight against Asdor, who clearly has some involvement with Carol, the Knight, and the Dark Worlds. Against Asdor, who clearly has some involvement with Carol, the Knight, and the Dark Worlds.
That crisp picture
would be a great chance to reveal that, especially if Asdor's acting out of his guilt for possibly running over Des. So I think that the theories involving Asdor being the next major boss have also fueled the fire of the fan base.
Wait to look at the art.
Onto this theory in this meme that Asdor
Alright, see you later, Trix.
genocides to Des.
See you in a bit.
But my third and final reason that everyone is obsessed with Asdor genocides to Des. Fan base lashing onto this theory in this meme that Asdor committed your genocides to Des. But my third and final reason that everyone is obsessed with Asdor running over Des is that the fan base needs more of a certain kind of drug. A powerful drug that dictates the very ebb and flow of our minds.
Weed grown by Asgore at the Flower King via his grow up.
Brain rot. After waiting years for the next chapters, the fan base went insane with Friend and Side Meets, Deltarune Tomorrows, and Ex-Husbands. Many people didn't even know what to expect once the hunger for content was finally quenched. I certainly expected it would take months for the erotic to return.
That's fair.
But it seems I was wrong. For we already have a fresh new batch of brain rot, such as the Knight Aura farming your
Wait,
we already have a fresh new batch of brain rot, such as the Knight Aura.
Yes, we see the fit December. She got that shit though. She got that shit on though.
Aura farming, you're taking too long, in the Asdor truck memes. People need something to latch on to. This theory is simultaneously believable and relevant, as well as absurd and impossible, that it made for a perfect brain rot material.
I'm so glad that someone out there also believes that this actually could be like this actually is believable enough. Yeah. I don't think it's the case. I think it's very unlikely based off of I think that'd be like kind of a crazy thing for Toby to include in the game, but
the perfect storm, you could say. Much like a car crash, you just can't look away. But I may have lied when I said that I had 3 reasons for this theory being so popular and possible at the same time. Because my 4th piece of evidence is the strongest one yet.
I wonder if this guy actually subscribes to the theory.
Truck freak. Now here you ask,
truck freak?
What the truck are you talking about? Well, for those who don't know, in the Deltarune and Undertale newsletter, there are different options, or different tiers for you to sign up for. And these tiers usually change small Easter eggs in the newsletter when they're delivered to you.
Mm-hmm.
But the top tier is called Truck Freak. And this tier is weird because I don't know why it's called that. Why is this tier called Truck Freak? Why is that the top tier?
I need to
Toby's
know
newsletter?
more. I need to see some videos about the Spamton sweepstakes thing. I don't think I feel like there's so much in the Spamton sweepstakes stuff that like people use in their theory videos, but I find it frustrating because I never really like paid that much attention to it. I've seen a few videos about it, but I don't know. I don't remember too much about it. About all the things that happened. I saw a lot of stuff that like where they use the Spamton sweepstakes as evidence for their theories, and I think that's most of the content I know about that. I'm so curious about it. I wonder if there's someone who made like a whole like video that pretty much like compiles all the relevant info for the Spamton sweepstakes stuff all in one video. Nice, easy to manage package that I can build my theories off of as well.
I know it's more than
I
just
kind of want to make a
excuse for him
theory
to
video
post
myself now.
Foam-covered pictures. What if the truck freak in question is Asdor Dreamer? The man
He's probably the
who
only one that
used
kind of fits
his
the
own
description
truck,
a little
his own
bit.
vehicle.
Only one who
kill
actually has the truck.
A young child and cover it up. But hey. But let's step back from the brain rot.
But
and consider how this
hey.
theory could play out if it were true. Essentially, let's write Asdor's version of if I did it. If this ended up being the case, how could Toby write it so that it fits the clues and narrative of the story up to this point? Well, the beginning is pretty easy to set up. One day, Asdor drank the 7 ice cold beers and decided to take his truck for a drive. On the way, he encountered December Holiday, a young teenage reindeer.
Drinking, like Asgore drinking and driving is the only thing that doesn't seem very believable to me. That's the only thing that isn't believable to me. I don't think Asgore would drink and drive. And I think if he was the type of person to do that, I think I would lose a lot of respect for him as a character. Because I like Asgore as a character. I think he seems to be like a guy who's like, you know, he seems to be just down on his luck so far in Deltarune at least. But that would kind of explain a lot. Oh, God. Like, him drinking and driving would explain the Toriel not liking him anymore thing.
Whom he was familiar with due to his close friendship with her family. With his reaction time hindered by the alcohol.
Goddamn,
this art. Des, a deer.
Is he just, wait, what is this? Did he throw his truck? Did he throw like a toy truck at Des? That's kind of what this looks like.
Was stuck staring into the lights of his truck and could not evade. The collision resulted in Des becoming fallen down.
Hey, what's up, Wayward?
She was not dead.
How you doing, man?
Wounded. Asdor was horrified.
What's going on?
He couldn't let his closest friends know that he had just fatally wounded their daughter due to his own bad choices. And what if Toriel found out? Or Chris and Asriel? The poor children. So he hid her in the one place they thought they would never find her. The shelter. When Des didn't come home...
Wait, hold on.
Or Chris and Asriel.
Asdor
was horrified. He couldn't let his closest friends know that he had just fatally wounded their daughter due to his own bad choices. And what if Toriel found out? Or Chris and Asriel? The poor children. So he hid her in the one place they thought they would never find her. The shelter. When Des didn't come home, everyone assumed she was lost. Lost where the forest would grow. The police force was tasked with finding Des, but Asdor could never let her be found. Imagine what would happen to him. So he intentionally misled the search efforts and let the case go cold. The mayor, disappointed in Asdor, fired him and had him replaced.
So, So the idea is that Chris was there during the supposed accident, the alleged accident. This bad boy can hit so many deer-shaped road bumps. Asgore, very interesting. Yes. I'm fine, brother. Mighty fine. Yo, nice. How's Hawaii treating you, man? How's it feel to be back home? I'm assuming you're back home right now. I think you mentioned last time you said you're on your way back.
Maybe she had her suspicions of his actions as well. Asdor, in the midst of his guilt over Des, and being unable to provide for his family through his job, beginning to drink more, argue with Toriel more, and generally become a wreck, leading to their divorce. Seeing Asgore so desperate, living in a dump of a flower shop, and eating only jarred pickles, the Holiday family, who is pretty well off, decided to show pity to their old friend and accommodate him in exchange for his service around the manor.
I'm kind of with him a little bit. I can see I can see where this is. I can see where he's I can see what he's cooking. My only thing is, replace beer with weed, and we got something. Replace beer with weed, and we might be on to something for real. I don't know. Maybe I feel like Asgore's a stoner. You know, maybe it's just like maybe it's the flower shop. Maybe it's just like him having a flower shop just makes me 100% believe that he's like a stoner that gets high off his own supply.
Eventually, there'd be news of
The Delta weed theory. I should make a Delta weed theory video just like to meme on, just as a meme.
strange occurrences from the shelter, strange sounds, and an ear.
God, the more I think about making the Delta weed theory, the more I kind of want to do it. Like, Ralsei is actually like he's actually he's actually a joint. He's actually either a blunt or a joint that he represents the blunt or a joint that Susie and Chris get high off of whenever they go to the dark world, right? That's why Ralsei's always there whenever they go to dark world, right? Like, Ralsei is the blunt, okay? And by the time they close the fountain, right, get down to the bottom of the joint, Ralsei's gone. They leave the dark world. By the time they sober up, Ralsei's not there. I'm telling you, the Delta weed theory. There's something there. I can make a whole video about it. I should totally do that. Like, it's gonna be so stupid. I'm just gonna make it as memey as possible. The hell are you on about? The Delta weed theory is what I'm talking about. Like, he's talking about the whole, like, Asgore, like, drinking a lot, becoming an alcoholic and stuff. And then he eventually runs over deaths at some point. That's what he's on right now. And I'm thinking about, like, I like the idea of, like, Asgore having, like, being like a stoner and getting high and then hitting deaths while driving under the influence of weed. I think it makes more sense because he has like a flower shop where I assume he's growing the flowers inside this flower shop, so he has the equipment to grow plants, right? It could be growing weed in this basement. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. That's crazy that you even know about that meme too, Wayward. That shit is blowing up everywhere. I didn't know that you were like I didn't know that you were an Undertale or Deltarune fan. Feel like a new man. You're going out for your coop. Okay, Sire. See you in a bit. Say hello to your chickens for me. Feel like a new man. Really went to Japan. Saw how everything's going on there. Came home eating and fishing, eating a shit ton of deer jerky. Let's go. Very nice. Yeah. You're in Japan. I remember that. Yeah. Asgore's flower shop is actually a front for a weed store. Yes. And like Chris is also kind of like one of like he has Chris, selling the weed for him, and like Chris, like, in order to get Susie to stop bullying him, he offered to share some of his weed with Susie, He's like, hey, Susie, why beat me up when we can chill? Pulls up a joint. They go to the janitor's closet in the back of the school. They toke up a joint. The joint becomes Ralsei, and they're just like hanging out, like smoking the weed, and they're imagining the weed is like a friend of theirs. There's a reason why he's green. I feel like I can make a solid, if this guy can make a solid theory video that explains the meme of like the fucking Bergen truck meme, I think I can make a theory video that I can put together a coherent Delta weed theory video. But there's plastered all over IG. I can't escape it, but I ain't mad. It's a funny meme, dude. Yeah, it definitely showed up all over my YouTube feed too, especially since I follow Deltarune content in general. It's all over my TT. My Insta is low-key cursed as fuck. Damn. I'm kind of scared to ask Kate. I'm scared to ask why.
Maybe even a mat in exchange for his service around the manor. Eventually there'd be news of strange occurrences from the shelter, strange sounds and an eerie darkness. Maybe even a mad scientist. Dr. Wing Gaster, who had taken refuge in the bunker, had used Dess's fallen down body for his very interesting experiments, transforming her into the night, possibly with a dark fountain or some other determination-based process.
Now that would be very, very interesting.
This parallels the amalgamates found in Undertale's True Lab, the amalgamates made by fallen down monsters and determination, the amalgamates that the knight heavily resembles. When Carol found that her daughter may be alive in the form of this...
Yeah, there has to be a reason why they reused the design for the amalgamates for the random Darkners examples that Rosé mentions when he was explaining how the Dark World works.
Creature created in the bunker. She enlisted Asdor to help her recover her daughter. Asdor, indebted to her for her generosity, and also for his guilt for killing Des, couldn't resist helping her. So that brings us to Chapter 4, with the heroes overcoming a Titan and getting closer to the truth.
The only thing I wish he would... I wonder if he's going to address this. Like when you talk to Toriel and Rudy, she mentions like, I wish she wouldn't enable that bad habit of his or something like that. Like, I'm assuming I guess he would probably just say that probably kind of means like the alcohol addiction. Maybe she's referring he would probably say that she's referring to the alcohol addiction, because it seems like he seems to be like assuming that in this theory Asgore is an alcoholic. So yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah, I don't think he needs to go into it. Hey, what's up, Mr. Puzzles? Asgore now had divorce shoes. He did. He did have divorce shoes. No, Toriel's the one with the divorce shoes. And I know, like, Toriel was wearing her divorce shoes when she first met Mr. Sands, and that's how Mr. Sands realized that she was single and ready to be befriended. He's like, "Oh, Toriel, looks like you got some very nice divorce shoes there." I'm not the TV guy from the game. Are you a different TV guy? TV guy from the game. Which TV guy? I enjoyed a road soda or two while driving in the past. Haruka Karabu from Walmart looking ass. Okay, I will say, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. You know, I think there are definitely limits. Some people can handle like I think I've never done this, but I feel like if I had literally just one can of beer, I feel like I could drive just fine. I would never risk it, because one beer is enough to get you a DUI, and it's not worth that risk for me, I don't find that worth the risk, so I would never do it. But I feel like I could drink after one beer. 2 beers is pushing it though. I think 2 beers, I don't think I'd be. I think I might. If I have 2 beers, I think there would be a problem, I think. Like, I don't think I'd be like crashing into stuff immediately, but I would definitely like not be as attentive as a driver after 2 beers. 1 beer, I don't think that would do much for me. But again, like that, all I'm saying is that I get that there are people who have different like tolerances for that stuff. I don't think it's good though. You know, I don't think it's worth the risk. I think there's too much at stake. You know, I've maybe I've been around. I've been exposed to too many drunk driving incidents. I've known too many people who died when I was like in high school because of drunk driving. I've seen it a lot. When I was living in Vegas for a little bit, there was like a car accident like every single time. Like every day I was driving around, I would see a car accident every single day when I was in Vegas. Literally every day. I'm not even joking. I feel like I feel crazy saying it because I feel like it sounds like an exaggeration, but like if you've been in Vegas, if you've spent a significant amount of time in Vegas, you might know what I mean. Like literally every single time you're going out for a drive, there's always a car, like there's always like a police car and like some car crash, like holding up traffic at some point. It's insane. So, you know, like I do have some pretty strong feelings about that. Don't do it. Please don't do it. It's not, yeah, don't drink and drive. Not only are you putting yourself at risk, you're putting innocent people at risk too. And say, I can't open it around family or people because it's instantly, it's like just suggestive because it's instant, no matter, not Twitter. I don't even have Twitter though. Okay. If it's just suggestive, I don't think it's that big of a deal, Kate. If you're talking about like some explicit stuff, then like, I guess I just don't use Insta that much. So I didn't know that like Insta doesn't have like, I didn't know that Insta has like has a rule against like anything explicit. I always just assume that Insta is just kind of like Twitter, but more focused on pictures, you know, or videos. As we're gonna be pissed off because of what Sans did, yeah. I mean, like Gerson, this guy actually does mention that Gerson pretty much like foreshadows that like Asgore is going to be like crashing out over some jealous shit in the next chapter. Hestia is peak chicken. But yeah, welcome back, Sawyer. Yeah, Hestia. Oh, Hestia's right there, just like hanging out. I got my doggo hanging out on my lap right now too. Just chilling. She's nuzzling me. It tickles. Aw, that's cute. I looked it up. I thought it was a game. Watch your words, Neil. You don't think you're promoting drunk driving. No, I'm not promoting it at all. I've never done it. Never will. But I feel like I mean, I just feel like after one can of beer, I feel like I could. I'm just being honest there. And it's just kind of wild. Asgore is going to be pissed because what Sans did in chapter 4. Yes, he's going to find out. I mean, he's already been hiding in the bushes and stuff just to look at just to like catch Toriel and stuff. Who's to say that he's not going to come over like that night, you know? Maybe he might come over that night, you know, like maybe after Susie leaves, right? Maybe Asgore is gonna like visit the home. He's gonna see like, oh, is Toriel still awake? Maybe, you know, maybe we can go over. We can talk about stuff before Asriel comes over, and then he's gonna look through the window. He's gonna see like Toriel dancing with Sans, and he's gonna crash out. What's up, Dionysus? Why don't you die? What's up, Dionysus? How you been? I'm in my car right after a wine. Didn't see the user. I've been here for years. Just went into hibernation. Are you the same Dionysus that's been in my chat before, or are you a different Dionysus? Dionysus passed the vibe check. Yeah. Little did I know. Real quick, one of my favorite animators drops a Suzelle animation. All right, see you later, Debunking. The other chickens pecked off her lower feathers when he got her. Aw. She sounds like a sweetie, though.
Asgore's given his hardest.
Oh, you're the same Dionysus? Okay.
lure the heroes into his flower shop before the festival.
Welcome back. Welcome
and
back.
get them off the trail so that the plans are not interrupted for the festival. He can easily create a dark fountain since Susie does it as well, and he could be quite powerful in the Dark World, given his power in Undertale, and that he could possibly already have experience fighting there. Not to mention that he would be in his own home turf, surrounded by a sea of plants that would bend to his will as the Flower King. He'd be okay with this task, as he and Chris would be working together, so he wouldn't have to be afraid of hurting his child. During the final battle,
it's gonna be like
Asdor
the
will
Roaring Knight thing, I guess. He's like how the Roaring Knight kind of like didn't really go too hard against Chris.
explain his tragic history and become
This
more
is a weird deer-shaped road bump. I'm the original Starwalker. So he's kind of some king of Bergen trucking.
enraged and more unhinged, consumed by guilt and jealousy, leading him to unleash a massive fire attack that leaves the entire area engulfed in flames. Maybe even the Flower King shop in the Light World as well, destroying the last thing that Asdor has left. This tragedy can be a major turning point in Asdor's character and the story as a whole, possibly leading him to
I am curious.
drop his efforts of working with Carol and joining
I
the
am
heroes'
curious about
side.
how it's going to play out.
Of course, there are more ways that Asdor could appear as a boss
Especially
in the Dark
knowing what
World.
happens in
Maybe he
Chapter 4.
gets, possessed or
Hydration
taken
check,
over
y'all.
in some
Make
way
sure
as
you're
well.
hydrated.
There are probably explanations that are even better than mine and more likely as well. But I feel like mine give a pretty decent outline of a story about how Asdor running over deaths, despite being a meme, could actually fit into the story of Deltarune quite well with what we know about the past and upcoming story of the game. With that in mind, thanks for watching the video. If you made it this far in the video, then you must like the video, so why not like the video? Also,
I do
big
like the
shout out
video.
to these lovely supporters on Ko-Fi, Patreon, and YouTube,
Good
as well
video,
as a big
good
shout out
video.
to our Fruit Salad Gym members, Com, Luke, and Health Fuck
I'll
Prefect,
subscribe.
and our one
I'll give him the
insane
subscribe.
member.
That was a
Ivy.
solid
Love
theory.
you all. Be safe, be smart.
I like he covered a lot of really good things that I felt like not a lot of people talk about. And yeah. I like how he mentioned the Gerson thing. I mean, a lot of people do mention the Gerson thing, but I like how he covered everything that I felt like I wanted to bring up. He immediately brings it up after I bring it up. Of like, oh shit, this guy knows his stuff. Good video, I think. The Bergen truck. Yes, you're out of luck. Vibrinate the act of passing the check and writing the vibe. Committing crimes right after some wine. Just committing crimes. She is. Aw, she sounds very cute. Make sure you just make sure she feels loved there, Sawyer. I ain't going to do my time. Not the GMC Sierra. GMC Sierra. I like how you knew the make and model of the car. I befriended your mom. What are you gonna do about it? Is that Sans Undertale? See, my friend's calling me. Have a nice night. Have a nice night, Natalie. See you later. You know, drink wine from Q can. I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. Take care, Nat. Can we make a canon so the reason Dio wasn't in God Games was because he wanted to use a Bergen truck on Athena? Dio? Are you talking about Dio from... Are you talking about Dio from JoJo? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? You're talking about Dionysus. Oh, I thought you were talking about Dionysus. I thought you were talking about JoJo. Is that a kazoo? The fuck? Yes. You haven't seen the kazoo. You haven't been here during my kazoo ever since I got the kazoo. Yeah, I got a kazoo, Wayward. I'm done. Once I start, I can't stop. It's hard to stop. When the streams budget go up, you write that kazoo off as business expense, brother. Hell yeah, you know it. That'll smell of bad pastries and old soup. Are you talking to me? Talking to me, Hornet? The soup might be old, but those pastries are good. And I have to make that. The soup is only old because I had to make it last a week, okay? It's called portioning it out for the week. Only I had a piano nearby because I can play a small part of Megalovania. Yeah. Good job, by the way, on that, kid. Good job. Yeah, but yeah, the budget definitely went up. I spent time on making my new model, or like making the new model with pre-made assets that I bought off of Booth. I didn't make all the textures or everything with my model, but I assembled all the parts to it. I want to make sure that's clear. I don't want to come off as me saying like, "Oh, I made this from the ground up." Welcome back, Shabunka. Zawino. Zawino! I only know cowboy songs on my harmonica. Oh, my horns look goofy. I fought off 3 cats for a grape. For a grape? Now my horns look goofy. Oh, wait. Does Dionysus have horns? I didn't know that. Have a drink Neil, one sip will tell your future. I don't know if I want to know the future. I'm scared of learning too much knowledge. I might be cursed with knowledge. Yo, Wayward though. I've always wanted to learn how to play the harmonica. That's kind of cool that you know how to play it. I'm actually a little bit jealous. How hard is the harmonica to learn? Would you say it's an easy one, or is it like just about as difficult as any other instrument, you know? The OG Saturn. Remember back at 202 subs? Wait, you remember back at 202 subs? You were around? You were subscribed to me during the 202 subs? Dionysus? Because I didn't watch Epic the Musical. I didn't watch Epic the Musical until like way after 200 subs. I think I was like around. I think Epic the Musical. I watched that around like. Fuck, maybe it was around 200 subs. Huh. No, I feel like that was maybe around 300 to 400. Nah, the whining. I was so many different beings. Oh, really? Oh, so you were someone else before Dionysus? Who were you? What was your original name when you joined my streams? If you can whistle good and control your breath well enough, you can play a harmonica like a dream. I can whistle a little bit. It triggers my dog though. Every time I whistle, he looks at me. I can't do it. I always fuck it up at first though. I always have to lick my lips a little bit. But that's all I need to know in order to learn the harmonica. Maybe I should pick one up. That sounds cool. I always liked the harmonica. I always thought it was a cool instrument. This is a good video. What's Oh, I saw this one. It looked pretty interesting. How Chris is still the knight. Toriel's connection to the Dark Worlds. I kind of want to check out a Toriel video. Chris / theory. This has a lot of views. People told me that this is a waste of time at the very least. I don't know if this is going to be a waste of time because I feel like I could upload a reaction to this and it would probably get a decent amount of views as well. But that's just a theory. Are you back? Oh wait, is Shabunka still here? Okay, Shabunka's back, right? Yeah. Shabunka just came back. Okay. I think it's good. I think it's a good time to watch Shabunka's new video. Shabunka's in chat. Chris Knight 2 is interesting. Yeah, you gotta go. Remember the wino? Let she force people to be drunk. I don't know. I worked at Burger King's. Maybe. I do kind of remember someone referring to themselves as wino. Maybe. Chris / theory is so mid. It's mid, but it has a lot of views. And maybe I can bash it. If it's really that crazy, I can bash it, and it'll be funny for that reason. But I think I do need to use the restroom real quick. I just had a few sips of Monster, and I think it's time for me to use the restroom for a bit, real quick. BRB, y'all, BRB, and then right after that, Shamuka's recent upload, the final prophecy. I am very interested in this theory, actually, so I'm curious about what you have to say about it. Your other video, the debunking video, was pretty solid. So this is gonna be a good one. You gotta go in like an hour, so just keep that in mind. Okay, BRB. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. You gotta go, Wayward. See you later, Wayward. You gotta move the boat before the Coast Guard gets here. Ooh, oh no, yeah. I don't know what you're doing, but you probably don't want to get caught. You gotta go in an hour. Okay, okay. I'll try to react to this one a little bit faster.
Hey, I didn't notice this until it was far too late, but a lot of the audio here for like the first 2 minutes or so.
Welcome back.
peaks a
Thank
lot.
you.
I like blow into my mic, so just be wary of that. Alright, before I do my whole
Oh my God!
I'm gonna talk about some channels
You
real
blow
quick.
into your mic. Oh my God! I can't believe you do that, Shabunka. How can you be a type of person to blow into the mic? He said he's fishing. Yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe he doesn't have a fishing license. Oh fuck. It's everyone's ocean. Okay, it's everyone's ocean. That's what I choose to believe. He's sleeping, I think, in my lap. Aw.
quick. Nothing serious, but
That's
since I know
adorable.
99% of you probably just want to skip to the good part, I'll put a timestamp on screen and probably in the description to skip to. With that
Channel
being
talk.
said, thank you so much for all the support on my Best Debunking film.
Yeah!
I got a ton of comments, and I did actually try and read all
Yeah,
of them.
like, it
I've
had a
already
lot of
started the
views.
process of working on part 2, but it'll definitely be a little while. because I'm
Congrats,
kind
by
of
the way.
tired of
Congrats on all the
promoting
views.
so I'm gonna make a few videos such as this one in the meantime. Speaking of this video, let's get that bad boy started already. Even before Chapter 4, Ralsei was a suspicious character to many. With his strange awareness of locations in the light world, his behind-the-scenes interactions with Chris, and more. But during the events of Chapter 4, Ralsei's suspiciousness was off the charts, anxiously running ahead of the rest of the fun gang for no apparent reason and feverishly checking books for this unnamed it. Later, we get to see why. After some polite discussions,
Like I think they do a pretty good job. I do think that they do a pretty good job at like explaining why Ralsei was so sus. I think this actually does explain a lot of what of Ralsei's sussiness. There's definitely still stuff that's sussy about him, but I feel like if we were to take his explanation at face value, then it does explain away quite a bit of what of our suspicions of Ralsei. But the fact that we still don't know in like everything, I just don't want to believe that Ralsei is going to turn out to be some secret bad guy. I'm a little bit scared. I'd be pretty heartbroken about it. After everything that we've been through, after all of the like after all of like the moments that we've had, you know, only for him to turn out to be like the secret bad guy, kind of like it turns out he's like kind of like the Flowey of the game, you know, but in a way that it feels like you're getting backstabbed, you know, because like you actually assumed that he was your friend the whole time. I think maybe like Flowey is a little bit of like maybe Flowey is kind of a prototype for Ralsei, huh? Because like in the beginning of Undertale, you have no reason to assume that Flowey is a bad person at first, right? Like Flowey is a person that kind of the character that introduces you to the world of Undertale, like how the combat works. Very similar to Ralsei, but you find out that Flowey is a bad guy immediately. Maybe Ralsei would be like a more slow burn, you know? You feel like you find out that Ralsei is a bad guy like way later in the story. That would be crazy. That would hurt a lot. That would suck. You sound like the dudes from SpongeBob when you're going to your mic. Are you talking about I can't understand what you're saying on your accent? It's like the people from what was that place called? Like the Advanced Darkness place. I forgot what it was called.
everyone comes to terms and agrees that Ralsei should go ahead from now on. However, Susie promptly forgets about this after the Titan fight and rushes off ahead in search of Gerson, only to be met with
Yeah, what could
the
that
final
be?
prophecy. The
What
very
is the
thing
prophecy?
Ralsei didn't want her to see. And
I had
today,
some theories
I want
on
to
the
discuss what
prophecy.
exactly Susie may have seen. First, let's lay out the facts. So far, we know the final prophecy will save.
Like my thing is what my main concern is what kind of prophecy would it have to be to get that kind of reaction out of Susie? It would have to be a pretty crazy revelation that would get that. Like usually Susie's like reactions to things are very interesting. She has very specific things that she reacts very strongly to. That being the case, I'm so curious about what it could be. So I'm curious about now. I'm curious about what your thoughts are on this. So. I think you meant to sound like the guys from Rock Bottom. Yes, that's the place. Yes, thank you. Makes a bit of sense that Ralsei would maybe be evil since he's so similar looking to I'm assuming you mean Asriel. Yeah, because he does kind of have a lot of parallels with Asriel / like Flowey, right? So it would make some sense. I just don't want it to be the case. But I think maybe that's the point. Maybe Toby made Rose so likable, but still sus, so that it actually would feel like twisting the knife once you get backstabbed, you know?
And probably affect both the light and dark world. We know that.
Because like Rose being evil, I think would only really work if we were to assume that Chris, the Roaring Knight, and Rose were all in on it. They're all working together, because sometimes Rose wants the player to look at like what's going on with Susie, to distract away from whatever conversation Rose has with Chris without the soul. So those moments definitely, I do think that Rose is in cahoots with the Knight as well, honestly. Azraelia, sorry. I don't want him to be evil though. Yeah, but that yeah, we don't want him to be evil, but that makes it feel like it'd be even more. It would be even more impactful if he does betray you, right? Because I think maybe we've gotten to the point where like the whole like, oh, your friend is your enemy this whole time trope has been used a lot in the past, to the point where a lot of more modern games don't do that as much. But maybe we've come full circle where like modern games, since modern games don't do that trope as often, maybe they're more willing to do it now in even more recent games, right? Maybe we've come full circle. Maybe like your friend betraying you would actually work in the story. You know, it'd actually be compelling again. Who knows? Someone said they ate my chicken. Who? Hestia? How dare they?
That it's a tragedy. We know that it's something Ralsei is clearly
Save
dreading
both
and wants to
worlds.
hide from Chris and Susie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also something Susie is able to laugh off, but not because it's so minor, because that would never happen. So, because it's so extreme. But also she kind of doesn't laugh it off because she's clearly down and bugged about something in the light world.
Right.
We'll come back to this later. This is an important point. Also, according to Susie, it's something her and Chris wouldn't let happen, and something Ralsei especially wouldn't let happen. These are all almost undoubtable facts related to the final prophecy, but we can infer a little more out of these last few moments of chapter 4.
Yeah.
While they aren't 100% fact, these next few bits are speculations we can come
Okay. Very solid list. These are all things that it kind of has to
to based on dialogue we see. It's something Ralsei thought kindness would fix. With what he says here, he clearly thought the final prophecy may change if they were nice enough, so maybe it has something to do with our recruits. However, that wouldn't add up since the final prophecy has to affect both worlds. So, I don't know.
If we were kind enough, I think that kind of makes me wonder what happens to items, right? What happens to these items when we attack them, right? If we were to attack them and then they become lost, right? When they become lost instead of recruited, do they just break? Do they just become broken? Is it like, say like if we had like what's an example, like the chess pieces, right? The chess pieces from or like a mouse, right? One of the mice from chapter 2. You know, you can't lose anything from chapter 1. So maybe chapter 2 is a better example. Like if you were to kill everything in chapter 2, does all that stuff just become broken in real life? I wonder. Because maybe having all the stuff not be broken might be a factor somehow. If we were to assume that what Ralsei said about being kind is relevant. Tenor breaks and you don't spare him. Yeah, you're right, he does break. So these things do break, yeah. There might be something there. I'll let you cook though.
No, it has something to do with the three heroes. We already know the final prophecy is a tragedy, and a lot of people assume it's one that will happen to one of our heroes. But given Susie's dialogue here, it could be a hell of a lot worse than we initially thought. And finally, this one is the most speculatory, so
It's
take
like
it with a
Susie's
grain of
reaction
salt,
is pretty
but
crazy.
It may have something to do with Ralsei. I'm inferring this from two pieces of information we receive. One, from the fact that when Susie seemingly tells Chris the final prophecy at the end of chapter 4, she says, "We wouldn't let that happen," right?
Yeah.
Alright, now think. If the prophecy were about either of these two, it wouldn't make sense. If it were about Susie, she would say, "I wouldn't let that happen." And if it were about Chris, she would say, "You wouldn't let that happen," right?
Okay.
Therefore, the prophecy would have to be something about Ralsei and not Chris or
Interesting.
Susie. If you're not convinced just yet, allow me to introduce. Wait, too.
Interesting.
After Susie comforts Ralsei, he remarks her kindness. Think about it
Yes.
like this.
Very
If your
interesting.
friend found an old
He
picture
brings it up a lot. He brings up Susie's kindness a lot, like so often that, like to the point where he cries about it. It's pretty important. Susie's kindness is like, I think it's pretty important to note that apparently Susie's kindness is so surprising to Ralsei. For some reason, he's so surprised by it. I don't know what that means, but there's got to be something there. Hey, what's up? What's up, Monolium? Oi, mates. I'm assuming that's Monolium. I'm pretty sure. Even if Anman was trying to pretend to be Monolium, I don't think he'd be saying "Oi, mates." You gotta go. See you later, Hornet. Good seeing you. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out. They're saying my chicken is a bear in a chicken suit. A bear in a chicken suit. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
of you doing, I don't know, some absolutely batshit crazy stuff at a party, they have two options. Either A, they judge you for it and be like, "Damn, are you hiding something from me?" Or B, they're like, "Damn, you were different back then. Glad you turned out cool though." This
Wait,
is
hold on.
sort of...
We're so I think I may have missed it.
After Susie comforts Ralsei, he remarks her kindness. Think about it like this. If your friend found an old picture of you doing, I don't know, some absolutely batshit crazy stuff at a party, they have two options. Either A, they judge you for it and be like, "Damn, are you hiding something from me?" Or B, they're like, "Damn, you were different back then. Glad you turned out cool though." This is sort of the reverse of that. If the final prophecy were something horrible about Ralsei and Susie just shrugged it off and consoled him, of course he'd remark her kindness, right? Okay, I think that's it. With all that laid out, I'm gonna go over a couple of theories I've seen thrown around and see how well they line up with these criteria. Theory number 1. One of the members of the fun gang around and see...
Ralsei thought kindness would change it. It's something to do with the three heroes. It has something to do with bad to do with Ralsei.
See how well they line up with these criteria. Theory number 1. One of the members of the fun gang sacrifices themselves. This is what most people, myself included actually, assume the final prophecy was at first. And honestly, it seems pretty likely. It's a tragedy that could affect the light and dark world. It's definitely something Ralsei would be dreading and try to...
I still suspect that it does. Maybe this can sway me away. I still think it has something to do with like sacrificing Susie to some extent. For the only main reason is that I feel like it fits nicely into like the Carol is the Roaring Night theory that I have. You know, and the whole like, and it also kind of works alongside also like the Noel is part of the original prophecy thing too. But I don't know. I might like get into it later, but for now, I'm just gonna let it. I'm just gonna put it at that. What's this? Final prophecy criteria will save both worlds strategy. Ralsei's dreading it. Ralsei wants to hide it from the others. Susie can laugh it off, but not because it's minor. Susie thinks that's would never happen. Bug Susie. Susie says her and Chris wouldn't let it happen. Susie says Ralsei especially wouldn't let it happen. Ralsei thought kindness to change it. Okay.
Try to hide, and something Susie could laugh off for being so absurd, but maybe not really something Chris or Susie would try and prevent, and especially not Ralsei, given how goody two-shoes he is for the prophecy. It also doesn't make sense that this would be something kindness can fix. I mean, I can maybe see it, but only in a very specific
there's a lot of
circumstances,
angles to
I
think.
guess it can be related to Ralsei if you're specifically theorizing that Ralsei would be the one to sacrifice himself. All in all, this theory isn't bad, but definitely not one I personally buy into. The whole kindness thing really throws it off the rails for me. Theory number 2.
Yeah, the kindness thing does throw it off for me as well. Yeah, it does. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. I do want to know. Because there are a lot of things that don't make sense still. I need to. Man, maybe I should do some theory crafting later.
So this is kind of general, and there are a lot of different flavors of this theory, but basically this theory argues that the final
Let's cut the tree
prophecy
down,
is the
Susie
end
Sheep.
of the Dark World as a whole, typically in the form of the Castletown fountain
Cut the
being
tree
the final
down.
one sealed. And honestly, when you look at
What tree are you talking about? Hold on. I'm trying to think about what tree are you talking about? What did Susie cut down a tree at some point? I don't remember that. Okay, sorry.
buy into, the whole kindness thing really throws it off the rails for me. Theory number 2.
No more Dark World.
So this is kind of general, and there are a lot of different flavors of this theory, but basically this theory argues that the final prophecy is the end of the Dark World as a whole, typically in the form of the Castletown fountain being the final one sealed. And honestly, when you look at the requisites, it mostly adds up. Mostly. There's one major flaw
The end
with
of
this
the Dark
theory to me.
World?
The final prophecy has to affect both the light and
Yep. Glad you're pointing that
world.
out.
This isn't just something that's sort of implied by
It says
Susie
both
Ralsei,
worlds.
It's straight up
They say
stated in
both
the prophecy.
worlds.
I don't really see how the end of the Dark World would somehow affect the Light World. Even if we assume the roaring was happening at the time, it still just doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of the Dark World ending theory. I probably wouldn't believe it. I probably would instantly not really believe it, to be honest. Just because of I feel like that part of the prophecy is pretty explicit. I feel like it says enough that you don't need to even consider the idea of the Dark World ending as being part of the prophecy. I'm gonna put the OST almost marine tone.
I don't see why Susie
This
would be so immediately
I don't know what that
tilted
is.
over this to punch it with enough force to cause her hand to bleed. These are
Yeah.
the two most commonly held theories I've been able to find online, but there's one
Interesting.
more I
The Dark.
myself-
I'm really. That's interesting that's one of those. That's one of the more common ones. I don't think I've seen it myself at all.
would like to bring to the table. While writing this video, I was thinking about this line.
They like my
And
chicken's
at
taste.
first,
Apparently has
I
to.
read it as a 100% confirmation that the final prophecy has to be something to do with Ralsei, as stated earlier. But then I realized something. Maybe instead of confirming it's about Ralsei, it was instead saying the final prophecy has to do something with Chris and Susie. After coming to this conclusion, I realized there was only one thing.
Chris and Susie. Interesting. What song background? Oh, that song in the background? That was the Dark World, the Church Dark World theme, I think. One of them. The Church Dark World has a couple of themes, but it's one of them. I forgot which one it is. I think it's Church Dark World 2, maybe. But I forgot what the name. I don't think I ever looked up what the name for the song was, so I wouldn't be able to help you with that. Sorry. The music that's just playing. Oh, really? Oh, that was the song. Are you talking about the song in the
aforementioned criteria? That
song,
being
the
theory number
Deltarune
3.
song?
Chris and Susie fight to the death. It all adds up, really, and it scares me. I'll go over the criteria one by one just to prove.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay, go
Susie and Chris
on.
are both
Third
lighters who
Sanctuary,
interact
thank
with
you.
The Dark World, so it would definitely affect and probably save, but we'll get to that later, both the light and dark world. One of the two would die, so it would definitely be a tragedy. It's something Ralsei would for sure be dreading and want to hide from the two, so they aren't paranoid of each other and hesitant to work with one another. It's most definitely something Susie would say would never happen because she knows how close her and Chris are, but it's also something that would actually bug her because of her past.
Over here, gonna mark Susie can laugh it off, but Not because it's minor, but for obvious reasons. Okay.
Obviously, it's something Chris, but it's also something that would actually bug her because of her past. Obviously, it's something Chris, or at least the Chris Susie knows, aka you and Susie, wouldn't let happen. And knowing how much of a peacekeeper Ralsei is, it's definitely something Susie thinks Ralsei wouldn't let happen. Obviously, it's something Ralsei would think kindness could fix if it's two people fighting. This could also explain why Ralsei was so concerned about Susie being violent and rebellious despite being a hero, and why he tried so hard to change her. If I have to explain this to you,
I'm kind of with you there. Okay. I like that. I like it's literally two of the heroes fighting. I don't care. I don't really know what else to say.
Wait, actually have a dent in your head. I already went over how point 1 of this can be completely flipped on its head, but let's talk about point 2. And honestly, it's not too hard to also change how you interpret this. You could read it as Ralsei remarking Susie's kindness because instead of immediately lashing out at Chris, she went to console Ralsei, who was clearly more distraught about this whole thing than her. And that's all the criteria. Okay. Really, the more I thought about this, the more it all made sense. Oh, right, I said I was going to talk about how this could save both the worlds. While this is just pure speculation, imagine this. Final chapter, final hour. Chris...
You gotta go now that your friend's back? See you later, Sawyer. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, what's up, Dip? Just woke up. Also, Hestia says bye. Bye, Hestia. Okay. That was second sanctuary? Oh, that was second sanctuary. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think that was second sanctuary. You're right. Yeah.
Chris has completely broken free from the soul. Oh, right, I said I was going to talk about how this could save both the worlds. While this is just pure speculation, imagine this. Final chapter, final hour. Chris has completely broken free from the soul and has gone full traitor mode. Now that Susie sees their true colors, and since she's aware of the final prophecy, she readies her axe for a battle. The final battle. She ends up killing Chris, her first real friend, and the worlds are saved. There are no more Lightners who believe in the Night's will, who wish to bring the roaring. The worlds are saved, but at what cost? Alternative.
I don't think Chris wants to fight Susie, though. I will say I think Chris, even without the soul, still likes Susie. I think. I feel like I've seen from the little hints that I've seen. I feel like I think Chris likes Susie overall. Unless you're, because I'm not sure if you're implying that because I'm not sure if you're implying that Chris is like secretly not like doesn't like Susie, like his true colors and stuff. But I don't know. That's just my hunch, honestly.
Alternatively, during Snowgrave, the soul will desperately cling to Chris's body, basically possessing them and using them as a puppet. Then, rather than Chris being slain...
Well, Chris, even without the soul, blushes when Chris gives the knife to Susie. I agree. They seem very true to the Knight's will. Yeah, that's true too. Like Chris blushes when he gives the knife to Susie. Like when you take over the character in chapter 3, you take over the little like pixel Chris, right? Like the little video game Chris. Then you go over to stab Susie. If you choose to try and stab Susie and stuff, Chris will save her from getting stabbed. You know, you could make the argument that maybe he was trying to stop her from getting killed. I don't think that would have been enough to kill Susie. I think Chris genuinely didn't want Susie to get hurt. That's my thing. That was the way that was my interpretation of that moment, at least.
Susie is killed, not by Chris, but by you. Obviously, this may not be exactly what happens, but I just wanted to paint a picture to drive my point in. Thanks a ton for watching. If you like this video, not like Chris, Snowgrave, the soul will desperately cling to Chris's body, basically possessing them and using them as a puppet. Then, rather than Chris being slain, Susie is killed, not by Chris, but by you. Obviously, this may not be exactly what happened.
Okay, interesting. That is also very interesting. So so this kind of accounts for both routes. Okay. Actually, that's pretty clean. That's a pretty clean way to close that out. Okay. I gotta go. Neil, you can go ahead and look at the drawing. Comment. That's your thing. Oh yeah, fuck. That's right. I didn't know. I didn't know you were here. Wait, when did you come back, Trix? I thought I thought you left and then you said you were gonna come back later. But let me see real quick. Well, if you're still here, I'll check it out real quick. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Wait, what is this a reference to? Is this supposed to be a reference? I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the reference is. This is a funny picture. I like the I like his facial expression. So while the ending may not be different, the result is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I like how you managed to make it fit with both endings. I like that. Oh yeah, I seen a theory that the knight is possibly the human we first make, and that's looking for its soul, us, and going to on a rampage since whoever it was forced the player away. They're from the body and soul put into Chris. I think I heard someone say something like that before too. That is a pretty interesting theory too, actually. Like anything that involves like the human that we threw away, I think is I think that's always going to be an interesting theory. It's possible. It is possible. And it would make some sense. I used to think I could be friends with Chris, but after seeing Chris's truce with a knight, I'll make sure to give Chris, especially Chris and especially only Chris, the worst ending possible for Chris. What is the worst ending possible for Chris? What would you think the worst ending possible would be? Wait. That sounds. But why would Chris serve the old body? Yeah. It's a reference Home Alone, I think. Home Alone? Okay. Like going out of his way to serve the old body of the thing controlling him. That to get rid of us. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I think it doesn't. Yeah, that does kind of like that doesn't make sense. Yeah. It doesn't really make sense that the Roaring Knight would be just like any other human. Yeah, like I mean that goes back to why I think that the Roaring Knight is probably going to either be Des or Carol. That's the only way it, or maybe even Azrael. Maybe even Azrael. I don't think the vessel thrown away human will be important to Deltarune's plot. Um, I don't know if it's going to be important, but it will happen. it will come up, I think. I think it will come up again. It's saved in the game files, and because the game files is still, yeah, like everything is saved, including the model of the character you made. Like every choice that you make in the game is saved and like somehow. Um, I don't know if it's ever going to be used, but like I feel like Toby is like with Toby, I think he kind of kept in the game files. He might use it, he might not use it. Maybe he's not 100% sure what he wants to do with that. Maybe he might not do anything with it at all. But in case he might come up with something to do with it, he might come up with something. Following getting grounded for weeks, that little brat. I know it's still in the game files, but I have my reasons. Gonna make a video about it one day. Trying to be vague. I can see there's some law to it, but I don't think it'll be important to the plot, like what some people think. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's gonna come up. I think it's gonna come up. I don't know if it's gonna be important. I think if it ever comes up, if it does become like relevant or important, I think it's going to. I think it has to be related to the weird route. I think it has to be related to the weird route and whatever. If Gaster somehow becomes a relevant character, it's going to be related to Gaster too. Anyway, only just a little bit left of the video.
But I just wanted him as a puppet. Then, rather than Chris being slain, Susie is killed. Not by Chris, but by you. Obviously, this may not be exactly what happens, but I just wanted to paint a picture to drive my point in. Thanks a ton for watching. If you like this video, be sure to leave a like, and subscribe for more monthly Deltarune videos like this. As always, if you have any theories, comment them down below.
Yo,
I'm really
monthly?
curious to see some unique
I don't know if I can do these monthly.
I'll leave it there. See you next time.
I admire the hustle. Let's go. It's like whenever, like, I can imagine myself coming up with theories every once in a while, but I don't know if I'd be able to do, like, I don't know if I could do it like on a regular basis. Ooh, what's up? What's the deal with friend? I want to check out this video too. Have I already seen it? I may have already seen this video actually. I'm not sure. It's like at the end of chapter 1. What if all the darkners you saved across the pacifist chapters, not hitting them, come save y'all in the last chapter? Oh yeah, I mean that might be part of like the whole school starting soon. You're gonna have to lock in. Okay, Shabunka, but I think this is pretty solid. I think this probably has like I think it's probably like the most well thought out theory I've seen for the prophecy at least. This actually might be one of the more though I have not seen a lot. This is probably like one of the best like detailed theories I think of. But I kind of it does cover a lot of things. But the one thing I feel like is still Susie's reaction to that call me crazy, but I think Susie's kind of a crazy person, where I feel like if Susie saw that like she and Chris had to like fight to the death or something, like if she saw that in the prophecy, I don't know if that would be her reaction. I feel like her reaction would be like kind of like I feel like Susie's reaction would be something like to the effect of like she'd probably joke about it in a way where she'd be like, "Yo, Chris, like you think you can actually beat me and stuff?" Or like I like that would be super interesting. She'd probably be like she'd probably make a joke. It's like, yeah, we can finally see who's stronger between you and me or something. I feel like she'd cope with a joke like that. I can see Susie making a joke like that. I kind of suspect. Yeah, I don't know. I still. I'm almost surprised no one's talking about the final prophecy, man. Yeah, no one's really, huh? I think a lot of people just kind of assume it involves like sacrificing Susie or something like that. She literally laughs at it, so like, yeah, close enough. Yeah, you know, I mean, like that might be it. I mean, that's just I'm more. You're right. You're right. She does laugh at it. And maybe she doesn't make the joke, because she doesn't make the joke because of how scary accurate the prophecy is, right? That the prophecy is so accurate so that maybe she doesn't even want to entertain the idea. She doesn't even want to joke about it like that because of how accurate the prophecies have been. Yeah, it could work. Prophecy says the final tragedy, huh? What could be a tragedy? I mean, like what Shabunka just said in the video. Basically, if Chris and Susie have to like fight to the death and Susie ends up dying. What happens when you don't save the others in the new chapters? Prophecy says final tragedy. What would be? It's interesting that Susie seems to bleed. Yeah, every monster bleeds. Noel bleeds too. Yeah, all the monsters seem to bleed. She even asked why Ralse doesn't laugh at it. Yeah, makes sense if you fight the prophecy, especially if you fought Gerson. Yeah. Because like when she fought Gerson, she kind of like she was pretty gung ho about it, right? So like I just imagine there'd be a part of her that would be thinking like, oh, that's kind of interesting. because Susie does kind of she does have that side to her where she just kind of like she's like, ooh, fight with Chris, that sounds interesting. I feel like she would have that kind of reaction a little bit. So I feel like it's got to be, in my opinion, it feels like it's got to be something a little bit more obviously tragic. Like it's got to be something that's like so obviously tragic that it would get this kind of response. Specifically, the response of Susie punching the prophecy. I might think about it a little bit more. It really is interesting what it could be. Because like a lot of people I don't really think a lot of people are maybe that monster is just a moron. Yeah. Right, maybe it's strange since the monster says it hurts to be man of blood on chapter 1. Oh yeah, yeah, that. Yeah, so it's like I think it's literally like a baby rabbit. It's literally like a little baby rabbit that's like that probably doesn't even go to school yet. So like maybe the rabbit just doesn't really know anything. I think it's maybe just kind of like a little slight nod to like the Undertale stuff. To kind of throw you off, maybe like, because I think that happened in chapter 1 where the bunny says like, oh, doesn't it hurt to be made of blood? Maybe he mentioned that just as a nod to make you throw you off, to make you feel like maybe there's like a little bit of Undertale in there. Maybe the world works a little bit like Undertale. But then kind of throws you off completely when you see Susie's hand bleeding. So like, I thought it was useful to lay out all the criteria to help people form their own conclusions, so you don't have to just blindly follow mine. I think there are a lot of good merits, and I think there are a lot. I think I agree with a lot, especially the whole criteria part. That is very helpful. That is super helpful, especially just like lay it out all like that. I think that is good. I think these things all do need to be true. I agree that all of those criteria need to be true for this to work. I don't know. Yeah. I there's just got to be, I feel like there's got to, I think I need something that would really get that reaction out of Susie. I don't think I can, but nothing really comes to mind. Like one of the few things I feel like would get that reaction out of Susie is like something involving Toriel, right? Like something involving Toriel would happen. That would get that reaction out of Susie, but I don't think that would happen. But like, I don't think it makes sense for Susie to say that like, oh, obviously Rouse, you wouldn't let that happen. I don't think she really believes that Rouse has that much of an emotional attachment towards Toriel, so that wouldn't make sense. So I don't think it really has anything to do with Toriel. So it's got to be something. There's got to be something. It does have to. I feel like it does have to involve the Delta Trio, the Fun Gang. Something involving them. Left that monster in. Toby changed the plot. Yeah, man, like that's the thing. Toby, this game has been coming out for like the past 10 years, It's changed a lot. It's changed like it can change. Like Toby has thought of this the overall story of Deltarune even before Undertale. I'm sure he's made quite a few creative changes over the years, Like the Mike stuff, right? The stuff involving Mike, like that's like definitely something that he made, like the Mike fight, the Mike stuff in chapter 4, like all the things involving that. He put that stuff out there in response to all the theories that people came up with after chapter 2, after the whole Mike drop moment. Mic drop, see what I did there? But like so Toby definitely does pay attention to the fans' reaction to stuff. So maybe maybe people will like come up with these theories that would like kind of convince Toby to either follow through with some potential things that he set up, or maybe to like set them aside if it feels like it doesn't, if it's not interesting enough either. I don't know. So funny, I came to my conclusion while actively writing my script and almost almost had a stroke. Wait, like are you talking about legit stroke? Well, Shabunga is the person that made the videos watching right now. Yeah. Shabunga like mentioned the theory video, and I was like mentioned theory video just like from watching my streams, watching one of my Deltarune streams, and I was like, yo, I fucking love theory videos. I wanna react to it. I need to react to it once I do my theory reaction stream. At this point, Oni, I don't feel like being a moderator anymore since I don't come here much. I appreciate the straightforwardness there, regular. I feel like I think you come here like still like more frequently than some of the other moderate mods, but I think I do need to unmod a few people that just like aren't in the stream. I don't really like show up in the streams anymore. I need to get around to doing that. But it's still good to see you though, regular skeleton. Toby dreamt about the ending though. It's the whole reason he's making Deltarune. Oh no! I'm sure the ending is going to be like set. I think like I said, the story is going to still be there, but he's going to make a few creative changes here and there. I don't think the ending is going to be the thing that changes. I think that's the one thing that's not going to change. But he's going to make some changes in terms of like the process of getting there. Like story leading up to that moment. No lies running low, just turn on the light. Just flip the switch. You don't need a promise in your heart. Like, dude, whoever's saying chapter 1 and song. That was Des. My Vox is so I was sleeping and dreamed about how Neo took 10 minutes to realize An was here and I had to wake up to do a drawing. Oh, she left wait, what? Bo, she left a Haiyan? Wait, what? What are you talking about? No, I didn't actually have almost a stroke. I was oh, you're joking, okay. Actually almost had a stroke. I was like, wait, hold on. I was gonna laugh, but I don't want to laugh if you're actually serious about it. It was like, yo, damn, you almost had a stroke. Haha, lol. Wait, bro, I was serious. I actually had a stroke. I'm like, oh. Because strokes are very serious. I don't want to laugh at anybody for having that. If I accidentally made a joke about somebody having a stroke, I'd feel pretty bad. Someone's seriously having one. She left again. Oh, your friend left again. Well, welcome back, Sawyer. You got a Discord manga, you can see it there. Wait, what? Oh, you drew it? Are you saying you drew up the manga of like the dream that you made? That's kind of funny. Okay. This is a good video. Y'all should subscribe to Shabunka and hit the like button on these videos. Highly recommended. Needs more subs. Especially if they're going to be making like monthly videos. Come on. Even I can't promise monthly uploads. My chicken pooped on the blanket. Hey, that's what chickens do. That's what chickens do. They poop. They don't, ain't no potty training, no chicken. Cool skeleton dude. I'm the Roaring Knight. That's the only theory you need to know. But it's only because of the body shape. That's the only reason, though. Papyrus. Shabunker. Let me put her in the sleepy box. Yeah. Well, Hestia just doing what birds do. They just poop whenever they feel like. Check the subs. Use my mod power and went directly into your channel. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, I want to check out what's up with Toriel. I want to know what what some people have to say about Toriel in regards to.
Hello everyone, my name is Spooky.
Ooh. Oh, I want to check that out maybe later. I think I've already watched this. I might put this aside. I think I did watch that video actually. Good video by Shabunka. Good stuff. Chris / theory. I might save that for later. I want to see Toriel's connection to the Dark Worlds. This is an interesting looking video.
Deltarune chapters 3 and 4.
The number went up. Let's go. Thanks, guys.
After chapter 4 of Deltarune, the community has been discussing a lot of stuff about Toriel. But I'm not talking
Yeah, that seems to be the thing that people are most fixated on. Oh, hey, what's up? It's a Lalafell.
about that today. So hey, what's going on with Toriel and the Dark Worlds? During the course of chapter 3, Toriel was asleep the entire time.
Yeah.
She never wakes up to see the Dark World herself, and Tenna keeps her asleep and protected.
And she's dressed up with a crown and the fucking throne, and she looks like a fucking queen. Why? Why though? Why? What's up with that?
Over her slightest movements, even having classical music playing to keep her nice and dozing. The only time her sleep is even marginally disturbed is in the case that you win the night fight, after which her face shows that she's experiencing a nightmare, but otherwise remains asleep. Her face is calm and peaceful in every other circumstance.
Yeah, if you actually beat the
due
night,
to an unsettling little event during the sword route. On the last sword board, you have to kill all the monsters as per usual.
Who all, for some reason, they all look like Alphys. Why do they all look like Alphys? Anyways, been here for a while. I'm gonna leave now. And thanks for free advertising. Of course. And I mean, thank you for making a solid theory. I love watching theory videos. Theory videos are some of my favorite things to watch right after I finish a new chapter of Deltarune. So thank you for contributing to the theory crafting community. I hope I can. Low-key, you inspired me to even start coming up with my own theories. Maybe I might even make my own video at some point. Definitely, first one's going to be the meme Delta Weed theory. The Delta Weed theory has to be one. I don't know if I can call it Delta Weed though. I don't know if can I call it Delta Weed. I might have to call it Dinkaroon. Because I feel like Delta Weed might get demonetized. I'm not sure. Chris is clearly having a fantasy of stabbing his teacher. Damn.
Some of the monsters in this section seem to be Undertale references. Notable ones include the room with the fish and yellow dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, that fish does look like a... Yeah! Oh my god! Yeah!
You kill the strong fish, and all the dinosaurs also die with it.
Yeah!
Or there's a room with the yellow monster that...
I didn't even put that together. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's 7 flowers? Oh shit! There are 7 flowers and it's Asgore. That's actually pretty crazy. What? Dude, that's a good catch. Did she catch this on her own? Did she find this out from reading another theory? This is good. This is interesting.
Shoots red
Ooh, I'm already learning some interesting ones.
Kill them all.
Yeah, that's Asgore. Asgores are 7 flowers. That's actually pretty crazy. I didn't even think about that at all. I did think that it was kind of interesting that this looked a little bit like a goat. But I didn't think that much of it, and obviously I was thinking about Flowey when I saw these flowers. I didn't think to count them though. That's actually crazy. If they're all different color, I would have been like, okay, obviously something here. But they're all different. They're all the same color, so interesting. That's a good catch. Holy shit.
Kill all the flowers, and then the monster rushes you in a frenzy. All very neat and creepy. But nothing really compares to the black monster. This monster is pitch black with bright blue eyes.
And it follows your movements.
It's like a mirror to Pixel Chris, moving based on your movements. Once you press
gotta
the
fight.
switch, your control is suddenly and singularly over the monster itself until you must
Yeah.
inevitably bring
But like now that we can suppose that like this part of the game might be like part kind of like the prophecy, where it's kind of like showing stuff that happened and stuff that will happen, right? Like maybe this game is supposed to be Dragon Blazers. If this game turns out to be Dragon Blazers, I'm gonna lose my shit, because Dragon Blazers is based off of the prophecy, Dragon Blazers is based off of Lord of the Hammer, which is based off of the prophecy. I don't think we ever really got a confirmation of what this game is called. So this game could be Dragon Blazers. What if this is Dragon Blazers? That would be crazy. My OC's dad is Dionysus for the comedy tragedy stuffs. Determination is never stated to be red, just golden and white, and the text flavor, I think. Interesting. I never thought of that either. Yeah, determination wouldn't be red. You're right. You're right about that. They do say it with yellow text. Sometimes that matters. I'll keep that in mind. Is your OC the same Dionysus? Your OC's dad the same Dionysus that was here earlier in chat?
bring yourself to Pixel Chris, who then mercilessly kills the monster without your input. The thing about that monster, however, is that in the code, it's actually a black deer.
That's crazy. What? This is a good video. Hold on. This is insane. Maybe this is like stuff that people brought up in like other like lore drop videos, but I'm learning so much. This is like all shit that I didn't even think about at all. Holy fuck.
Now, during the second board,
it was a deer? It's a black deer? That could mean death or something. What the fuck? Or the Roaring Night even. Or both. What? It makes sense to flowers to be golden flowers. Oh, because they're determined? I mean, I don't know. I think the golden flowers is like supposed to seem like it's just supposed to come off like, oh, maybe it's like Flowey. It was a golden flower. I think that's all that means. Is I mean, maybe Flowey does have determination. Did they ever confirm that? I think maybe they did say that, like that Asriel had determination as well. Maybe. Okay. Let's keep going.
Ice magic freezes enemies,
this
leads you
pretty
through
cool.
the ice palace, and it's Noelle. The white cloak is obviously meant to be Noelle. It's even referenced in her
Everybody
blog.
knows about that one.
The sprites of the white cloak are interesting though, all labeled SPR_board_deer_some direction sprite.
SPR. What could SPR mean?
But there are also brown deer sprites that are named similarly, but entirely unused.
They're unused.
Aside from the colors, they look the same as the black deer sprites, clearly indicating that the black deer is meant to be death in some way. But those deer
Or the Roaring
sprites
Knights,
are turned into
or
the
both.
black monster sprite by a variable, Toriel.
Wait, huh?
And the black deer is meant to be death in some way. But those
Wait, what?
deer sprites are turned into...
Did she? Hold on. Are you the one who is this person? Rayleigh? Rayleigh, are you the one who's been digging in the code? Were you the one who was doing that, or did you like find a subreddit or something that's been doing that? Because that's some crazy. These are some interesting like things to read from the code. So this is interesting stuff.
into the black monster sprite by a variable, Toriel.
If Toriel equals true, SPR monster black. Sprite index. Hurt sprite.
If variable Toriel is true, then the deer is a monster.
What does Toriel have to do with this?
Common speculation on Asgore's attempts to win Toriel back and making her believe him has revolved around deaths and a dark world. Like
You think my OC realms have Greek gods? Oh, okay, I see. No, because we got like somebody in chat who goes by Dionysus. I was wondering if you're like friends with that Dionysus and you're like that's what you're saying, or if you're just talking about Dionysus in general. Eram is an anagram of Rima, who is a Nigerian singer. So Eram is Rima. What if that actually is true, though? What if that's true? What if that actually turns out to be true?
Likely the one in the shelter. Asgore was the police that went Toriel back, and making her believe him has revolved around Des and a dark world. Likely the one in the shelter. Asgore was the police chief. Something happened to Des in a dark world, and he tried to tell Toriel about it, but she didn't believe him. But is that really the case? Does Toriel actually know more than we think? Has she known about the Dark Worlds this entire time? We don't know what exactly Tenna's deal.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know, really. We've never seen... Oh, I'm covering her face a little bit. We don't know anything about Toriel. We've never seen her... We've never been in her room. Like, we know, we know she cares about Chris and all that. We know, like, the basics of Toriel. But we don't know... There's so much we don't know about Toriel. And, like, it is possible that she knows about the Dark World, right? There's, like... I don't know. I'm covering her a bit, but I don't want to cover... I don't want to, like... I want you to be able to see my hands, at the very least. Yeah, we don't know enough about Toriel. Like, I feel like once we get... I do wonder if we will get any interesting new lore that might change our minds about a lot of things if we ever get access to seeing Toriel's room while she's not there, and we're able to like just dig through everything, and we might find some interesting stuff, especially involving like the reason why she divorced Asgore. I'm sure like once we are able to go to Toriel's room, that will be probably the day we know about what happens. I think we're going to find out what happened between Toriel and Asgore by chapter 5. I think that is going to be like a big story moment. Hey, what's up, Super Somi Stuff? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Flowey came back to life. He's named after Janus because he's two-faced. Who's Janus? I mean, who's Janus again? Is that supposed to be... I don't know who that is. Flowey came back to life thanks to determination, said in the True Lab entry. Okay, so it was determination. Okay. Monster can't stand determination, so what will happen if we put determination skill sheet? That's not monster or human. Okay, so they forced the determination, that like injected him with determination, right? So it wasn't real determination. It was like injected. I think the only time they had like genuine like determination was maybe Undyne. You gotta go, Sire. All right, see you later, Sire. You switch to your main. Okay, Super Somi. By Roman God, he is immortal though, demigod. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty bad when it comes to like Roman God names. I know a few of them, right? Like obviously like Neptune is Poseidon. Pluto is Hades, I believe. Jupiter is supposed to be Zeus, right? By the way, it's pronounced GIF. I pronounce it as GIF, personally. Bye. I'm better at Greek names. Same. All right. Oh, wait.
Deal with Chris entailed beyond them threatening to unplug him, but it likely involved keeping Toriel safe and asleep. After all, that's what the Knight wanted.
Yeah, like why? Why was that so important to the plan?
Before the last sword board, you can speak to Ram again, and he'll say, Chris, I'm an ignorant plug, can't say I know your motivation, but I saw you make it, the fountain. Could it be you just wanted to have fun again? some real fun, just like the old days.
Yeah.
That's been my purpose, you know? Letting you play your games. But now that the games are almost over, makes you think, was it really all such a good idea?
Ram is a very interesting character. He does kind of like make me think about like what Chris's motivations are actually.
Your mother, your poor mother. What will happen if she wakes up?
Yeah, he does say that.
What am I doing? A power strip giving you a lecture? Just play your games, love.
What happened if she wakes up? Listen, oh my god, this is actually... I'm sorry, but what Ram is saying here is like, it's like, oh, what if Toriel wakes up? Oh no, what will happen? You just wanted to have fun, right? You opened up the dark world because you wanted to have fun, right? You know what that all lines up with? You know what theory that all lines up with? The Delta weed theory. That's right. Chris and Susie, they smoking some weed at Chris's house. Oh, but what if Toriel wakes up and she smells it? She knows what they find. She finds out that that Chris and Susie were doing drugs in the living room. What if she were to wake up? It would be really bad. Oh man, if they were blazing it up, playing some Dragon Blazers. That sounds like a good time, right? They just wanted to have some fun. Hey, what's up, JC? I'm telling you, okay, dude, I really gotta do the Delta Weed theory video. It's gonna be so fire. Oh my god, it's gonna be like, oh man. Yes. I have to do the Delta Weed video. Oh my god, it's so good. I just keep coming up with ways to make it work. There's so many ways to make it work. I don't know. It's just like, like whenever they go to the dark world, it's just them seeing things while they're, just like them seeing things while they're high or something. Man, Shabop is gone. Oh yeah, Shamunka left. Yeah, Shamunka left because they had to go somewhere. Looks like an hour. Draw your dream. My brain was not braining. Oh, you drew it. I got. Let me look at the manga channel real quick. Did you post? You posted? Oh, okay. Oh, you posted it today. I gotta check that out later. Okay. Wow, there's a comic of me. Now I need to put that in my. In my intro as well. Yeah, Shamunka had plans. I think they are going to. I think she said she had school, so she was probably going to school. I feel like the human versus monster soul distinction isn't really a thing in Deltarune. I mean, there is a small distinction, right? I think their souls are different. I believe. I don't remember. I might be mixing up Deltarune with Undertale books. Like the books that we read in the library, I might be thinking about some Undertale stuff. So I'm not gonna be very strong on it. Actually, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, you might be right. Actually, I don't think Deltarune really puts that much of a distinction between humans and monsters in terms of like their soul, determination. They do probably make a difference between the whole dust thing. I think it might be fair to say that humans probably don't turn into dust when they die. But we might find that might be a big reveal if we find out that humans turn into dust as well. But I feel like maybe that doesn't happen. That's just my hunch. That's the vibe I've been picking up. Oh, you now have to kill Chris. Why? I'm high off the white powder or whatever you call it. That too, you know, maybe like I was just like it also kind of works, right? Because Chris and Susie are both kind of like they're both kind of misfits. They get into trouble, right? So it kind of works, you know. But hey, welcome to the stream, Susie. Did a Shabonk now? Little did Shabonk know. I'm on my second account and sub Shabonk twice. Yeah, sub to Shabonk. They do mention a human soul once in the prophecy. Oh yeah. Okay. They just mentioned the human soul. I don't think they really they mention it, but I don't think they really like get into the details of it. And what's up, Hermes? Among Us sus. All right.
Now, this might be me reading a bit too much into his lines, but hey, that's the entire point of theories, isn't it?
Yep.
The line.
That's what's fun about these.
What will happen if she wakes up is so interesting to me.
It is. Not enough people are talking about it. Oh my god. I've only ever seen like this is like the second Toriel video. I watched one Toriel video. This is the second Toriel video I've seen come up with when it comes to like Deltarune theories. Not enough people are talking about the Toriel of it all, you know? Nobody is. Like nobody's talking about it. It is so interesting. It's so crazy to just gloss over it. It's not one of the big theories, but I think it has potential to be a big theory.
More than any other Darkner in TV world wants what's best for Chris. He's always looking out for them, even working against Tenna so that they can play their games and have some real fun. Mm-hmm. So why would it be an issue for Chris?
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
What will happen if she wakes up is so interesting to me. Ram, more than any other Darkner in TV world, wants what's best for Chris.
Lies, false, not true. Nope. I know 100%. I 100% believe. I 100% know that's not the case. That Ram is not the one that cares about the Darkner that cares about Chris the most. The Darkner that cares about Chris the most. The Darkner that cares the most about Chris is the cactus. Chris's favorite cactus, the one that loves him. That's the one. That's the Darkner that cares about Chris the most, and wants what's best for him, even at her own at the expense of her own happiness. The one that gets jealous of you for flirting with the water cooler, but understands why you would do so. The one that wants to look a certain way, but is too scared to show themselves to you, because they're shy or something, but it still gives you a weapon. Still gives you a weapon in the S rank break room. That is the Darkner that cares the most about Chris. Ram is second. How's Toriel tonight? Toriel Knight would be too crazy. This is the first time I've ever heard anyone say Toriel's the Knight. That would be too insane. If Toriel turns out to be the Knight, my brain will probably explode. What about the peanuts theory or the piss and shit theory? I'm tired. The piss and shit theory. Hermes, what's wrong with you?
He's always looking out for them, even working against Tenna so that they can play their games and have some real fun. So why would it be an issue for Chris if Toriel wakes up?
Maybe I need to like maybe I think I want to make a YouTube short actually of the cactus, because I don't think I've heard, maybe I haven't watched enough theories, or like I haven't seen enough videos of Deltarune videos of like talking about like the mysterious curtain person. I think I want to make a YouTube short of it. It's gonna be like a little quick little tidbit, like a little quick theory, you know, because it is kind of a theory. It's not 100% confirmed, but it's like basically like 99% confirmed that the mysterious curtain character Darkner is actually the cactus.
Tell her it's a dream like they did with Noelle, or maybe even just tell her the truth. Up until now, Susie didn't want to tell others about the Dark World because it was her and Chris's secret, something that bound them and reassured her of their friendship.
Because they don't want to share the weed, that's why. Just kidding.
But I don't think that's the concern here with Chris. Rather, I believe if Toriel woke up, she would know.
That they were both smoking weed. Stop. Okay, I'll stop. But she just keeps setting me up. You gotta understand, she just keeps setting me up. I just saw a video saying that Rose is Toriel's aborted fetus. It's so fun. Dude, something like that would be kind of crazy, huh? Would be kind of interesting. If there was something to that, what if that actually what if Toriel was pregnant like around the time that like Des got ran over by Asgore? She found out that Asgore was drinking and driving again, and she was so upset that it led to Des's death that she was like, I don't want to have this baby with you anymore, Asgore. So she went to the hospital to get the baby aborted because she was so disgusted that Asgore was drinking and driving so badly to the point that it killed the neighbor girl that she saw as like extended family basically. She was the only one that knew, but she didn't want to tell Carol or Rudy because she didn't want him to go be like to go to prison or anything. Oh hell no. That explains why Chris was adopted in a very messed up way. I think that would be kind of funny. Peanuts Theory, Charlie Brown's The Night, Piss and Shit Theory, Sans and Pappy are from Deltarune because they have broken machine in the back of their house. Undertale monsters don't have toilets, but yeah, Undertale monsters don't have toilets, huh? Deltarune monsters do. Yeah. If y'all making BS theories, I'll make one too. Okay, what's your BS theory? Then it was telling Toriel to abort the theory in the video. Tana just kept showing Toriel pro-abortion propaganda. No, wait, I don't want to say it like that.
The dark world in her home. Chris's involvement.
I was just joking. I was just joking
even
about
that. They're likely the one who opened it. Another point on this is the night. Chris is working with them, and they're most likely a holiday.
It's Joe
At
Mama.
This point, I personally don't believe Toriel was ever the actual target. That's like its own rabbit hole and mini theory. And
Toriel was never the actual target. That's I don't know about that one. I feel like there's enough evidence to show that Roy Knight was definitely targeting Roy Knight was definitely targeting Toriel for some purpose. There was a reason why Toriel had to be in the dark world or something, or she had to be asleep in the dark world. Something there.
And you can pause the screen if you want to read my thoughts on it.
Deltarune in Hometown's religion has no special connection to Toriel. She's not royalty like in Undertale or anyone important in the religion like, say, Alvin. Multiple people wear the robes and sing in the choir, not just her. Oh, okay. She's saying she's not royalty because she's talking about how the bunker has those symbols. Yeah, I don't know if Toriel has anything to do with the symbols, to be honest. But I think Toriel, there is something up with Toriel, which I hope this video will explain. Multiple people wear the robes and sing in the choir, and it's not just her. Also, it seemed that Chris set up the circumstances to bring police to the Dreamer house, making Undyne the likely real target. Interesting. Oh, that is actually pretty interesting. That actually is a very interesting thing. Huh, I never really thought about it like that. That's kind of a galaxy brain play right there by Chris. Like, I wouldn't have assumed that Toriel would call the police because the tires were slashed. But no, maybe it is pretty obvious actually. It's a small town. It's a small town. Something like that were to happen, then yeah, you would probably have to call the police. If it was like a big city, maybe it's just you can write off as some crazy person in this crazy big city. Someone decided to slash the tires. But if someone slashed the tires in a small town, that would be cause for alarm. Would be good to alert the police. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of with you on this one, actually. Rayleigh. Did we mention Kai's funny guess that the Roaring Eye is the vessel? Someone mentioned it before. I wasn't sure if Kai mentioned it. I do remember Kai mentioned something like that before. Someone else mentioned it as well, though, in chat. But I think Shabunka and I were like in agreement that we don't really feel like it doesn't really make that much sense for the Roaring Knight. Like, it just doesn't really make sense for like Chris to be working with like it just doesn't really make sense for Chris to be working with like the vessel. That's the only thing, because we pretty much know that Chris is working with the Roaring Knight to some extent. But if the Roaring Knight is the vessel, why would Chris be working with them? That's the only thing that doesn't make sense. It makes sense if the Roaring Knight happened to be Carol or Des or even Azriel. For the vessel, not really. Wasn't Vessel Knight popular? It probably was popular, at least until chapter 3 and 4 came out, maybe. Didn't we already mention it? Wait. The one with you in the dark is freaking WD Gaster. The one with you in the dark is... No, the one with you in the dark is definitely Des. Because the person singing at the end of chapter 1, in my opinion, is most likely Des. There has to be a reason why. Because like, I think is the only song in any of the Toby Fox games, right? Like Deltarune, Undertale. I think I'm pretty sure that's the only song that actually has like lyrics that isn't like, that's like clear lyrics. That's not just like, now's your chance to be a big shot. Like that's like, I feel like that's used as part of the melody a little bit, but you can't deny that like With You in the Dark, end of chapter 1 was probably that was definitely. This definitely stands out amongst all the other Deltarune songs, such that I believe that it has to be Des that's singing that. Omori gave Chris a knife. I believe I believe that because why the hell didn't the knight come to take Toriel earlier? Woody from Toy Story was a secret boss. Yeah, I believe it as well. Yeah, the knight. Yeah, why didn't the knight take Toriel earlier? Huh? He probably could have. Maybe the knight was going to like. Maybe the knight was going to do something to keep Toriel asleep. Maybe the knight wanted to keep Toriel asleep. Maybe the knight probably sensed that if the fight were to continue, maybe the knight felt like Toriel was about to wake up. Maybe. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. I don't think that makes sense. I take that back. I'm so thirsty I could have water from a water cooler. That reminds me, time for a hydration check, y'all. Are y'all staying hydrated? Even if it was a big city, it would be a good idea to call the police. Why someone slashed their tires. Yeah, I guess. If it happens multiple times, then yeah. But like in a big city, I feel like police probably wouldn't do much, honestly, in a big city. It's a crazy world out there, man. In my experience, police, if they don't feel like they need to do something immediately, they most likely won't do anything. So it's not even worth calling the police about it. It has to be like one of those things. If it happens twice, then you call the police. If it happens just one time, it's just like one of those things that you have to like hope it's not a regular thing and hope that it's just like a random crackhead that did that for no good reason. 3 years ago, I made an edit of the Masked Man to look like Des because I learned about Des and thought her being the knight would be cool. I mean, like, it makes... I think Des being the knight does make sense. I just think it makes slightly more sense for Carol to be the knight, but I would not be comfortable saying that, like, ain't no way Des is the knight. I'm not going to be saying that, because I think it's a solid 50-50 that Des or Carol could be the knight, in my opinion. I think Toriel is a bait for Asgore, pretty much. That only seems to be related to police, church, and the holidays. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure Alvin isn't involved. Ever since I saw the snow globe in Alvin's like office, the snow globe with Gerson's dust, I'm 100% certain that Alvin knows about the bunker, knows about the dark world. He knows more than he's letting on. You mentioned the bunker to him, and he had like the weirdest reaction. He like quickly changed topics. He's like, "Oh, you're not sleeping well, are you? I know you don't sleep that much." Like, how does he know that Chris doesn't sleep much? Maybe he knows that Chris doesn't sleep much because when he goes to sleep, he goes out and does stuff for the knight, who works with Alvin. Because I think they're all in cahoots. So, like, maybe Alvin knows what Chris has been doing whenever he goes out, whenever he puts the heart into the cage, he puts the soul into the cage, goes out and does stuff. Maybe Alvin is aware of all of that. Like, Cooler is alive and doing attacks. That's why Tanner seems to be making time to Asgore worries about Toriel. So Asgore worries about Toriel because no sight of them. So enters the house where Knight has power to kidnap him. Maybe. So random dead pixel in every final boss area is that final boss. And those are my BS theories, folks. That's a solid BS theory. That's definitely BS.
But anyways, what's up with that dumb tractor beam thing that the knight does?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Grabbing her and running would have been pretty effective, as we saw with Undyne. Fast and efficient if Toriel was the real target, and or would still prompt the heroes to face the knight if she wasn't.
I need to see that again.
On it. But anyways, what's up with that dumb tractor beam thing that the knight does?
Yeah, so she does move around a little bit. Does she move towards the knight? Not necessarily.
Grabbing her and running would have been pretty effective, as we saw with Undyne. Fast and efficient if Toriel was the real target, and or would still prompt the heroes to face the knight if she wasn't. Except, of course, that method would likely wake her up. If Toriel had never been in a dark world before, that wouldn't be so threatening. Lightners have exceptional power in the dark world, but she would be disoriented and confused by what was going on. Not to mention the fact that the knight is extremely strong.
Yeah, she probably knows about the dark
danger
world
might
too.
not be in battle, but in knowledge.
She might.
Tenna even says she'll be in grave danger if she's awake for this, implying that her being aware of what's going on would be a serious threat for the knight. And if she wasn't an actual target before, she would almost certainly be one if she
A threat for the knight or a threat for Toriel. One of those two.
woke up. Toriel isn't as ignorant as we believe. She's been in a dark world before, with Chris, with Des, and is linked to Des becoming a monster of the dark. Asgore is trying to convince her of something, that he just...
Hold on. Wait, did she mention that before? That... Or is she going based off of the assumptions? Because, like, what exactly did we learn as proof that Toriel knows about the dark world? Not sure if we established
just wanted
that
to
yet.
protect everyone while being in possession
Hey,
of a
what's up,
black
Tenna?
shard. Like what broke off of the night when you prevail in the fight.
Yep.
Did Asgore try to kill that monster that was Des in trying to protect his family? It would be an interesting way to echo their separation in Undertale. Trying to kill an innocent child to protect what matters most to him. But Toriel wouldn't see it that way if she was there and knew that it is Des. So why does...
Interesting. I feel like there's a lot of things we have to assume to make that work, but it is an interesting angle. I have not considered that, never heard of anyone saying that either. That Toriel and Asgore have been in the Dark World before, and something that happened inside of the Dark World that last time they went in together probably is the reason why they got divorced. That is interesting. What's up, Mr. Puzzles? Welcome back. Wait, did I already say? I already said hello to Mr. Puzzles. I don't know if I said hello to Mr. Puzzles, but I did reply to your thing about the water cooler. Gonna go watch something. See you later, JC. Toriel has been in a Dark World before. I know, like they said it like it's like so. They said it like it's something that we know. Like I don't know about that. I don't remember when she mentioned that could possibly be the case, but like. Maybe she's just saying it as a thing that if we were to assume that was the case, then all of this other stuff falls into place. Searching for shelter. What could be wrong? What could be troubling you, Chris? But you could always come back to church and search for shelter. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what he said. I think that's what Alvin says. I think Death Knight is just cool. Great parallel to the Masked Man and Mother 3. I think it's a good parallel to the Masked Man and Mother 3, but it's also a good parallel to Azrael in Undertale too. Because, you know, Azrael definitely kind of has like the same kind of vibe that the Roaring Knight kind of does, you know? They kind of have similar... I saw like, I think Shamuga had a picture, had a video. In her video, she had a picture of them like side to side, and they, you know, basically of them like facing the camera, basically, and they do kind of have some similarities, the Roaring Knight and Azrael. So, and you know, Azrael being like, being kind of like a counterpart to Des, you know, like because like it would kind of work, right? Because like they talk about Azrael. Like in the background, right? But you never see Azrael. You know, you see Flowey, but you don't see Azrael, right? What if they're doing the same thing? What if Toby's doing the same thing that he did with Azrael, but instead with Des, where you hear about Des, they talk about Des a lot. You never actually see Des because the enemy that randomly pops up turns out to actually be Des. I think it would kind of work. I think thematically it makes a lot of sense. I just feel like I need more evidence for me to actually believe it to be the case. I feel like when it comes to evidence, it points slightly more towards Carol being the knight, but maybe that's by design. Maybe we're supposed to be misled by that. I don't want to like speak confidently about theories when I don't have enough evidence for it, just because I think it's the more interesting option personally. But I do like to consider them. I'll keep them in my brain. You can think of a lot of theories. You don't have to like die on a hill for any particular theory. That's what makes the whole theory crafting thing fun. So y'all know that one time we were talking about nails getting ripped off? Wait, no, what happened, Hermes? What happened? Don't tell me that happened to you. Asgore uses card to defeat the knight. Let's go! Alright, I'm back for a bit. Welcome back, Hornet. Ellery Silk has a song.
Does it matter?
Good to know.
Or rather, what would it mean for the story if Toriel did know about the Dark Worlds?
Good question.
I don't propose this theory under the idea of, oh, Toriel will play a big part in future chapters. On the contrary, I doubt she will ever be more than a minor supporting character in the grand.
Toriel will be an important character for hometown stuff. I don't think she will play a big part in any of the Dark World stuff. Except for maybe the next chapter, maybe a little bit. Maybe the next chapter a little bit, chapter 5. I don't think she'll be like a big part of chapters 6 and 7 though.
Plot of the story.
In terms of like Dark World.
But I feel like this theory would give context for previous chapters and past events that we've only had hints of so far. The chapter 4 egg room hints that Chris went to therapy in the past for the repressed trauma of a sight of something they saw that they couldn't describe, couldn't draw until it was just a monotone smudge that they forgot behind a tree. But it still remained and stained their very being. Des's disappearance was the start of it all, and yet it was so very long ago. The Toriel we see now is not as overly protective of Chris as we might expect considering their past.
Okay.
And Azrael having left home. She still cares and loves them, but Chris has so much independence, and so does she. Chris is better now. And Toriel is ready to leave the past behind. But her waking up and realizing Chris hasn't moved on, that they're still involved in these dangerous worlds of shadow and fantasy would be too much for her and Chris. The Dreamer family has already gone through so much. I don't think Chris wants to risk breaking their family even more. Toriel can't wake up because she knows some sort of truth, and would stop Chris if she did. She's this dark world's one and greatest treasure, and its greatest threat. And that's my theory. I've been
Okay, I'm not sure if I follow like necessarily the whole aspect of Toriel having been to the Dark World in the past. I think there's a possibility of that, but I just don't think we've seen anything that supports that yet. Not really. It's just like that. It's just like how little we know of Toriel kind of makes us think maybe she has.
working on 4-ish other scripts, not to mention having some IRL stuff happening, but this one was short and it flowed easily, so I just went with it. I want to upload
That's a good
more,
theory.
and I have some
I like the
stuff
theory.
I really want to get done soon.
I think if we find out that Toriel has been in the Dark World, I think that a lot of this would make a lot of sense, right? I mean, like a lot of the way when it comes to me, like when I subscribe to a theory, I tend to need evidence that I've seen that I can verify in the game. But when it comes to like speculative theories, I would consider this a speculative theory because you have to suppose a few things for it to work. And I feel like the things that you have to suppose are pretty big things, like Toriel having been to the Dark World before. That's a pretty big thing to suppose. So I don't know if I would personally subscribe to the theory, but I think it's interesting. It is an interesting one.
So look forward to that. Let me know your thoughts on my theory in the comments below, and thank you all so much for
That was good.
watching.
That was a good one. I'll subscribe here. That was a pretty good video. That was a pretty good one. I like that. My pinky toe got stubbed off. No! That sounds painful. The pinky toe? That's the most fragile one. But at least it's like probably not the one that you're gonna be feeling every single time you take a step though. I know what will happen in chapter 5. Ooh, I kind of want to see that. I'll save that for later though. Alvin doesn't seem to be as aware as people say he is. But then why does he specifically have Gerson's hammer with his dust and a picture all in the snow globe? Why does he have those things? That's like the weirdest thing. Like if you just put like the snow globe in there, that's one thing. If he just had like it's just like such a specific combination of things that makes me think that Alvin probably knows a little bit. He probably knows something. I'm pretty sure he knows something. I'm in slight pain. Aw, that sucks, Hermes. I hope you feel better. Make it. You can take some Tylenol. That might help. Ask. See if you got some Tylenol around the house. It is a painkiller. If it still hurts a bit, that should help. Something similar happened to me a few years ago. I dropped a Nerf gun on my foot. How was Chris programmed into the game if they are non-binary? Hey, hey, that's a good one. Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Hornet. That's a good one. That's a good one. Script HTML, CSS, console print Chris. But Chris is non-binary. How can they even show up in the game if they can't be represented in binary code? Why is the Justice Axe called that even though it's a hammer? Is it a hammer? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe it becomes an axe when Susie holds it. I know you. I don't know you, but I love Deltarune theories and reactions. All three of those things, so you earn yourself a new sub. Hey, what's up, Fiction of Grandeur? Welcome to the stream. Same with Devil's Knife, referred to as a knife, is a scythe and used as an axe. Yeah, you're right. That is kind of weird, isn't it? Maybe it's called an axe because Susie just equips axes. You know? Maybe it's just like maybe it's just like one of those video game archetypes, right? Where like weapons come. Maybe it's just under the category of axe, even though it's not really an axe. It's just it just falls under like Chris equips swords, Susie equips axes, Rose equips scarves, and maybe it just falls under the category. You know, maybe it's not necessarily an axe. I don't know. Sometimes games will do that, where like, even though it's not exactly what it is, it gets counted as like that thing. Like if you get like, oh, it's called a knife, but like in Elden Ring, it's considered a one-handed sword. I don't know, because it's a really big knife. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a video game thing. Same as the Devil's Knife. I mean, what are your pronouns? Don't want to be respectful. I'm just a guy. I'm a man. I'm a male. He, him. Hello. Hello. Thanks for asking. I'm pretty much a jar of ash. It's pretty much like a jar of ashes, the monsters say. A monster's most precious belongings are dusted with its dust when it dies. The hammer and having a photo near something like that. Ain't that weird? It is weird when it's the pastor doing it, though. It feels like anybody else, that'd be kind of weird, but it's the pastor. This is the religion that we're talking about. That's the guy who's supposed to be the one person that believes in the religion the most. And they have the his grave out there, right? Like, it's kind of weird for the pastor of all people to be hoarding his own father's remains the way that, and it's such a specific thing. It's such a specific thing. Monster's most precious belongings are dusted. That makes sense. The photo though, but why the photo? Why in the snow globe? Why isn't it buried? Why is it the pastor that's not doing that? That's not following the tradition that all monsters need to be buried with their belongings and stuff. It's just weird. It is weird. I think it is weird. I don't agree when you say it's not that weird. I think it is weird. It's very weird for the pastor of all people to be having all those things. That breaks the religion. So like I think there is there is something weird about Alvin. Like maybe he doesn't know about the dark world, but I don't know. I mean, like I think it falls into place with a lot of theories that I have. I think it falls into place with Alvin being in on the whole thing. I think the characters that know about the dark world are the characters that are represented on the bunker. Oh, hey, thanks for the sub, Fiction of Grandeur. Hey, I got the little bloop. I got the little bloop. Yay. I think it makes sense, like, cause like my personal theory that I subscribe to, for all the things that I have theories about, I'd say I think Carol is the Roaring Knight, right? I think Carol's the Roaring Knight. That it explained how she got into the bunker so easily when she kidnapped Undyne. I think when you look at the little bunker codes, right? The symbols, the three symbols, the Deltarune, the tree, the pine tree, and the police badge. The three characters I think those represent, I think number one, this tree would be Carol, who I suspect is a Roaring Knight. The Deltarune, I'm pretty sure represents Alvin, because of with like snow globe stuff, right? And the way he kind of acts kind of weird around Chris with the shelter. You know, like whenever Chris mentioned the shelter, he acted weird about it. He was pretty shifty about it. And like, yeah, it's like the whole snow globe thing makes it even weirder, especially like, suppose this Alvin does know about the dark world, and he knows that like having like the snow globe would make it so that he's able to see his father again. I think that whole aspect kind of falls into place a little bit. Another thing, in the third person being the police badge. I think the police badge represents Asgore. I don't think it represents Undyne. I think it represents Asgore, because back when they set up I'm sure that at the time when they set up the code system for the bunker, I'm sure Asgore would have been the police chief at the time. I think Des is the Roaring Knight. Fair. I think it's 50-50 between either Des or Carol, but I think the Roaring Knight being Carol makes the most amount of sense for everything else that happens in the story. I think for all the things that happen in the story that are like shrouded in mystery, like who's talking to Chris on the phone, Roaring Knight having shuriken and a katana kind of makes sense for Carol also. The Roaring Knight has a shuriken attack where they throw snowflakes at you, but then also Carol has like snowflakes mounted on her walls. When you click on the snowflakes on the walls in the holiday house, Noelle tells you that those are actually ninja stars. I'm pretty sure that's something that happens. So that even I just feel like it is Carol, in my opinion. But I think there are a lot of things that support Des being the knight. That's why I personally, in my headcanon, it's Carol. But my realistic boring answer, my realistic boring assumption would be that Toby still isn't 100% certain who he wants to be the knight, and so he's leaving it open for if he can tell a story to make it so that if Des turns out to be the more interesting person to be the knight, he can shift it to either be Des or Carol. I think he set it up in a way that it could either go either direction, and it would still make sense no matter which one it is. So maybe he doesn't know yet. Maybe he doesn't know yet while he's still making chapter 5 and 6 and 7. The ending is still going to be the same either way. But when it comes to who is the knight, it could probably be either one. I think we fight multiple titans in chapter 6, and Noelle equips rings. Yeah, Noelle does equip ring, but there is also a moment where there is a way to like if you have like a crystal shard. I think it's like a crystal shard, and if you have like thorn ring, you can turn it into a sword. And a lot of people say, I've been hearing people say that the sword that you can make Malleus make with the thorn ring, the thorn sword or something, that's probably going to be like the sword that like Noelle is supposedly going to wield in that prophecy. If we are to assume that Noelle is the one that the prophecy is referring to when they mentioned the girl with hope crossed on her heart. Anyway, I'm going to ride the stag on the unrelated note. I may or may not have drank 7 alcoholic beverages. Hey, if you actually mean that you're gonna drive, hey, don't do it, Hornet. Just call a friend, or call an Uber, or walk home, take a bus. Anything would be better than driving drunk. Assuming they're not joking about that. If you are joking about that, hey, whatever. It's just a stag. The stag is the one doing all the driving, so you don't have to worry about it. I think Charlie Brown's the Roaring Knight. Good grief. The code is 1225. We know it's the first 3 letters of the code are 122. Since we see it right before Chris cuts us off, the only time we see a 4-letter combo starting with a 122 is Noel's watch stuck at 1225. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case too. I also think it's 1225. 1225 is also the code for like the TV, I think child safety for the TV world. I think that is the code if you want to like open the door to see Toriel. Having shurikens on the wall is such a Mother move. Talking about Mother the game, or are you talking about Mother the Carol? I want to see. I want to see a video. Oh yeah. I want to see a video involving the Eggman. Deltarune Eggman theory. Because I feel like we learned a lot about the Eggman, but I feel like I don't. A 51-minute video. I don't know if I don't think I can watch that one. That's still a little bit too long. Okay, this one's 20 minutes. Still pretty long, but not too long. The Eggman's true meaning in Deltarune finally explained. Let's go. I kind of want to check this video off stream, though. I'll check this shorter one on stream.
Hello, I'm Delta and Destiny, and welcome back to another theory video.
Cool avatar.
If you've stumbled onto this video and
Mothers
clicked
in
on
general.
it, then I
see.
assume that you've played the new chapters of Deltarune. For those who haven't, then I warn you, spoilers ahead.
Because I want to know more about the Eggman.
So, the Eggman.
Thought you missed. Snooping as usual, I see. Eggman. He went by the one who was snooping as usual. That's Robotnik, okay? That's Robotnik. That's not Eggman. He didn't go by Eggman back then. I recently got a comment from someone I don't know who found me through one of my comments on someone else's video, wishing me good luck on the indie game I'm making. I don't know how to feel about that. Did someone find out about your indie game, or did they wish you luck even though you're not making an indie game? Or are you saying that you're surprised that somebody found out about your secret indie game that you've been hiding from the world this whole time?
No, not him.
Snooping as usual, I see. Sonic.
I mean the Eggman from Deltarune, the mysterious character who hides.
I'd like to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm gonna piss on the moon. You are making one? I just don't post a lot of content about it. Maybe it's one of your day one fans. Maybe it's one of your day one followers, Fiction. Maybe someone who saw one of your videos where you mentioned the indie game. Maybe they were lurking. Maybe they didn't show up in chat. Maybe they're just like wishing you luck. What's up, G-Man? G-Man Rocky, welcome to the stream. I highly recommended you check out Jockington is a Goner Theory. Jockington is a Goner Theory. Hold on.
Spoiler?
I do want to see theory videos about Jockington. Ooh, 10 minutes? Not bad. I'll check that out later. 2 days ago. My goodness.
Hi, I'm ready.
That's interesting. I'm definitely interested in finding out, learning more about Jockington, because I feel like Jockington is probably an important character in my opinion, from what I've seen. I feel like we're getting set up for like Jockington and Caddy to be like relevant to the story in some way.
Hides behind trees in this weird limbo space, giving us these important
What's up,
yet
Don
not
Lacha?
too unimportant eggs. Who is he? What is he? What purpose does he serve?
You were in a live show. How was it? Did you have
Well,
fun?
Let's figure that out.
People who travel to different, it's called Starborn. People who travel to different planets searching for magical artifacts and find demons. Interesting.
I first want to answer the question
I
many
haven't made any
people
work
have
on it
been
since
asking.
2023 though. Hey,
Who is
sometimes things take time.
Well, from what I've seen, I feel like the most logical answer is the man himself, W.D. Gaster.
That's
He's
the
one of
first
the
one that
most
people think.
compelling and
I don't think it
mysterious-
is. I don't think the Eggman is the same as W.D. Gaster. especially after chapter 3. My goodness, something about the conversation in chapter 3 made me think it probably isn't Gaster.
Figures in the entire Undertale and Deltarune community. Toby in Undertale barely ever explores his character, yet everyone goes nuts over him.
Absolute
whenever
cinema.
we see
Let's go.
anything
Nice
related
on
to
loud
him.
show. I'm glad you had fun.
All we got anything related to him. Nuts over him whenever we see barely ever explores his character, yet everyone goes nuts over him whenever we see anything related to him. All we got were little lore snippets that were only accessible through random chance. It
Okay.
only makes sense
Yep.
then for Toby to reintroduce this character and fulfill the fandom's wishes. So, it's not surprising that when the Eggman character was discovered, the connections between Gaster and the Eggman started piling up.
Also, I mean, Gaster's head looks vaguely shaped like an egg a little bit. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. I feel like I can probably still understand him if I speed it up just a bit. He speaks, not to say this in a bad way. He speaks fairly slowly, so I feel like I could still understand him if I speed it up.
Personally, when I first discovered the Egg Room, something about it felt off. The way it works, the mechanics, the odds, the location, it all felt deliberate. A room
Yeah.
between rooms, only accessed through chance.
Yeah, it is kind of one of those things, huh? It is similar to how you run into the Gaster stuff, where everything just kind of happens by chance. Whereas, like, the fun value is determined at the beginning of the game in Undertale, so you can only, like, change the fun value once per playthrough. But the random chance is like you can do it at any time in the within game for Deltarune. But there is a similarity there where you do have to. It does have to be by chance. I see.
A man
I see what
alone
you
in a
mean.
room,
That's a good point.
waiting. Sound familiar?
Hey, what's
This
up,
is
Archie?
the first time we've seen something like that. Just like in
Hey, hold up. Sorry, I've been late. I'm late. Been busy writing a One Piece short story today. What? Archie, are you in my Discord server? Because if you are, I kind of want. I don't know if you're in my Discord server. Because if you're in the Discord server, I kind of want to see. I kind of want to read the short story. I'm curious about it. I think Eggman is a Gaster follower. That also that kind of works. I can kind of see that. But I think the Eggman. My thinking is that the Eggman is Chris's therapist. I'm thinking about it just now, especially after what happened in chapter 4. I think the Eggman is Chris's therapist, because we don't know who Chris's therapist is, do we? We know his babysitter, but who would be? Like, apparently Chris was in therapy at some point. We have yet to meet anybody who mentions, "Oh, I remember when I I used to see you. I used to give you counseling and stuff." I think the Eggman is Chris's therapist. Could be both. You think the Gaster follower could be? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I feel like the Gaster stuff, anything involving Gaster, I almost just never really believe anything when people say anything is Gaster at all. If anyone mentions Gaster in any theory, there's a part of me that just like automatically will automatically doubt. The only thing I think that actually works that is Gaster, I think, is like the character that talks to you in in all caps in the beginning of the game, or when you die against the knight, or at the end of chapter 4, right? Like, how much longer now how much longer now, my Deltarune, basically. Like, all the text, that the narrator text, basically. I believe, like the Goner Maker screen too, I believe that's Gaster. I do believe that is Gaster. That makes sense to me, because they sound like Gaster when I read the dialogue from the narration. Other than that, I don't really know if I can subscribe to any theories that put Gaster in there as an explanation for whatever. The story is called Legend of Alexis and follows the character Alexis, who's basically a One Piece version of Alexander the Great. Ooh. Would this character be a giant by chance? Isn't he confirmed to be a therapist? Yeah, maybe they did confirm it. It like all we know about all we know is that like Chris went to therapy at some point, but I don't know if we ever really confirmed that it was his therapist. But I do think it is. Yeah, I do think it's Chris's therapist. I do think it's a person that Chris knows but forgot about, because he mentioned like, "Oh, you forgot about me. Will you remember me?" I think there's something there. It's something, yeah. Maybe the Eggman. Nah, I don't know.
Deltarune. Undertale has this weird area that has a chance to spawn in a room between other rooms. In order to get to this room in Undertale, it relies on something referred to as a fun value, a random chance value that is calculated at the beginning of the game. It's quite literally a room that relies on gambling. The most notable thing about this room is who resides within it. The Mystery Man sprite, the person who is most likely to be
Whose
WD
head
Gaster.
looks like an
The sprite
egg?
literally being referred to as the Mystery Man in the files is very similar to how the person behind the tree is described, simply a man. But the parallels don't end there. Notice how the room layout is exactly the same as the egg room from Chapter 1, a tight pathway that...
Oh my god, yeah, you know what? Gaster, what if it is Gaster, though? You know, that actually could make a little bit of sense. Gaster is a doctor. What if Gaster turns out to be Chris's therapist? Huh. It's actually not that crazy of a theory. Huh. And it could explain a few things. Yeah. What if Gaster was Chris's therapist? Huh. Okay.
that leads upwards and widens
Go
out
on.
into a larger area. While the colors are different and the other chapters' egg rooms don't follow
Alexis
this
is a
pattern,
giant
it is still something that I felt like I needed to point out.
shrink
Another
food.
interesting thing
So
is that
she's a giant who
after
can
interacting
change
with the Mystery
size.
Man sprite,
This means it
he
can be a normal
disappears with that funny
size
little sound that we all know and love.
with all the physical
The Eggman
advantages
does
of a
something
giant.
almost of the exact same caliber. He disappears after you
I think a
interact,
giant with a
no
shrink
matter if you
food is
choose yes
always
or no.
like a cool idea.
One of the
I
most
would love that to
compelling
be.
arguments that the
I would love
Eggman
that
is
to be the
Gaster
case with
is that it's already technically
Loki
foreshadowed within the basic
in One
Undertale
Piece.
game without needing the effect of a fun value. I've seen this point forgotten so much.
Wait,
it's
have
barely
you? Are
mentioned
you?
anywhere.
Hold on. Are you? Are you caught up in One Piece manga, Archie? Are you caught up in the One Piece manga? Can I talk to you about One Piece for a little bit? Just like a little bit. I just want to say one little statement, without worrying about spoiling anything for you. I don't know if anybody chat. Are any of y'all like okay with me like mentioning one One Piece spoiler in the manga? Because if you're watching the anime, you might not know about this character. You're fully caught up. Same. Damn, the last few chapters have been crazy though, huh, Archie? Oh my god. You just called him egg-shaped bald man from where where I'm from. That could be considered an insult, but he literally is shaped. His head is literally shaped like an egg. One Piece, never heard of it. There's also a non-canon giant who has a non-canon shrinking devil fruit. Yeah, there is. Yeah, from one of the movies.
You see, there are flavor text lines from the True Lab in Undertale. If you go into the fridge
You
room
can't
before turning
care?
on the ventilation room where you encounter
Okay.
endogeny, the room is full of dense fog. You can interact with some objects in the room, and two of them provide the flavor text as follows. There's something here.
I think it would be crazy. I think it would be pretty cool if Loki had that fruit. Like Loki had that fruit, and then because of that, they were able to join the Straw Hats. I think that'd be awesome. I don't know. I just want to know. I feel like I like the idea of a giant being part of the Straw Hat crew. I think it's really cool. There's something cool about that. And Luffy did invite Loki to join the crew. You know, it doesn't happen that often. he's tried to recruit crazier things, but it doesn't happen that often. And like I feel like the only way that it would work though would be if Loki could change his size. And for a giant to have a devil fruit like that would be pretty impressive. I don't know.
Feels like a tree, ripe with delicious fruit. And there's something here. Something in the shape of a man.
Back to the
This is a
game.
direct
Loki
reference
from
to what
Marvel?
we get
No.
in Deltarune.
Not Loki
Simply
from
a
Marvel.
man
Loki from
and
One
a tree.
Piece.
It shows us that Toby was planning all this way before Deltarune was even conceived.
Hold on, wait, what?
There's something here. Feels like a tree, ripe with delicious fruit. And there's something here. Something in the shape of a man.
What was
There's
this?
something here. Before turning on the ventilation room where you encounter Endogeny, the room is full of dense fog. You can interact with some objects in the room, and 2 of them provide the flavor text as follows.
Oh, this is
There's
an
something
Undertale.
here. Feels like a
Oh.
tree, ripe with delicious fruit. And
Oh.
there's something here. Something in the shape of a man. This is a direct reference to what we get in
Ooh,
Deltarune.
interesting.
Simply a man and a tree. It shows us that Toby was planning all this way before Deltarune was even conceived. If Toby had already conceived the idea of the Eggman for Deltarune, then it's interesting that he put it in the true lab. If Toby,
Wait,
Toby
what'd
was
you say?
planning all this way before Deltarune was even conceived. If Toby had already
Well, he was already planning Deltarune before even Undertale, so like Deltarune was the game he wanted to make before he decided to make Undertale. So yeah, there's definitely something inside Undertale that's some, and I'm sure there's something in Undertale that's kind of meant to be some sort of setup that connects to Deltarune in some way, especially since he's been wanting to make Deltarune even before Undertale was made.
already conceived the idea of the Eggman for Deltarune, then it's interesting that he put it in the true lab.
That was after
the place
Deltarune was
where
conceived,
Gaster
but
was
before
thought
it
to have
was
started
released.
his
Yeah,
experiments with creating the core.
yeah, like
This is
Deltarune
what
was
really
conceived
convinced me of
before
Gaster, or the Mystery
Undertale was
Man
even
sprite,
made.
at least.
Like I'm pretty sure Deltarune was conceived before even Undertale was conceived. The theory I've seen is Loki has a Yorgamander fruit. Yorgamander being a serpent that's so big and encompasses the world, in the entire world. He has like a pretty important devil fruit. It's a devil fruit that's super important to giants. So Jorgamander might be an interesting one. The Jorgamander fruit would be crazy, actually. He would definitely have to be like the scariest. He would be like the scariest creature to ever walk amongst the giants, if that's actually the case. He is like everything that the giants fear. Toby had the idea of Deltarune before Undertale came out. Yes.
Being the Eggman. One of the biggest counter-arguments I have seen with creating the core. This is what really convinced me of Gaster, or the Mystery Man sprite at least, being the Eggman.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest counter-arguments I have seen is that people don't believe Gaster would speak like this. Having him be this silly little character behind a tree giving you eggs seems too random and goofy for a character we've seen as a large foreboding figure. Yet, in my personal opinion, I see this as a separate part of Gaster. The beginning song of the game is called Another Hymn, which is callback to Gaster's theme, whose file name is hymn.ogg.
Which is why I'm pretty sure the person that's talking in the beginning of the game, I'm pretty sure that is Gaster. I'm certain of that. Fairly certain. I'm about like maybe 80 to 90% certain. Around there, in between there. 80 something percent certain that that's Gaster. It's gotta be.
This implies that there are possibly many Gasters out there, after falling into his own creation and shattering across time and space.
A piece of Gaster.
Either way, this seems to be a more silly side to his character. This could even be the true side of Gaster before he fell into his own creation. His broken version is the more
Oh, I can't with all the Gaster
clinical,
gifts.
scientific creature we see speak to us in the beginning moments of the game.
You know, there's a theory.
This is his normal self.
There's a theory that Gaster is the father of Sans and Papyrus, and that he was a royal scientist before Alphys was. I think he was a scientist before Alphys, but him being a dad, I don't buy. Yeah, I don't think he was the dad, but I don't think it was the dad, but I do think there might be some sort of relation between them. I think they might be related in some way. I think you can't write off the fact that Gaster uses fonts in his name, right? I mean, his name is a font. Such who's the only people that we know who have fonts as their names are Sans and Papyrus. And not only that, but like the whole like Sans and Papyrus like appearing out of nowhere, like their origin story feels so suspicious that I feel like there's probably some sort of connection between them, all three of them. I feel like I don't know if he's the dad. I don't think I've ever believed that, but if they're the closest thing that I would kind of believe that's similar to that theory would be the idea of Sans and Papyrus being one of the like probably the two biggest fragments of Gaster, right? Say Gaster split off into multiple fragments, maybe Papyrus and Sans would be like the two biggest fragments of Gaster, whereas like and the rest of Gaster's fragments are like split off across the multiverse. I do think like I don't know if I believe that theory, but I feel like that makes more sense than the dad thing. Should I make a smaller game called Saturn Robe before making Starborn? It's an anagram like Undertale and the Saturn Robe. Hey, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, like that's not a bad idea. I mean, I think Toby Fox actually made. I think that was a good idea for Toby Fox to make a smaller game that was like less meaningful than like starting off with like your dream game. I think it's good to start off with something smaller. Maybe incorporate elements that you want to throw into your main game. Something that's lower stakes. You know, if it doesn't go well, you don't feel bad about it. You know what I mean? I think Toby Fox wanted. I think Toby Fox didn't. I think Toby Fox might be scared that Undertale might forever like overshadow Deltarune. Because I still feel like Undertale still might be the more well-known game. Like I think Deltarune is the better game between Undertale and Deltarune. I think Deltarune is better, but I think when it comes to popularity, when it comes to the fandom, when it comes to like I think more people know about Undertale than even Deltarune still to this day. Like way more. Like anytime I mention Deltarune, like, hey Neil, what's Deltarune? What is that? I'm like, oh, it's like the sequel to Undertale. I have to say it like that to people who are not part of like the crowd that is aware of Deltarune's existence. That's the only way I can ever really explain it in a way that makes sense. I'll either say it's a sequel or a spiritual successor, depending on who I'm talking to. Putting myself into Toby's shoes, I think it would suck if the prototype was going to be forever. Like the prototype for the game of my dreams was always going to be forever like overshadow the game of my dreams. That would suck. But only time will tell. We gotta wait for Deltarune to be fully out before we can say if Undertale will always be like the bigger game, the more well-known game. That probably puts a lot of pressure on poor Toby, because he probably feels like he has to make Deltarune more grand, more impactful in the culture, even more so than Undertale. It's big shoes to follow, you know? Like, yeah, that sounds hard. It sounds like a tough situation. Maybe that's the reason why Toby's taking so long to release more of Deltarune, because he wants it to be bigger than Undertale. Toby Fox did that. There's also the theory that Spamton has had contact with Gaster and is only successful because of him and his job. I think so too. Honestly, I think Spamton was friends with Chris and the Roaring Knight before we saw him in Chapter 2. That's what I think. I think Chris and the Roaring Knight, I think they knew Spamton. I think I think they probably abandoned Spamton around the time he became less useful to them, which is why he's in the state that he is. My suspicion with Spamton is like he says Chris, we already are friend request accepted. Like the way he said that, it's really hard to tell. It's really hard to take anything that Spamton says seriously, to be honest. But I feel like he does say a few things that you can kind of like probably assume some truth. There's some truth to some of the things that he says. I think one of those things might be the thing where he says that we're already friends. I think he means that literally. I don't think he means that in a way that like I decided we're friends just now because, you know, like I want to talk to you and I want to get your soul, so we're friends, right? You get right, buddy, old pal. I don't think it comes off that way at first, but I think it gets even crazier than that. I think like I think Chris feeling traumatized after fighting Spamton, I think that's part of it too. Maybe he felt weird having to like fight Spamton, seeing like what happened to Spamton after they abandoned him, seeing that he went crazy. Maybe that like affected Chris. Maybe he was kind of like screaming because maybe he felt bad about what happened to him. I don't know. A lot of little things can be. There's a lot of things around Spamton that don't make sense and could lead to bigger theories. See, that's one of the reasons why I like Spamton as a character. Screams in Chronos before dying. Screams in Chronos. I have a theory. I see why not. Yeah. And you know, I think Spamton probably, the person that he talked to on the phone probably was Gaster. I also think it's possible that he could have been talking to the Roaring Knight also. That's all that I wanted to say to that. It was like a lot of setup there to make that point. Saturn is a god of time, so trying to travel could be an important thing. Oh, okay. Kronos is Titan of time. I see. I can help you out starting up the story creative thing like that and come up with ideas. We fought 12 Titans in Deltarune like the ones in Greek mythology. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Help you making that in your game. 6 Titans and 1 in 6 older games. You know, fun fact, I can perfectly imitate Spamton's way of speaking. I spent literal months perfecting the ability to do spoken ads in a different voice without messing up the regular words. It's hard to do. That's pretty crazy. Because I try to do that myself. Like, I try to do it the same way that, like, Kane's voice actor does in those animations. But even doing that is really hard to do, like, live, like, improvising.
Him being...
That's impressive. Good job.
Another solid piece of evidence that Gaster is likely the Eggman is that the Eggman uses the phrase, Deltarune will be waiting. It's a line that reminds me of how Gaster...
Whether 11 hours or 11 years, Deltarune will be waiting. Oh, okay. That's a good point. I forgot about that.
It's about Deltarune. Like it's something that exists as a reality, not just a story or a prophecy. Gaster, along with the philosophers in Chapter 4, are the only characters so far who speak of it like it's a game, whether it's in the metaphysical sense during the Twitter takeover.
Yeah, the philosophers do I do think it's interesting that the philosophers mentioned Deltarune. It happens in the middle of a fight, so it was hard for me to like yap about it when I was playing that live. But I'm glad he mentioned this because I almost forgot about that.
Or at the end of Chapter 4, where Gaster refers to Deltarune as my Deltarune. He speaks of it like it's a child for us to accept, or something that's alive, breathing, and living.
My Deltarune.
No one else in the game seems to do this.
I didn't take it that way. I thought he was like kind of like referring to it as like how much till it's complete. My Deltarune. Like when he said my Deltarune, I thought he was saying it like a song or something. How much longer until this song is done, or the story that I want to create. I always took that to mean like my Deltarune, or like my literal rune, like a literal rune that probably has powers, kind of like a Triforce or something. I kind of interpreted my Deltarune as an actual like object. Physical or non-physical, but an object nonetheless.
But moving on. I still want to leave the opinion open that Gaster may not be the Eggman. From everything that I've seen, I personally came to this conclusion. However, there is still a possibility he isn't. Thankfully...
How are you, little sponge? I'm doing just $4.99. I could go for a lot of hyperlink blocked. That's the best I could do. That was probably like one of the better, my better versions of doing that. I can't do it that well though. You're telling me you can do that easily, perfectly? That's pretty good. I found another Deltarune, Undertale Deltarune anagram. Trade loon. A loon is a crescent-shaped figure formed on a sphere or plane by two arcs intersecting at 2 points. I feel like if Toby wanted to keep this, if Toby wanted to turn this into a trilogy, they probably could do something like that. Not sure what it'd have to do with trading. Maybe he could just make a third game that has nothing to do with the game, Undertale or Deltarune. Just like kind of like loosely related, but it's like a game about like economics, maybe. I don't know. I know loon is in Spanish. The word comes from French for moon. Yeah, clair de lune. Roman languages are
this
hard to understand
about
each other.
who the
A little
Eggman
bit,
is
yeah.
won't affect the question I intend to answer next. What do the egg rooms and the Eggman represent? Well, from everything that I've seen, I think the eggs are meant to represent fragments of a memory that happened to Chris in the past. Let's see why. After doing the long and confusing side quest to get to the Eggman in Chapter 3 and talking to him, the dialogue he presents seems to represent someone or something from the past.
Yeah,
he
that he's
explores
forgotten.
topics of the past and seems to have expansive knowledge on it, talking about how society developed, how before we came into the picture, the world was covered in water, dinosaurs ruled, and then an ice age struck. Not only that, but the place we find him in Chapter 3 is based on old retro
I
NES
forgot
style
about that
games.
too.
It's a green area with no colors, with a
I feel like someone like Gaster probably would be aware of that kind of
It's
information.
art style that's even more pixelated than Deltarune's. There are also little NES Rudins scattered throughout the area who speak of not recognizing Chris since they've grown, and even mention how Chris created these Rudins to try and cheat in a game long ago. All these things speak of something in the past, maybe not directly tied to the incident I'm going to talk about, but it's still part of a wider exploration of history and memory. It's also fitting that the entirety of Chapter 3 is nostalgia bait. From the Zelda knockoffs to the poor 3D software used back then, it makes sense for this secret location of Chapter 3 to include more nods to that nostalgic feeling. Another hint.
Yeah, I feel like ever since this chapter, I felt like there are quite a few parallels between Omori and Deltarune. It kind of does feel like maybe a little bit like maybe the Dark World can kind of be a little bit like Headspace for Omori. You know what I mean? Like if we were to assume that this is all stuff that's like in your head, you know, there's some people that say that like the Deltarune story is like stuff that like Chris and Susie are imagining to some degree, and or it's like it's all symbolic of things. Maybe they could maybe all of this was like maybe all a dream. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that one though. That would be like not too interesting. Not a bad attempt. You know, I also have Spanton's glasses too. I have tennis suit I made an actual tailor. You got Spamton's suit? Nice. So you're gonna do a Spamton? You're gonna do like a Spamton cosplay soon? To be fair, both Omori and Undertale were inspired by Earthbound. Yeah, they were. They have very similar roots. And a lot of stuff in Earthbound is also like symbolic too, like symbolic of bigger themes. I think like part of Earthbound was like I think it's part of Earthbound was kind of like growing up and like it's supposed to be like it's like a I think the Earthbound's plot is supposed to be like a symbolic of like growing up and like moving away from home, being away from your parents and stuff. I think that's supposed to be like one of the themes in Earthbound. And I think there might be something similar going on with Deltarune, but I don't think it's going to be the same as Omori, where everything is literally in your brain, in your head. I think a lot of it's going to be symbolic. A lot of what we see here seems to be like symbolic of, like, a lot of what we see in Deltarune seems to be symbolic of like how kids feel when like the world is changing, right? They're everyone that they grew up with is like either leaving their life, like Des left, you know, like Des is gone, like childhood friends are leaving, no longer around. your brother's going off to college, your parents are getting divorced, all that's happening. And like Susie and Chris are like just both troubled children that are going through like some difficult moments in their life. And like a lot of the stuff that we're seeing is like representative of that, like there are some people saying that, like that stuff like that. And I think that might be true. I think a lot of it is supposed to be like an analogy. A lot of what we experience in Deltarune is supposed to be an analogy of like being a kid that like is growing up with like divorced parents, and your hometown is changing. And a lot of it's supposed to like represent like, oh, like difficulties of like growing up in an environment like that. I can see just Tenna yelling random things like, I have no scream and I just mouth and I must mouth. Wait, what? So I both spammed the suit and tennis suit, so I'm gonna wear the suit. I'm never gonna feel gloomy while wearing it. My parents got divorced when I was younger than Chris. I was 11. She's like 14, 15. Asgore's dialogue is implied the divorce is a recent development. Yeah, and I think that the later in life that happens, like divorce definitely affects you. Like if your parents get divorced while you're in the middle of like puberty, which seems to be the case with Chris, that's probably like the most traumatizing time to have, like, to see your parents getting a divorce. Honestly, my parents divorced when I was old enough to remember them being around, them being together. Because like I think my little brother was like a baby when they divorced. I was in preschool. I was in preschool when my parents got divorced. I was like, so I do remember like how things were before they separated. And yeah, so I can understand a little bit of what Chris is going through. But yeah, I feel like it would have been worse if they separated when I was like going through high school or something. No, you're crazy. No way Omori and Deltarune are that similar. They're earthbound and smart. That's why you're crazy if you think that they have more in Neo in Chapter 2. Also Neo now. I don't think it's like headspace stuff.
That this egg room is meant to represent the past is that when we
I don't think there's all that
this is
similar
not
in terms of
their dark world
gameplay.
sprite.
Their gameplay is
They're in
pretty
their light
different.
world sprite at first. As soon as I saw this, I was really confused. But when I looked at it through the lens of the egg room representing the past, it suddenly made sense. If the past is a time before the Dark World adventures occurred, then Chris appearing in their light world form fits perfectly. What's even more interesting...
And Omori is not necessarily an analogy. Also, Omori is not necessarily an analogy. They kind of take it like almost literally by literally going into Omori's headspace or Sunny's headspace.
...is that after receiving the egg in Chapter
There's a
3,
slight difference.
Chris's
Not a slight. There's a pretty decent difference.
It's almost like they're regaining something. Appearing in their light world form fits perfectly. What's even more interesting is that after receiving the egg in Chapter 3, Chris's sprite changes back to their dark world form. It's almost like they're regaining something. The egg seems to patch a part of its purpose. But when I looked at it,
he does go. Oh my God! I must, for some reason, I don't know if I picked up on that. When Chris shows up to this world, oh, they're wearing their normal outfit. I don't know if I noticed that. Why did that go over my head completely?
The egg room representing the past, it suddenly made sense. If the past is a time before the Dark World adventures occurred, then Chris appearing in their light world form fits perfectly. What's even more interesting is that after receiving the egg in Chapter 3, Chris's sprite changes back to their dark world form. It's almost like they're regaining something. The egg seems to patch a part of the game, almost like it's patching a part of Chris's memory.
Yeah.
If these eggs are piecing a story together for us, the player, then why are they symbolized through eggs? Well, in the more symbolic meaning of eggs, they commonly represent new life or resurrection. In this case, the eggs could be representing the resurrection of Chris's memory. However, another great point is that the eggs are reminiscent of Easter eggs in the game.
Yeah,
things you have to go out of your way to find. Yep. This aligns with the idea of Chris having to search for their memories. They're lost in the game and must be recovered. They could almost act like pieces of code that need to be collected to form one complete memory.
Or maybe it's Chris's memories that Chris has been like trying to forget on purpose, but against their will, right? Because the player controls Chris, we're basically controlling Chris in order to find the eggs and to remember to regain these memories. Maybe Chris without the soul wants to forget. Maybe he hid these eggs somewhere on purpose. And we're only searching for them against his will.
The eggs are even referred to as code in one of Noelle's blog posts about Cat Pedders 2. She describes all the pets as code. The Pipis resulted from her placing Spamton's corrupted email into the text. Is even a pet. Since we know another weird pet appeared in her email into the text.
Sounds like I got nothing but random letters. I figured it's probably a fail attempt to send me a virus, but I tried putting Cat Pedders 2 as a mod. So I did. And weirdly enough, it actually managed to load. For people that don't know the game, it has a special visual style. All the pets were made of circles that get animated around. One circle will be a head, another has eyes. Wait, what? Wait, what is this?
They're even referred to as search for their memories. They're lost in the game and must be recovered. They could almost act like pieces of code that need to be collected to form one complete memory. The eggs are even referred to as code in one of Noelle's blog posts about Cat Pedders 2. She describes all the pets as code. The Pipis resulted from her placing Spamton's corrupted email into the text.
Oh.
Is even a pet. Since we know another weird pet appeared in her game, seemingly one of Deltarune's eggs, because she describes it as a normal egg that you couldn't get rid of or throw away, one that makes a strange noise when used. This is exactly like the egg Chris obtains. Since this egg is also...
Interesting. That's super interesting.
referred to as a pet.
Wait, Noelle's emails? Is that part of the Spamton sweepstakes stuff? Like Noelle's blog posts? What do I find? Now I need to look up some of these things. I need to look up like all the not the Spamton. I need to look up all the Gaster like things that Gaster says on Toby Fox's Twitter account. I need to look up all the fucking Spamton sweepstakes stuff. Now I'm finding out about like Noelle's blog. What the hell? Where do people find these things? It's good news. I'm going on a huge Pride event today. And I'm going to go dress as Tenna. You cannot tell me Tenna is straight. Emma is rude as fuck. I don't know either way with Tenna. I have no idea with Tenna. Maybe. I wouldn't be one to suppose. But to be fair, a lot of Toby Fox's characters are definitely not a lot of Toby Fox's characters are straight. So your chances of that being the case is actually pretty high. Eggs come in multiples of 6. 6 eggs is enough for a small carton. I imagine Deltarune will have 6 eggs. Yeah. It wouldn't make sense for Deltarune to have 7 eggs because chapter 7 ends everything, right? Why would there be a 7th egg if gathering all the eggs is supposed to like change like the end or something somehow, then why would there be a 7th egg right at the right when like everything is supposed to be affected? I'm pretty sure there are only like 5 or 6 like shadow crystals too, either 5 or 6 of those. So I guess it makes sense that there would also be like less than the chapter amount, full chapter amount of eggs. React to elephant green screen effect theory. Answer is very good. I want to check out the Jockington theory later. Maybe, I don't know what the elephant green screen theory is though. I might check that out later. I'll look that up after the Jockington stuff. Eggs will affect the ending because Toby Fox. Yeah. I think if you get like the eggs and the shadow crystals, I think those combined will probably do the only thing that will affect the ending. I think there's probably just like one alternate ending. And that's those 2 things are probably key. You need a version of Tenna's TV time screen, but one that says it's theory time. It's theory time! Tenna's Spamton are exes and Tenna's dating the mics.
We can tell it, too, is represented as code. Well, I don't believe that the egg Noelle found in Cat Pedders 2 is the same one as in-game. They do seem
Hydration
to
check.
mirror each other, both as
Yeah, all
strange,
staying
persistent
hydrated.
bits of broken and strange code. A fellow Deltarune theorist, named Foxworthy, pointed out that the eggs almost behave like data contained in computer memory. Computers use something called a pointer to mark the location in memory where data is saved. If you have a pointer to a memory location, you can read what's there.
Yeah.
In this case, the egg rooms seem to be the pointer, and the eggs are the data. If the eggs are part of the memory, then Chris going to these pointer rooms could be them slowly regaining that code.
Yeah.
Then finding the eggs in these rooms would allow them to get that memory.
Hold on. Are you sure you're not just like been watching a bunch of like Deltarune theory videos while you're studying for your computer science bachelor's program? Hold on. I need to see how this started. Again. I was like, wait. Why are we turning this into like computer memory registers?
Referred to as a pet. We can tell it too is represented as code. Well, I don't believe that the egg Noelle found in Cat Petters 2, like the other
I need to go back a little bit more than that.
Seemingly one of Deltarune's eggs, because she describes it as a normal egg that you can
How
get
did
rid
it go
of or
from
throw
there
away,
to there?
one that makes a strange noise when used. This is exactly like the egg Chris obtains. Since this egg is also referred to as a pet, we can tell it too is represented as code. Well, I don't believe that the egg Noelle found in Cat Petters 2 is the same one as in-game. They do seem to mirror each other, both as strange, persistent bits of broken and strange code. A fellow Deltarune theorist named Foxworthy persistent bits of broken and strange code. A fellow Deltarune theorist named Foxworthy pointed out that the eggs almost behave like data contained in computer memory.
The idea was how it related to computer memory, to the relationship with Cat Petters 2, which describes all pets as code. The pipis resulted from Noelle placing Spamton's corrupted email text into the game as a pet. Noelle placing Spamton's corrupted email text into the game as a pet. Further, since we know that another weird type of pet appeared in her game, seemingly one of Deltarune's eggs, we also know it must be represented as some kind of code. Since the fourth egg is also related to Chris receiving therapy, the man is described as being forgotten repeatedly. It's fair to think that Chris may be blocking out some memories out of traumatic experience, combined with one of Deltarune's biggest mysteries. Don't forget, memories and forgetting are seemingly very important. These ideas together. It can be related to the idea of data contained in computer memory. Computers have something called a pointer to mark the location of memory where data is saved. If you have a pointer pointing to that location of memory, you can read whatever is contained there. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I feel like that's. I feel like there's a few leaps there. There's a few things in there that are kind of huge leaps. Like huge. You kind of have to stretch. You have to stretch things a little bit to make that make sense. Like, I don't think, because like the way that memory, when we talk about memory in terms of like Chris's memories, that's more representative of like storage. I guess computer memory, when you think about computer memory, that's more representative of like RAM, and it's not the same thing as storage. But I guess I don't think it works. Like, as a person that has hello Squiggles, welcome to the stream, good to see you. Tampon theory. As a person that has like gone who does understand a little bit of computer memory and stuff, I got a fucking bachelor's in computer science, but like I don't know. I think I don't know if this works all that well. I understand what he's going for, but I feel like I don't think it fits as cleanly as he's making it sound. I don't think it works as cleanly. I think yeah, I don't know. I don't feel strongly about this.
Computers use something called a pointer to mark the location.
Because I don't even think Toby is really
if
much of a computer scientist.
Memory location, you can read what's there. In this case, the egg rooms seem to be the pointer, and the eggs are the data.
Musician that learned how to write code.
Memory, then Chris going to these pointer rooms.
if Toby Fox was Toby Fox was more of a coder than a musician second, maybe we could see that being a thing. I don't think that. I think this is a little bit of a stretch. I don't know about this one. I'm not kidding. Tampon theory is real. What is tampon theory? Fortunately, I gotta go at 6 in the morning. I need to go get my tenant outfit ready. See you later, Archie. Thanks for stopping by, man. Gotta go. See you later. Like the cooler older, you're like the cooler older brother, or the cool cousin that everyone wants to hang out with. I gotta go and get ready to have fun with the theories. Yeah. Have fun. Cosplaying, dude, Archie. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Basically doubles the video duration time. I'm glad you didn't pick the filthy one video, the 51 video. Yeah, I did not want to. I even had to speed up this one too. I don't know what it is. Just saw it while scrolling. You just happen to see a video called Tampon Theory. That's crazy. This is how monsters. That's sure why I taught Diamond. This is how monsters of town think Chris works as a computer. Yeah, I don't know. I think you gotta be like a little bit like computer science, like CS brain, to come up with with a way to make this work in the theory.
In Chapter 4 follow this pattern? Well, once again, the Chapter 4 egg room seems to support this idea of returning to the past. The room on the other side of the egg window contains a prophecy. It shows a house with 2 trees and 1 word plastered above it. Roots.
Okay.
While it's tempting to think roots here refers to the trees, it's more likely connected to history, origin, and where you came from.
Okay.
It seems to be pointing towards the roots of what happened in Deltarune's past, and Chris uncovering their origin and trauma. The form that Chapter 4's egg room takes is also important. It's a hospital. More specifically, one suited for therapy.
Okay,
when you enter the room with the tree painting, you have
so
to
far.
stumble around until you find the easel. Once you interact with it, this happens.
Well, there is a canvas here. Will you draw? Yes. Chris picked up a pencil. They began by sketching what they had seen behind the tree. But as they sketched, the line began to err as if the pencil had lost its way. So they started again, drawing over the lines they'd already made. Many times they would suddenly halt or the pencil drifted into a new drawing. So they started over again. Through many repetitions, their movements became faster and smoother. Until, without looking, they had completed a sketch in a single wild line. In the end, as a result of laying the sketches on top of each other, the surface of the canvas was nothing more than a monochrome smear. Next, a tree was painted over it. Painted over everything, leaving nothing but a simple still life. After all, there wasn't anything to look at in the room besides a single tree.
Wait.
Nothing more than a monochrome smear. Next, a tree was painted over it. Painted over everything, leaving nothing but a simple still life. After all, there wasn't anything to look at in the room besides a single tree. Chris got up, to see the painting was complete. But their hand, smudged with graphite, was still moving as if to trace some unseen shape. An egg was picked up from a nearby easel.
Oh, interesting.
Here, Chris tries to draw the man over and over
I forgot
again,
about that.
but fails. This ties back to the idea of the egg rooms being like computer pointers. You see, if the data that is getting used is removed, then the pointer points to what is called garbage data. Data from a different program. It's very similar to how Gaster is associated with garbage noise, the result of garbage data being turned into sound by a speaker or a phone.
Okay.
This is what is happening to Chris here.
Garbage data. Yeah. I can kind of see where you're going with. All right. It's starting to make a little bit of sense.
They don't have the memory of what happened, so they can't draw the man. And here, this answers the question of what the man is. It's clearly a representation of Chris's trauma. Something...
Well, like, do we have to invoke the computer science thing? Do we have to invoke the whole computer memory aspect for this to make sense? Where it also just kind of works if we were talking about just regular old human memory. Okay, I'm still waiting for that to start making sense though. Like, why still invoke the computer analogy? You know. I don't know. Oh, wait. A metallic roar rings out. A few moments later, you feel the earth shake beneath you. You see a titanic frame. Hello, Asher. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I also have my own theory. It's very stupid, but after Asgore ran over Des, Chris ate Des's ashes, which is why the Roaring Knight and Chris are partners. That's a pretty funny one. That's a pretty funny theory. I like that. Noel's Precious Chase. Hello, Noel's Precious Chase. Welcome Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Chris is trying to forget, it is burned into their mind. It's interesting that once Chris receives the egg, the man disappears. Almost as if they're coming to terms with something. Dealing with the trauma. In this sense, it's very fitting that the Chapter 4 egg room takes the form of a therapy hospital. It's very common for people to try and draw their agony so they can come to terms with it and face it head on and make it something physical that we can see.
Yeah.
But here, Chris doesn't just draw their pain. They cover it up.
Yeah.
They paint a tree over it. Almost as if they're trying to hide the agony and the trauma they see.
Right.
I don't know that much about therapy places, but I don't think drawing over the agony is the best idea. Coming to terms with it is what I'd recommend, but covering it up and trying to forget it isn't the best thing to do. It's even more notable that even...
I'm not sure if that's necessarily what the exercise of drawing in the therapy session is supposed to. Okay, I mean, I agree for the most part. If okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I felt about that
even
statement.
after
Okay.
painting over their drawing, their hands are stained with graphite. And going over to the sink and trying to wash it off doesn't work. It reminds me of guilt, like the phrase blood on your hands or caught red-handed. Chris here
Okay.
wants to forget what happened, but they can't. It all ties back to the central message of the game. Don't forget. So, if Chris is trying to block out a memory, one that we, the player, are helping Chris regain, then what is this memory Chris is trying to block out? Well, to me, it seems to be the thing affecting everyone in Hometown. The disappearance of December Holiday. Chris seemed to have a close relationship to Des. They played music together, and
Okay.
were overall good friends. Des might have even been the one to give Chris their first knife. Now that we
Yeah,
know
probably,
Des is
actually.
the knight, it can be assumed that something happened to her. But what did happen? Did Chris witness this event? Was this what caused the horrible memory that the Eggman is taking the form of? And this concludes my theory. In summary, the Eggman is a representation of the memory of the disappearance of December Holiday, an event that Chris witnessed and can't forget. And that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. and I hope you have
Okay.
a great rest of your day. I do want to let you know I have a Discord that is linked down in the description, along with
Not sure if I like that theory, to be honest. I'll be honest, it's probably like my least favorite theory that I've watched so far. It's not bad, but I feel like there's a few. There might be there are a couple of you have to like kind of stretch for a few things that he mentioned. I don't even know if it was all that relevant to mention like the computer memory thing. I don't know, just I'm not sure how I felt about that theory. It feels a little bit disorganized. I liked the way Shabunka organized their theories. I felt like that was like a better way to explain why they believed why they believe what they did. This one feels like there's like a few ideas that kind of make sense, but when you put them together, not really. Like there are a few things I feel like you can kind of that got mentioned in this video that I felt like you can kind of like end up in the same place without having to include a lot of the stuff that was said in here. There's a lot of fluff that didn't feel like it needed to be in the video. I don't know. I'm not too crazy about that one. Also, I think Eggman is Dr. Robotnik from Sonic the Hedgehog, obviously. Yeah, I know, man. Like, obviously, like, I can confirm this isn't how you do drawing therapy. Yeah, I take therapy. I'm not confirming. I still take it. But, like, yeah. Like, I don't know if that's, like, drawing therapy is supposed to be, yeah, that's what you need to do. I think the drawing therapy is supposed to, like, be, like, a way for the doctor to assess a little bit about like what you're going through. Like basically like it's a way for you, like drawing is a way for you to express yourself, right? Sometimes you have a hard time expressing yourself with just your words, and like maybe the drawing is a way for the doctor to understand you a little bit in a way that you can't express yourself in words. Yeah, I don't understand why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one, I'm a little bit iffy on that one, if I'm being honest. Jockington is a goner theory. Now this looks interesting too. Now what would the divorce shoes look like? Yeah. Divorce shoes. They would have spiky heels to represent like how badly they're able to stab you in the heart if they're to step on you with it. Obviously thinks like a computer because every human thinks like a computer. Like computers are like the computer's memory are kind of like based on human memory. It's supposed to computer memory is designed to function a little bit like human memory. Like I was like, I don't know why you had to mention the computer memory part, but like it would make sense if there was like the whole computer memory thing would make sense if like I don't know why that there's a lot of stuff in that video that it didn't make sense to me, like why they had to mention some of those things. And I wasn't really satisfied with the conclusion either. Like the Eggman is a representation of something. Like I don't know. Like obviously that's obviously the case. It's like obviously that's the case that the Eggman is like a representation of something, right? But like it's very likely that it is also a character that might be relevant, which would also be a representation. Like characters can also be a representation. I'm not super satisfied with just, oh, it's a concept. This character is a concept. I'm not sure how satisfying that conclusion is for most people. I gotta go to bed. All right. Have a good night, Squiggles. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good night. Jockington dies. We don't know about that yet. I bet the shoes have a deer sticker and a truck sticker. No, I believe the shoes, the divorce shoes would have one shoe will have a sticker of Toriel and the other shoes will have a sticker of Sans. I can't drill on my dragon until I drill on my dragon. Why would you have to drill on your dragon? Don't be drilling any dragons. Well, also welcome to the stream, Newman.
RageNade, and I answer questions literally no one cares about. Deltarune has a lot of characters that Hi,
okay.
I'm Rage.
So I don't know what this Jockington is a goner theory, but I'm on board with finding out about any theories involving Jockington because I think Jockington is probably. I personally think that Jockington is going to be a relevant character in the future of Deltarune, future Deltarune chapters. It's one of my hot takes. I kind of want to see if anyone comes up with any theories. That kind of validates that hot take of mine.
Hi, I'm Rage.
It's almost 1:30 a.m. You need to go to bed. Okay, have a good night, Fiction. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. This was fun. It was fun discussing theories with you. I'll see you in another future stream. It's a meme. Oh, the drill dragon. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't know about the theme. I can express myself better than with words. With what I do in any of my others, arts, music, draw, paint, crafts. Same here. I think I express myself better with words better than other forms of expression. Unfortunately, it's not the most artful form of expression, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. That's the reason why they call me the god of yaps. And when I say they call me that, I'm the only one that really calls me that because I yap a lot.
And I answer questions literally no one cares about. Deltarune has a lot of characters that I would consider to be some of the best in all of gaming at this point. I mean, our main trio alone is so perfectly well written that all of them have
That's the
made
best
me
part
emotional.
about Deltarune is the
Piano
characters
playing
are
here
so
really
well
got to
written.
me
I
on my
love
second
these
playthrough
characters,
for some
man.
reason. Susie's speech at the end of chapter 3 was just really heartfelt and cemented her as one of my favorite characters in the game so far.
Best character in the game. Susie is the best character in the game. I feel like almost everyone can agree with that. Maybe she's not everyone's favorite, because my favorite's Spamton. But I do think objectively she is the best character in the game. She is the most well-written character at the very least. At the very least, you can objectively say she's the most well-written character in this whole game.
And then Ralph say, "Everything's okay, Chris. Look, I'm smiling.
Oh my god, that part.
It's okay to not smile." Oh, god damn it. This scene still makes me cry every time I see it. It's like all the stuff with Azrael and the true pacifist ending of Undertale, which still makes me emotional 9 years later. If you picked
This guy cries over a video game. What is he? Some kind of wimp? Wimpy boy crying over a video game moment? I'm sorry, I couldn't keep that up. That scene actually almost made me cry too. Not gonna lie. I didn't cry, but it almost made me cry. This scene does break my heart every single time. But I won't cry about it. Unlike this guy. Nah, I'm not gonna judge anyone for crying over this. And by the way, I'm just joking around. It's okay to cry. It's okay to cry over video games. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna judge you for it. I'm just being stupid. It's a stupid joke to say that. I was never here. Hey, welcome back, Dip. I'm assuming that means you're about to leave also. I think Rose is the best character. Rose, we don't know enough about Rose to say that he's the best character yet. I think Rose has potential to be the best character, but he's still too mysterious. From what we've seen of Susie so far, I think Susie's the best well-written character. It's Rose. I think Rose is just like it doesn't have enough screen time. But I do think I like Rose more than I like Susie. In terms of like personal favorites. I think Rose's probably a little bit higher up. Not by much, but a little bit. I cried at the ending of ISATs. What's ISATs? What are your pronouns if you don't mind me asking? What's up, dang ops? I'm a man. So he, him. I'm a male. I'm a mammalian type. I think Susie and Noelle are tied for my favorite. Noelle is also a really good character. He's a funny little goat boy. Yeah, he's a big silly. He's a big silly. He's a little silly.
Go and keep smiling. There's a special place in hell for you. I'd rather make things take a fucking weird route, and I don't want to do that shit either. But in the midst of all,
yeah, I don't think I could ever bring myself to saying "good, keep smiling," even during my evil route, where I was like doing all the evil options. I don't think I could bring myself to be quite as evil to say "good." Keep smiling, Rousey. That's all you're good for is smiling. Because I'm evil, and you're just a pawn in my game. I don't think I could ever do that. That was too much. That moment was way too heartbroken for me to even be evil, even during that moment. So I don't think I was able to completely fulfill my evil route. And Stars in Time, beautifully transgender indie RPG about time loops. Wait, Stars in Time is transgender? I didn't know that. I do know about transgender. I do know about Stars in Time though. I do kind of want to play that eventually. Not even trans and it resonated with me. Oh really? I think Stars in Time is the game I want to play eventually. I think it got recommended to me after I beat Omori. That was my first reaction. You heartless monster, Monolium. If you keep smiling in the front of danger, you give hope to everyone around you. All right. Sounds like something All Might would say. I am here. Okay, All Might. Okay, Deku.
All these super complex characters stands one character on his own as truly the most well-written. The way he speaks moves me to tears. I don't know what to say. Jockington exists.
Wait, what did he
and
say?
Characters stands one character on his own as truly the most well-written. The way he speaks moves me to tears. I don't know what to say. Jockington exists, and the
Which
world
one are
is
you gonna
better for
hinge
it.
your jaw?
But what the hell is up with this guy? What does this guy know? Why is he in the prophecy? Is him
Yeah.
growing a beard a sign of the roaring?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Jockington a goner? All right, let's
Yeah.
take a step back and figure out how he even
There's something up with Jockington. I think there's a reason why he's like he's like so popular, and like he keeps coming up. He comes up in the fucking prophecy. Like he's best friends with Caddy, who claims to know of dark magic. And isn't it that crazy that someone like Caddy would even be aware of the dark world? You know, considering how crazy. Like it seems there are other people in this town that know about the dark world other than just Chris and Susie. I'm sure there's more that know about it. The Roaring Knight, for instance. Jockington is a Roaring Knight for real. Literally 80% of the parties confirmed trans. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about Stars in Time other than that art style looks cool. So this is the first I heard about that. You know, and I said, Rosé reminds me of All Might. Oh, really? Is that did I mention that? Did I miss? Rosé reminds me of All Might. Oh, okay. You said that. Okay. I must have missed it. Okay. Yeah. Rosé is a brave dude.
got to the point of me asking that. First, let's just look at the weird things surrounding Jockington. Okay, elephant in the room. He's in the prophecy. What the fuck is going on there? There's
Let's
a
go.
chance
I'm
that
locked in.
Jockington is just like
Jockington
a
time.
biblical name or something in the world of Deltarune. But why is there also a picture of him? And
why is he shaped like the cool
why
S?
is this even here? Jockington grows the beard. Okay, a lot of people grow beards. That's kind of a normal thing. But this panel gets even weird.
But he's a kid. Why is he growing a beard? Maybe it's because he ends up in one of the dark worlds with the gang, you know, the fun gang, and part of his costume in the dark world costume is him growing a beard because he's some kind of wizard or something.
Weirder when you realize that Jockington is literally the only character that is exactly, like, specifically named by the prophecy. Sure, the prophecy mentions Queen and the Knight.
True. Yeah, the knight, there's the girl like hope cross on her heart. There's the pointy headed when referring to Lancer. That is actually kind of interesting. He is the only one that has his actual name. I never thought of that. That's actually kind of crazy.
Right, but those are also pretty general names.
Good eye,
it's
good
not saying
eye, dude.
Q5, U4, EX7, YY2, E9N, or December Holiday, which are much more exact names. I know we're not absolutely sure that the Knight is Des, but even then, I doubt the Roaring Knight's real name is the Roaring Knight. Even when it pictures Asgore, it just refers to him as the Flower Man. But Jockington is not only pictured in the
Flower Man. Asgore it was actually Basil. Basil grows up to be Asgore, confirmed. If Basil's Flower Boy, Asgore's Flower Man, Asgore is grown up Basil, confirmed. Let's go. Basil is Asgore theory. Come on. It's okay not to smile. Good, keep smiling. Ha! Keep smiling, noob. Jorkington is the funny. He grows He grows his beard as a joke.
Prophecy, but fully named as well. Why? Is Wing Gaster just a really big Jockington fan or something, and then he just kind of decided to add this to the prophecy later on? But also, I want to bring some attention to some of his dialogue in the diner in Chapter 2. Mainly his random-ass life advice.
Welcome to Life Advice with Jockington, the show that'll remind you that even in the worst moments, we'll be with you in the dark. I am your host. Say my name, folks. I guess no one knows my name now.
Tenna!
That's okay, that's fine.
Tenna!
I am your host, Mr.
Antenna.
And today's guest to help you find a little more purpose in your lives is the...
You know, Ant, short for Anthony, so it's Anthony Tenna.
beard-growing, Sports-loving serpentine that can also double as a hula hoop. Jockington, take it away, little jockey.
Life is a big ball game, and when the man is on the field, he does a big dunk. Try to be that dunk.
Wow, what a heartwarming piece of advice from Jockington. What do you think, Chris?
I don't. Oh.
Why the fuck does Jockington say this? It's completely unrelated to literally.
Whoa, that's kind of crazy, actually. That's how. Yo, dude, he foreshadowed it.
Heartwarming piece of advice from Jock.
Life is a big ball game, and when the man is on the field, he does a big dunk. Try to be that dunk.
Wow, what a
That's
heartwarming piece of advice from
crazy.
Jockington.
What was that episode? That was like chapter 1 or 2 or something? That was that was chapter 1. That was from chapter 1. What the fuck? That's crazy. Huh. That's a crazy little detail to throw in at chapter 1 before you what was that, like almost 10 years before chapter 3 came out? Like, it's been like 9 years since chapter 1. So he threw that in. He threw in that one-off line from Jockington to foreshadow that Chris would be dunked into the Titan 9 years later, in a chapter that comes out 9 years later. That's like some One Piece level like foreshadowing. 7 years? Wait, was it 7 years? 7 years. You're right, 7 years. Sorry, I forgot. It didn't come out. Undertale came out 10 years ago. Undertale came out in 2016. Deltarune came out in 2018. My bad. I mixed up Deltarune with Undertale. My bad. You're right. No. Wait, Undertale came out in 2015. Yeah, 2015. So that's the one that's 10 years old. I mixed those up. Thanks for the correction. But still, 7 years. 7 years is still a long time. That's some crazy level of foreshadowing. That's some crazy level of like setup right there. Imagine setting up something, doing a one-off line, like in a game that you're not even sure if you're gonna like finish making yet, and then you only see the payoff. You only show the payoff for. Throw away one-off line from a fucking NPC that doesn't seem all that important at all. All of a sudden, it's actually kind of predicting kind of an iconic moment in the game 7 years later. That's crazy. Toby, what the fuck? What? How do you do it? How do you do it, man?
Why the fuck does Jockington say this? It's completely unrelated to literally anything else he says here in the diner. There is no reason for him to say any of this.
I didn't catch that.
Or so I thought. What does Susie do at the end of chapter 4 to defeat the Titan? That's right, she literally dunks Chris into the Titan, and that's how they fucking defeat it.
Yeah.
Why does Jockington know? You may be saying, oh, it's just like simple, stupid foreshadowing. He doesn't actually know. But again, this is unrelated to literally anything else he talks about. It's not like he's talking before about like life advice when you talk to him. No, he's talking about Caddy and how he's always there for her. He has no real reason to say any of this. He also says it specifically to Chris. He's there for her.
What did he say? What else?
He has no real reason
long and short,
to say any
cold, whatever shape the world takes, I'll be there.
Of this. He also says it specifically to Chris, who is the one who gets dunked into the Titan. So, Jockington is both mentioned directly in the prophecy, and is also someone who foreshadows the ending of chapter 4 for some reason. And one last little thing to bring up regarding Jockington's knowledge. I know this isn't canon, so it absolutely doesn't mean anything, but this is a Deltarune theory, so I gotta bring up stuff that doesn't matter. A couple months
Cook on, dude. Keep on cooking.
ago, near the start of the year, Toby made some social media posts with some
Happy New Year, friends. Don't forget Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 will release this year in 2025. Happy New Year, friends. Chapter 4 is now being bug tested by a professional team on PC. His new catchphrase, his non-catchphrase.
silly little images to remind people that chapters 3 and 4 were coming out this year, and to let everyone know that the chapters were being bug tested.
So he's using Jockington
and
for these.
who's that guy? That's right.
Who's that Pokemon?
Mr.
That's
Generosity.
Jockington.
I know it doesn't mean anything.
It's
but why is
Jockington.
Jockington the one telling us this? What are you?
No way I was 5 when Deltarune came out. No, you were 5 when Undertale came out. Damn. Damn. One of 5 characters in Starborn is descended from the first wizard Saturn. The descendant's name is Dariel. Anagram of Derail is also a mixture of Daniel and Doriel. Ah, interesting. Chat, I can solo the Titan. I'm gonna go Dragonic on him. Need a Hand, my favorite Deltarune song. Which one is Need a Hand again? When does that song play? Are you actually going to solo the Titan? Azure. Do you need to dunk? Do you need to get dunked on? Do you need a dunk on him? I lost my children, and at least I have my flowers, Asgore. My parents don't love me, and my crush, Monolium, hated me too. But at least I have my flowers, Basil. Yeah, Basil and Asgore have more in common than anyone expected. What was an announcement and a link? An announcement and a link to what? Antinous Tenna Odyssey reference. Don't you mean Epic the musical reference? Just kidding. Both are true.
Planning, Tony Phony. What?
Need a Hand plays when Gerson shows up in the... Oh, that one? That is a good part. That is a good song. I do like that song.
Why is Jockington the one telling us this? What are you planning, Tony Phony? What's happening to this guy? With everything else that's just weird about this guy, I felt like this was worth bringing up. Does he know that Deltarune is a game? Why would he have this knowledge? Who knows? Maybe it's not that fucking far-fetched if he was the one foreshadowing the way to beat a goddamn Titan if we were just too blind to see it. My mind is in a rapid state of decay and I'm wrong.
What I'm thinking, my thinking for Jockington is I think Jockington is just going to be a character like that you can either have in part of your party, or he's going to be like another character that's part of another party, including Caddy, that's like separate from you but still goes to the dark world at the same time as you, which I think is going to probably be the Flower King, right? Because I think it's definitely the case that the Flower King is going to be the next Dark World. I think, and I think it's going to take place during the festival. While everyone's out and about during the festival, I think Jockington and Caddy is going to get like swept up in your business about like of like this whole Dark World situation going on. I don't know. Either they're going to show up, they're going to stumble upon it. Probably going to stumble upon the Flower Kingdom, the Flower King Dark World, before you, or they might see you go to the Flower King Dark World, and they're gonna like follow you in order to like help you or something, without knowing exactly what they're getting themselves into. Because Jockington just seems like the type of person to go out and help a friend. He says so himself. If he thinks that you guys are in danger, he'll probably be there to help you guys out. And I think that's probably gonna be a factor. He's probably gonna be like, and I feel like Jockington's kind of like being set up as like kind of like this unrealistically cool guy, right? Like almost like the perfect character archetype, right? They're just gonna be good at everything, and I feel like Jockington is just gonna end up being like one of the overpowered characters in the game, even more overpowered than Noelle, I think.
Rotting away. Okay, again, to clarify, this is not canon or anything. It's a fucking Blue Sky post. It doesn't mean anything. But why does it have to be Jockington? I'm a Jockington fan through and through. But why is it him? And why is this...
Yo, join the club. I'm also a Jockington fan, actually.
His catchphrase. Is he gonna say this in Chapter 5? Now, moving on past Jockington's knowledge, there's one more striking thing about Jockington, and that's obviously his speech. The way he talks with strange grammar and random words being capitalized is kind of probably due to the fact that he's fucking stupid, according to Caddy. But there's something I noticed when it comes to his speech, when playing through the entire game again, is that his speech just deteriorates more and more.
Wait, really?
When playing through the entire game again, is that his speech just...
I didn't know it was getting worse. For me, she covered in hair always we do.
Deteriorates more and more.
You're
He's
right.
Mostly coherent in chapters 1 and 2, but what the fuck happened in the course of a day? Why does he talk now like he's been put through Google Translate 100 times? For me, she
that is
covers in
interesting.
hair always.
Why?
We
Why
do
is
what?
he doing that?
The other can. What the hell are you talking about, Jockington? This guy's fucking insane.
I get that he's saying that Caddy. Okay. realized recently that this line is actually kind of key to understanding this game as a whole, and I am not joking. Wait, what?
This guy's fucking insane.
I get that he's saying that Caddy has hair while he can't grow hair. I'm more referring to the deranged way he said. Okay. But he grows the beard though. He grows the beard according to prophecy. Make another Jockington theory. Hold on. Make another Jockington theory. This guy cannot grow the beard.
He did not talk like this in chapter 1.
Interesting.
What is happening to this guy? But wait. There's a character in Deltarune that has had something similar going on with their speech, and they're very similar to a character in Undertale who had a bit too much knowledge about something specifically.
Oh, interesting.
God, it's all Gaster. You're probably very aware of the Gaster followers.
Oh no, this is gonna turn into a Gaster related theory. No. That means I can't take it all that seriously. But wait, maybe I can. I'm open-minded enough. Let's go. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Renegade. Renegade? Rageonade. Make it make sense, Rageonade.
Very similar to a character in Undertale who had a bit too much knowledge about something specifically. Oh God, it's all Gaster. You're probably very aware of the Gaster followers in Undertale by this point, but fuck it, I'm explaining them anyway. They're
Who
NPCs
doesn't?
in Hotland.
Anyone in the theory fucking community or anyone who's following Deltarune or Undertale theories is fully aware of all the Gaster stuff.
That appear if your fun value is within a certain range, and they talk about the elusive Dr. W.D. Gaster, the guy who I believe was literally only in Undertale to foreshadow Deltarune, considering he's so secret and he doesn't really have any importance in Undertale's story, and he seems far more important to Deltarune. These monsters also resemble other monsters found in Undertale, but gray, with the exception of one follower who never had a counterpart in Undertale, but now does in Deltarune. This weird-ass bird thing
Just
from
put
the
something up in
library
Discord
that
memes.
really likes the books upstairs.
Is
The
this
Gaster
something you want me to
followers
check
are
out or
also likely
something?
goners, never had a counterpart in Undertale, but now does in Deltarune. This weird-ass bird thing from the library that really likes the books upstairs.
I love reading books, especially the books upstairs. Really.
The Gaster followers are also likely goners, considering their visual similarities to both Goner Kid and Clam Girl when she turns into a goner, but also their
Right.
knowledge. All Gaster followers possess knowledge of Gaster, a character that is quite literally never mentioned in the game otherwise. Goner Kid likely possesses some knowledge about different timelines, considering they ruminate on the idea about worlds where they don't exist, which is most playthroughs of Undertale, considering they're a fun value event. And Clam Girl knows about Deltarune, considering she says in the Switch version of
talks
Undertale
about
that
Susie,
the times
spelled with a Y, by the way, which is weird. Why is Susie spelled with a Y in Undertale? There seems to be no good reason why that's the
to meet
case.
her neighbor's daughter, whose name is Susie, spelled differently, why, I don't fucking know, is fast approaching. And this was added like
I think it matters. I think it matters why that her name is spelled that way. Z with a Y, Z and Y. I think it said Susie spelled with a Z and a Y. I think there's something about that that's a little bit weird. It might come up. I don't know exactly what it's gonna mean, but I'm pretty sure that's gonna come up at some point.
like a month before Deltarune Chapter 1 released. They all share some sort of like forbidden
Weird how that came out before Deltarune. So like they know that Susie's name isn't spelled that way. It doesn't make sense why they would spell it differently.
of Deltarune, considering she says in the Switch version of Undertale that the time to meet her neighbor's daughter, whose name is Susie, spelled differently, why, I don't fucking know, is fast approaching. And this was added like a month before Deltarune Chapter 1 released. They all share some sort of like forbidden knowledge and are not in most Undertale worlds because they're
Why it's spelled like that, Susie? Yeah, why is it spelled like that? Like the only thing that, like, I would be like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Maybe if like that mention when they mentioned Susie in Undertale, if that came out like at the same time that Undertale dropped for the first time, right? Like, say like they mentioned Susie in 2015, and then maybe 3 years pass, and they're like, and Toby's like, okay, well maybe I decide I like the way it's spelled with a S, with an SIE instead of ZY. Maybe he decided he likes the way Susie spelled now. Maybe that could be happening, but that's not the case, because he mentioned the Susie name drop happens in Undertale on the port that came out in 2018. It came out on the port in 2018. which is the same year that Deltarune came out, and her name is spelled with an S-I-E. Why would you spell them differently if you had this character, if you came up with the character concept of this character at literally the same year? There's something weird about it. There's something weird about it, man. There's just something really, really weird about it, and I feel like there's something there. Susie is an anagram of issue. I think that's a red herring. I don't think that means anything. I think that's true. But I don't think that means anything in particular. I don't know what that would have to do with anything. It's like Susie, if anything at all, she's probably not like, but like, why not spell Susie as an anagram of issue in Undertale? Like, you know, why not do that in Undertale too? Skill issues and anagram of Susie kills. That's a good one.
Fun value events.
Maybe. you might be onto something with that one. That would make sense.
Exception of this thing. They're in Deltarune, and when you meet them for the first time in the library, they're normal. They just say that they like reading books, especially the ones upstairs. Chapter 2, basically the same thing, except this time they're upstairs. Nothing different. Where it gets weird is in Chapter 4, where when you talk to them upstairs, they randomly break off in the middle of a sentence and start talking differently about the books upstairs before trailing off. Now, because this thing is a goner in Undertale, I feel like something similar could happen here. Or this bird thing is the same one as an Undertale, and it just traveled through universes like sands or some shit, I don't know. So the source of the forbidden knowledge, in this case, seems to be the books upstairs. And when it's raining, they can be found again near the lake, where they tell you, don't wait, and also, wait, don't. Hang on.
Yeah.
Wait, don't.
It's weird.
WD. Hey, John Gaster!
WD? Hold on. I have to pause because I need to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. But that's kind of this is a crazy theory video, actually. I actually kind of like this video. I gotta go BRB though. See you guys in a bit. Hey, I'm back. Sorry that took a bit. Okay. I we're getting to a pretty good part of this video. So I felt bad about having to do that, but I really needed to go. I was like, damn, we still got a couple of minutes left. I can't hold it in. My name is an anagram of future ruler of the world. I've met a lot of people in my life who have said that, Liam, and they then do anything even remotely close to trying to rule the world. They just became normal people
near the lake where they tell you.
I don't see them making big moves, making big waves to take over the world. All the people say, "Oh, I'm gonna rule the world one day." A lot of y'all are all just talk. You're all just talk. Put some money where your mouth is, okay? Actually try.
You don't wait, and also.
And
wait,
if you
don't.
if you're listening and you do take over the world, shout me out in a good way, okay?
They can be found again near the lake where they tell you don't wait, and also wait, don't. Hang on.
Wait, don't.
WD. It's all Gaster. And here, Jockington says we do with we and do capitalize like WD. He's everywhere.
Okay.
God damn. That's actually kind of crazy. That's like kind of like that is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. That's a little bit, he's making it sound like he's crazy for thinking that, and low key you have to be a little bit crazy to come up with that too. But it's a little bit, that is a weird coincidence, isn't
thing
it?
Actually follows a very
both
similar
W
pattern
and
to
D
Jockington
are
in terms of their
capitalized.
But seriously,
Interesting.
this bird thing actually follows a very similar pattern to Jockington in terms of their speech. In the first two chapters, they talk relatively the same, but suddenly in the fourth chapter, their speech is just more deranged. And that's what I just discussed with Jockington. But what else did we discuss about Jockington? Well, he seems to know how to defeat the Titans for some reason.
Yeah.
Which is knowledge that Ralsei, the guy burdened with the knowledge of the prophecy, doesn't even know. So you know what that means?
Yeah.
It's over, Jockington. This guy's a fucking goner. The strange amount of knowledge he has about defeating Titans and his deteriorating speech honestly somewhat mirrors what we know about goners. I'm definitely not reading too far into this. I would never. What? That guy who theorized that Starwalker is a fucking ghost because he said he's the original Starwalker and he just kind of appears out of nowhere is overanalyzing something? What? Okay, no.
Was that a video he made before? I'm assuming.
The chances of Jockington legitimately being a goner are probably pretty low. Similar to my Starwalker theory, this video isn't being made so I can think that I'm right. It's more to think about things in a different way and explore what could happen rather than what I think will.
We're just coming up with theories that like there's like things that look like they can become other theories. We're just speculating. We're just coming up with a bunch of theories because it's fun. just because we come up with a theory doesn't mean that has to be the one that we believe in. I come up with a bunch of theories I don't believe in, just because it'd be fun to come up with, just because I think it's fun to come up with the theory off of like one throwaway line. I can like turn that into like this whole like explanation of everything that's going on that we don't know anything about later, and we don't know anything about until like maybe later. That is fun to do. It's fun to do that. You know, just you don't have to apologize. You don't have to justify. You don't have to. You don't have to like act like I'm gonna stand on it. This is what I believe in. You don't have to be like that. Just come up with a theory. Be like, I don't know if I believe it, but it's an interesting. It's interesting something to think about. Could be it. Could be it.
Could he be a goner? Man, I don't fucking know. I'm not Toby Fox. I didn't think we'd be killing Titans in chapter 4, so anything's possible.
Right?
But he probably isn't. Maybe. Or he's incredibly important to the story and we just don't know.
I think he is. I think he is important to the story.
And we'll never know. But now I have a different theory. Gaster's a Jockington fanboy, and that's why he's in the prophecy. We're gonna go into the shelter in chapter 6 and walk into the lab of Mr. Wingding himself, and the walls will just be filled with Jockington memorabilia. The locker that's in the school that has all the Jockington stuff, that's just Gaster's. He just really likes Jockington.
But hey, that's just a theory. Jockington is a goner, so we're looking at found evidence. So I'm gonna say Mitchell. What? You thank him that this awful video exists. Everyone will say that Mitchell or your livers will meet a strange fate. In essence, this doesn't mean This is a good video. This is a good video. I can see why it has so many views. This is a good one. I'm gonna subscribe to that. That's a good one. Rageonade. Good stuff. Good stuff. That was a really good. That's surprisingly really good. I wasn't expecting. This is not at all what I was expecting from a Jocknian theory. I like that. I like that. Okay. What's the next one? I kind of want to check out. Oh man. Should I check out the game theory Deltarune video? I kind of want to. You know what? I think it's time to check out the game theory video. Watch Starwalker theory. I'll check it out later. I got some time. I think I'm gonna be streaming for like maybe at least another hour or two. Game theory Deltarune. I just want to use this as a comparison because I know a lot of people don't like the old game theory anymore. I know there are some people out there who don't like the old game theory anymore. You know, it's not cool to like game theory. But
a portion of today's episode is sponsored by
I mostly just kind of want to see what they're up to. I want to see what kind of. Have you watched Jonathan's Zagana theory? I literally just finished watching it. I literally just finished watching it. I'm about to check out his Starwalker video after I check out the game theory video.
Games. The legend of the Deltarune is alive. Many of the characters we've fallen in love with.
But welcome to the
actually
stream,
play
Super
very
Arcade 64.
different roles than we
And I think that was one of the better theories I've seen so far too. I think it's very interesting. And it's I've already thought of Jockington as like being secretly more significant than he lets on, and I think that one, like that Jockington Goner theory video, kind of like explores that in a very different direction than I was going to. Very good video.
Originally thought. And now it's time to reveal the truth. The truth about our heroes, their greatest enemy, and the legend of the Deltarune itself.
Okay. Tell me what you got. Tell me what you got, Matt. British Matt
Hello,
Pat.
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that promises to give the new Pope Leo a copy of Deltarune if given the chance. But if I'm bringing up that dead meme,
you gotta do that. You gotta do that. If you're gonna end up meeting the Pope, you gotta do it in tradition and in game theory tradition.
that can only mean one thing. Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 have
I will never forget. I don't think I'll ever forget that Matt Pat gave the Pope a fucking copy of Undertale. I don't think there's anything bad about it. I don't think there's anything stupid about it. It's just like a silly thing to think about. It's like, just like imagine it in your brain, like fucking Matt Pat going to meet the Pope. And him handing the Pope like a copy, like a Nintendo Switch copy of Undertale, and the Pope is like, he's like, "Thank you, my son. What the fuck is this?" It's Nintendo Switch. I have no idea what that is. I don't think Pope Francis actually played Undertale. Yeah, I don't think he did either. I kind of get the feeling that maybe Pope Francis did not, in fact, play Undertale. Maybe, if anything, he probably like gave it to like, I don't know, like a family member, or like to like, I don't know, like he probably gave it to like he probably donated it, or maybe it's like maybe it hung out in his closet or something. That's the thing. Like he's taking this game from like he meets probably like thousands, maybe like thousands of people like every day maybe, and like some random YouTuber guy is like, okay, this guy probably, I've been told he's an influencer, a lot of people watch this guy, why is he giving me a video game? I don't know what this is. Do I look like the type of person that play a video game? He's like, I'll accept it and I will say thank you, but I have no idea what the fuck is happening right now. It's just like, what is going on in Pope Francis's brain? what was going on in Pope Francis's brain as Matt Pat fucking comes up and gives him a fucking copy of Undertale. I want to, like, I want to hear, like, I wish I was a fly in the wall. I want to be like, I want to hear the confusion in Pope Francis's voice. I want to see the look and confusion on his face, or like an awkward smile where he's like, he's like he's trying to be nice, but he doesn't, he really doesn't want to take the copy of the game from him, but he's just gonna smile and be like, yeah, okay, thank you. I'll be a teacher to manipulate small children to vote for my president. Meanwhile, escalating stairs through McDonald's social hierarchy and gain popularity through being a good manager. That's a good way to do it. Maybe that's what my friends are doing. That they said that they were also going to take over the world. Maybe that's what they're doing, and maybe I haven't let them cook enough yet. Maybe I need to let them cook. Maybe they'll take over the world eventually. Imagine if he did and he went for a genocide round at the start. I've never played the video game before. Maybe am I supposed to kill the monsters? Okay, I'm gonna kill the monsters. Oh, for some reason I'm fighting this funny skeleton man. He's very difficult. What's up, Carl Johnson? Welcome to the stream. You're a real life version of Sid from Toy Story, therefore you're evil, so I don't like you. I don't think so, because I'm an anime character and Sid is a Pixar character, is like not anything at all like an anime character, so there's no way I could be a real life version of Sid, because I'm not, I don't look anything like Sid. After that, people vote for my president. Well, I will make a game channel theory. People will watch a theory about the game, like internet national support and appreciation. Hey, you're gonna take the MatPat route. You're gonna do what MatPat's gonna do in order to become president. Have you guys heard that MatPat's like trying to get involved in politics? Some people have been saying that MatPat's gonna run for president. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think MatPat's gonna run for president, but he is definitely getting involved in politics, which is something I never would have put on my fucking 2025 bingo card. What's up, Toriel Undertale? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? My mother went genocide route under Deltarune instantly. And Deltarune? Genocide route and Deltarune doesn't really do anything unless you're doing Snowgrave.
I have been dying to get stuck into these new installments of the story, have some questions answered from previous chapters, and as always, try to solve the new questions these chapters present. And there is a lot to discuss, my friends. We're going to be uncovering the true identities of some familiar characters and what their roles are.
We're getting into all of the theories.
We thought to be set in stone may not actually be true anymore. Seems to be a running theme on this channel recently, and of course figuring out what it all means for the future of this franchise.
Okay, so this is like the one theory video to rule them all. Take it away, you British MatPats.
Theorists. It's time to open up a dark fountain and
I got Mango Monster. I can go upside down.
Lee, what are you doing here? Are you here to help me take on the lore of Deltarune?
What? No, don't be ridiculous. I'm here because today's sponsor needs
not
to
British
save
MatPat.
the DC universe.
Now who's being ridiculous?
I don't want to hear about today's
Film
sponsor. Jump ahead.
Bye. It's been
He's a
almost
British.
4 years since Chapter 2 was released, and over a
I can't do a Deltarune theory stream without at least reacting to the OGs, okay? The OGs of game theories, okay? I just kind of want to see what they're doing. I don't expect anything too crazy to come from them. I don't expect them to come up with anything all that compelling, because they come up with theories for a living. They got to pump out these videos a lot of the time, and I don't expect them to put all their focus onto one game. The way that a lot of smaller channels are able to do, where their main focus is Deltarune or Undertale. So they can focus on that, and But like, yeah, I know game theory has to like come up with like theories for like a lot of games. So their theories come off as like a little bit watered down. I'm aware of all this. Matthew Patrick for president 2028. Hey, listen, I'll listen to what he has to say. I'll listen to what Matt Pat has to say. If I like what he has to say, if I like his record, if he seems to have like a good track record of, getting things done as a leader, I could consider voting for Matt Pat. I can think of way worse YouTubers that could try to run for president that I would definitely vote for Matt Pat over them. Matt Pat's not the worst kind of YouTuber to run for president. Out of all the YouTubers that would be running for president, I'd probably put Matt Pat pretty high up there. That I would be willing to vote for. There's not a lot of YouTubers I'd be willing to vote for, but Matt Pat would be one of them. He seems okay. He seems like an okay guy. I mean, if there are better options for president, obviously I wouldn't vote for him. But in terms of like comparing to other YouTubers, if there was like a whole if we had to vote for a YouTuber president, I think Matt Pat would be like high up there on the list. And told her to try spare them, and then she tried. I don't like that. The game, and then return back to kill the darkness. God damn. Not British Matt Pat. Did Matt Pat replace 04 just kill Matt Pat replacement 03?
3 years since our last video on it. So before we get
is there another Matt Pat replacement? I thought this was the only Matt Pat replacement.
Spiritual successor
I didn't know there were more.
Wildly popular indie RPG Undertale, a game where every small decision you made, from defeating enemies to how you spoke to characters, completely altered the outcome of the game. Deltarune, however, works a little bit differently. There aren't multiple paths you can take that lead to different endings. Characters aren't killed, but instead the battle.
Why are we going over this?
Damage is made, and you spare
okay, I guess this is assuming that people. This is like people who don't know
we met Chris, a
Deltarune are probably going to be watching this. Which I guess that makes sense.
Former bully Susie. During these adventures, they meet Ralze, a creature from the dark world who wants Chris to fulfill the legend of the Deltarune. This prophecy was that 3 heroes, a human, a monster, and a prince from the dark, would seal the dark fountains and banish the angels' heaven. Again, highlighting the idea that their destinies are set. They cannot be changed. And even if you try to force a change, like you can in Chapter 2, where you do a genocide-like run, making your friendly neighbor Noel freeze enemies to death, it still doesn't change the...
Those aren't small decisions, but that's the whole story, dude. I know.
It only affects how you got there and how Noel behaves. Not exactly what people were expecting when the game first came out, but something you can do to affect the outcome of this channel is hitting that subscribe button. We're actually on our way to hitting
you gotta earn that subscribe, buddy.
And we're planning something
you got plenty of subscribers already.
If you want to find out what that is, you gotta hit that button. If you're skilled enough, that is.
Big silly.
Oh wow, you actually
a creature, bro. Couldn't even be a monster. He's a creature.
About Chapter 3, because we are met with a similar.
Did he say creature? Did he actually say creature, not monster?
We travel through the dark world opened by Chris at the end of Chapter
Damn,
2.
what a fucking casual!
Where we take on Tenna, the TV set that has been forgotten. Tenna has Chris's mother Toriel imprisoned under the instruction of the Knight. This is
what do you have to say about Tenna?
Waiting to hear more about from the first few
yeah,
chapters.
Come on. Tell me of your game theories. I'd love to hear how Tenna and Roaring Knight are both nests from Earthbound. Somehow, they're both nests from Earthbound.
The Roaring, an apocalyptic event that will doom everyone. And by the end of Chapter 3, the Knight shows themselves, defeating our heroes and fleeing to a bunker in town with poor Undyne in tow. Chris and Susie discover that there is a code into this bunker, but they believe they have to get it from the mayor.
He called Ralze a creature from the dark world. Okay, I guess I don't know. I don't think Ralze's a... No, if it said Ralze's a creature, I think that's fair. Because Ralze's not exactly a monster. He's a Darkner, so he's not exactly a monster. But, like, you know, a Darkner is a creature, just like a monster is a creature. So, yeah, I can kind of see where he's coming from. If he was talking about any other... If he was talking about, like, any other character that wasn't a Darkner, then yeah. But I don't know if darkness can necessarily be considered monsters, since monsters are kind of like monsters or lighteners, right? Lighteners can consist of humans or monsters. Those can both be lighteners. Darkners are something else completely, I think. Creature, it's monster on British.
Mother. This is where chapter 4 kicks
On
off. Susie and
British.
Chris invite themselves over to Noelle's to snoop. After finding part of the code,
He can
a
die
new
and have
dark
souls like
fountain is formed
monsters.
at the church nearby. Susie and Chris
But Susie is a monster, and Susie does not turn into a pile of fluff when she dies, right?
enter and begin to learn about the prophecy of the Deltarune. Once again, Chris seals the Dark Fountain after going up against the Roaring Knight and the Titan that they summon. A sign of the roaring that is to come. And you know what? Let's talk about the Roaring Knight for a minute. For a long time, their
Yes.
identity has been a
Okay.
mystery hanging over this community. Could it be Father Alvin? He seemed mighty suspicious.
Bro. I know. Out of all the people, I don't think anyone ever suspected Father Alvin to be the fucking Roaring Knight. No one's saying that,
Chris,
man.
because they opened a dark fountain at the end of chapter 2. Well, finally,
There are some people who make the claim that he still is. That's actually going to be the next video I watch. That Chris is still the knight somehow, part 2. I kind of want to check out that video too during the
got
stream.
to see the Roaring Knight in the flesh, or darkness, and it's clearly not Chris. Would be pretty tricky to fight against yourself. But then, who is it? Well, the first major clue we get is that the Knight isn't like other darkness. Ralsei has made it clear over various chapters that darkness cannot leave the dark world, because they aren't really real.
Because the
like Chris
Roaring Knight
and
is not a
Susie are.
darkner.
They just exist as playing cards.
The Roaring Knight is able
towards
to make
objects
dark
that take on new
worlds, dark
meaning in
fountains.
the shadows. But
Something
after you
darkness
defeat,
cannot do.
or more likely lose to the Roaring Knight, he runs away to the world of light and is able to exist inside the bunker.
Is Father Alvin related to Gerson? Yeah, Gerson is Father Alvin's dad. I think Alvin is Gerson's son. After I gained popularity, I have already known 55 languages and recruit unhappy people to move to the North Pole, and after that, rename it the Holy Republic of Monolandish. Let me know how that works out, man.
Implying that this knight isn't a darkener, but a lightener like Chris and Susie that is able to exist in both worlds. And with this
I'm pretty
being
sure-
a lightener,
I'm pretty
we
sure that's
should
gotta be
also
like one of the
able to take
givens.
a look at their physical appearance to narrow it down more. Chris and Susie still look like themselves in the dark world, so it's likely there will be some similarities between the knight and their lightener form. Starting with
Yes.
the head. It's clear that this roaring
Antlers.
knight has antlers. Other than making him look pretty cool, this connects the Roaring Knight specifically to Noelle and her family, the Holidays,
Yep.
a family of reindeer. Immediately, my
Yeah.
mind went to Carol, Noelle's mother. She seemed pretty evil, so
Now tell me how it can't possibly be Carol somehow. And you're probably gonna think this. I'm predicting they're gonna say that Des is the, because the fact that they're already starting off the argument with Carol makes me think that these guys are Des believers. I never noticed, but Ralsei has a spade in the separation of his scarf. A spade in the separation of his scarf. Ralsei, the heart on Ralsei's shirt. Apparently the heart on Ralsei's like not shirt but robe, right? Apparently in early concepts of Ralsei, that was supposed to be like an upside down spade, I think. But I think they ended up turning it into like a heart instead. I forgot the reason why. But yeah, apparently early concepts had Ralsei having an upside down spade. There were some like drawings of that. So, and I think there are some sprites that still have the spade on there. Some like little sprites that kind of show up in certain animations where you can see it.
so far with her red text talking directly to the player and her neglectful treatment of Noelle. She even has a katana on the wall, which
She has a katana. Yeah, a katana.
would fit the knight's sword. But when I looked more closely at the knight's sword, something else caught my attention. When they hold it upright, we can see that the bottom has a flat edge. If this were a katana or any other traditional sword, that flat part in the pixel art would be higher up to act as a guard for the hand. But this one is at the bottom. Plus, if you take a look at the top of the sword, it's more rounded than it is pointy. The pose almost reminds me of when I was a kid and how I tried to balance a baseball bat in my hand. Wait, in previous chapters...
But like baseball bats aren't necessarily round at the tip either. They're kind of flat, you know? They're a little on the flat side. When he shows Rose look closely upside down, the upside down spade on his green scarf. Carol is Cerberus confirmed. So who's Cerberus?
Noelle recalls how her older sister Des would hit Chris with a wiffle bat if
Yes.
they were lying.
He's gonna address something I don't think I've heard anybody else talking about this. Maybe the whole hitting Chris on the head with a wiffle ball bat, and then like whenever Chris looks at the wiffle ball bat, like his head hurts, and then whenever he faces the knight, you see the text where it says you feel a slight pain behind, you feel like something hovering behind your head. Are they going to address that? Because that would be crazy. Nobody else I've seen has covered that.
We know that taking items into the dark world transforms them, like our sword really just being a pencil. Des is also the only member of the family we haven't met yet. We actually know very little about Des, other than her full name is December, keeping with the holiday theme. She is no longer around, and weirdly, that she's left-handed, based on her mouse being on the left side of her computer. And wouldn't...
That was slightly debunked by Shabunka in her video where she showed like a lot of instances where like a lot of characters have their have a lot of like sprites of computers just kind of have like the mouse on the left side. You know, I don't know if that's strong of a claim. That there's definitely something there, you know, there could be something there. But the fact that like half of the computers that we see in the game have a fucking mouse on the left-hand side, I don't know if it means that much. I wouldn't put a lot of weight towards the computer, left-handed computer theory. Imagine not playing Undertale Yellow. He hasn't played Undertale Yellow? Yeah, I have not played Undertale Yellow. Rudy put pants on. This is why you're banned from every CVS in town. Rudy's banned from every CVS in town. Couldn't be him. Carol would probably like pull some strings to make him unbanned.
Did you know it? The knight also wields their sword in their left hand. But there's more than a wiffle bat sword that connects the Roaring Knight to Des. When trying to look for the code to the bunker, Chris enters Des's room and Roaring Knight
hold on.
When trying to look for the code,
I'll say this: when you're walking around with Noelle and if you click on this, if you click on these like these snowflakes, if you click on these snowflakes, these ones, they have a little dialogue with Noelle. And it's like, oh, are these snowflakes? And she's like, no, these are actually ninja stars. Those are actually shuriken. They just look like snowflakes. which puts to me, adds more evidence to the idea of this possibly being Carol. Because she says like, oh, it's my mom likes to collect shurikens and put them on the wall, basically to add on to the evidence of like Carol potentially being a ninja. And if she has she wields both a katana and shuriken, then most likely the Roaring Knight who also uses both weapons is most likely Carol, the only person that we know that is associated with both of those items. That's why I lean towards Carol slightly more than Des, but I do acknowledge that Des has a really high likelihood of being the Roaring Knight. I think it's 50-50.
Code to the bunker. Chris enters Des's room and finds Des's guitar. That guitar has shown up once before during the Spamton sweepstakes ARG that happened a few.
This does kind of, the Spamton sweepstakes thing does kind of make me think that it could be Des. That is some good evidence towards the Des.
Years ago,
Des
players
theory.
found a web link called Deltarune.com.
Her mom is a ninja, Neo. Her
By
mom
going
is a
to that
ninja.
webpage and clicking on the guitar, it plays a song called FindHer.ogg. This musical motif is
a lost
also
girl.
present in the Roaring Knights theme song. The music music in this game is exceptional. Toby Fox is a fantastic composer, and so to make a song with such a similar motif...
But you can also make the argument that Carol is trying to find Des. They're related, so it's not that much of a stretch to say that you could also make that somehow work towards Carol's favor as well. You know, like maybe Carol is trying to find Des, and that's why you're hearing that motif in the Roaring Night theme. Suppose if we were to go with like the Carol is Roaring Night theme.
Eve cannot be a...
That's what I'm saying. A lot of the evidence towards like Des being the knight also can easily apply to Carol as well.
In chapter 3, there is a slot machine where you can enter as many
That's why it's so hard
points as
to
you
like
to
debate
get a
between the
prize.
two.
And if you choose to spend 1,225 points, a strange room appears. In this
Seems to be
room is
related to
another
Noel in
machine
general.
that
I mean, just the
contains a
fucking
piece of
antlers,
lacquer,
yeah.
small, dark, and triangular, just like a guitar pick. And don't think...
I thought that was really interesting. Actually, I didn't realize when I played this part on stream. I didn't realize that I didn't think about a guitar pick when I saw that moment. I think I was thinking about like a shadow crystal or something like that. But after I heard about the whole like, oh, the item inside that gotcha machine was a guitar pick. That is one point. That is yet another point towards the Des like theory. It could be Des. It could be Des. It's just my only thing is I just don't know enough about Des. Why would she be the Roaring Knight? Why would it be? Like, what's her motivation? Or if she doesn't have a motivation to be a Roaring Knight, what is causing her to act the way she is? These are the answers that are like completely unanswerable. That makes me feel like makes me want to lean towards Carol being the knight, because I feel like with Carol being the knight, there are plausible reasons as to why she would be. I just don't know any possible reason why Des would be. Like, motivation is important, I think. And until we know more about Des and what motivates Des and what would cause Des, what could potentially motivate Des towards becoming the Roaring Knight, until we get that information, my money's on Carol. Because Carol, like, most likely either wants to either Des is dead or Des is missing, right? If Des is dead, then Carol will probably has her ashes and wants to make the whole world a dark world, so that she can essentially revive Des, so Des would basically just come back to life. If Des is dead, that would be her motivation. If Des is missing, then Carol is just trying to go through all the dark worlds in order to find Des. Then that would be her motivation for being the Roaring Knight in that instance. I feel like there are plausible motivations for Carol being the Roaring Knight. I just don't see any at all without having to come up with speculations. I don't see any at all for Des. It's the only problem with the Des being the Roaring Knight, and that's just a matter of like not having enough like information. Like I'm not ruling out the possibility that Des is the Knight. I just don't think we have enough evidence for it. But there's plenty of evidence for Carol, and you know, it almost feels like the more I think about it, the more it feels kind of like it could be a red herring. But you know, it's still the best theory that we got, unfortunately. And you know, unless you can come up with like solid stuff. If you're just guessing, at a certain point, you're just kind of guessing, and if you predict something that's true based off of a guess, there's nothing it's not quite as satisfying as coming up with theory, standing on it, especially if you have evidence for that theory that you hold. Personally, that's the way I like to subscribe to theories in the way I like to theory craft, at least. Maybe the Roaring Knight is Noelle putting on a cloak before entering Dark World to watch Chris and Susie secretly. Yo, have you, Toriel? Do you watch Shangri-La Frontier? You're making it sound like Noelle is like Siger Zero or something. Which is actually kind of a good comparison. Noelle is a lot like Siger Zero. I would love that. If that was the case, I would love that. That's a fun theory. I mean, never mind dumb theory. I'm not good at theories. That's a fun one though. I like that. You don't have to. These, dumb theories are fun. I love dumb theories. we're just having fun here. I'm not trying to come up with serious theories. But like when it comes to like who do I really believe is the Roaring Knight? I really currently believe it's Carol, and that is as for the reasons why I just mentioned. Just a minute ago. She's helping me rule the world together with Santa Claus. Okay, that's the reason why you're going to the North Pole. That explains that. That explains a lot. If Des is disease, it is Carol. If Des is missing, it's 50-50. So Carol is like 75 and Des is 25. Yeah, right? Because we don't know enough about what's going on, what happened to Des, right? So that's why I'm saying it's like given what we know so far, it's very unlikely that it's Des. Like you kind of have to like, if you're thinking that it's Des, you're kind of you're taking a stab in the dark. You don't have enough information to support the claim. There is a lot of information, but there's even more information pointing towards Carol. And if you're, I think it would be more interesting if it was Des. I think that would be more interesting, but I don't personally base my I don't put a lot of stock on what I really believe, what theory I really believe based off of what is the more interesting theory, unless it's really like the evidence is stacked up where it's like almost even, where it's actually like 100% even, and the only difference is one is slightly more interesting than the other, then yeah, I would lean towards the more interesting one. But like there's a lot of evidence for Des, there's a lot of evidence for Carol. I think there's just slightly more evidence for Carol. And that's the reason why I came to that conclusion. For anyone who wants to know. I mean, it's on the same level as what the fuck friend inside me theory is. If you search that, make sure you have safe search on. Friend inside me theory. I'm kind of scared to search for that.
I forgot about the number of points you entered to get to this secret room. 1225, as in December 25th, Christmas, a December holiday, and the cherry on top of all of this
holiday,
is that
which is also her birthday, probably.
What do they find? The code to the bunker. The code to the bunker that the Roaring Knight is hiding in.
122, other number, most likely 5.
Is the Roaring Knight. But then, why is she fighting us? Why is she trying to bring about the...
Oh my god, this is... Okay, I'm glad he's actually addressing the... Like, why? Why, though? Why? Because a lot of what you just said, a lot of what they just said could also... You can find ways to make it work for Carol being the Roaring Knight. There are a lot of ways to twist those evidence, that evidence to make it so that it's Carol. All right. The difference between Carol and Des is motivation. We have motivation for Carol, no motivation for Des.
The roaring, letting darkness take over the light world.
What do you claim to be the evidence?
Well, it all comes down to the rest of the legend of the Deltarune. Or should I say, the real legend. In chapter 4, when we enter the dark world in the church, a church that believes in the legend of the Deltarune by...
Getting into the prophecy, I was not expecting that, so I actually was not expecting that. I actually was not expecting him to bring up to invoke the prophecy. I kind of want to see where this is going. Actually, this is pretty interesting. This is a little bit more interesting than I thought this was going to be. Okay. Because if he's going to use the prophecy, I don't see a lot of people using the des. Combining the des is the night in conjunction. I don't really see a lot of people bringing up the prophecy as part of it. Because, yeah, I don't know. I have a friend named Carol, and she's so Noel coded. Her whole family is like holidays IRL. Really? That's like if my parents named me August. There are some people who have a name named August, right? Or like maybe there's some people who are named August. I knew somebody who was like named Augustina, right? It's close enough. Don't be silly, August. August is... Yeah, I think... You know what? I think I have seen... like a character named August in a TV show, maybe. So I think that is an actual name.
by the way, we encounter glass panels that Ralsei reveals are the prophecy of the Deltarune. You'd think we already knew all of this. We were told most of it by Ralsei in chapter 1, but it turns out there's a little more to the story, and something about it wasn't sitting right with me. In the later part of the prophecy,
go
it
on.
says this: the first hero,
Go
the cage
on,
with
British
human
Map Hat.
souls and parts. The second hero, the girl with hope crossed on her heart. And the third hero, the prince alone in the deepest dark. And last was the girl. At last was the girl. When reading the prophecy, Susie commented,
putting it in order. Very good, very good. Okay, good. Okay, okay.
on how the prince is Ralsei, the first hero is Chris, and the girl is her. That, however, didn't sit right with me because the image we have.
I think most people also agree with this. I think most people do not believe that this is referring to Susie.
Of the girl.
That last girl, at last was the girl. That is Susie because of the rude buster symbol. I have a daughter. I'm gonna name her Mabel because of the Gravity Falls. Not because her birth month, rather based on my birth month. Dang. I thought it was because it's a Gravity Falls reference or something, but maybe I'm just crazy. Hey, what's up, Nico? Hello. If I ever have a daughter, I'm gonna name her Mayonnaise, but only call her May and make sure she never finds out her name until the teacher calls out her full name. Are you gonna try to do basically when Peter Griffin from Family Guy named his daughter Megatron? Meg is short for Megatron. Are you trying to do a Family Guy joke here? How are you doing, Nico? You want to watch some game theories?
Doesn't look like Susie. The image of the first hero is the heart, which is us and Chris being the vessel. The image of the third hero is Ralsei in a robe. But the image of the second hero is carrying a sword and wearing what looks like a gown. Susie doesn't ever really carry a sword. She's known for her axe, and she definitely hasn't worn a gown. Plus, when Susie attempts to open the dark fountain later in the chapter, all the colors were wrong. Things aren't exactly the same as the real Dark World, because though Susie knows how to open a dark fountain, she isn't the real hero spoken of in the prophecy.
Interesting. I didn't think about the colors. I don't think I've heard of anyone bringing that up either. The differences in colors. Huh. That's something that's interesting too.
Susie is simply believing it must be her because Ralsei told her that she was the second
Megatron.
hero back in the first chapter. But if I'm saying that's wrong, that Susie told her that she was the second hero back in the first chapter. But if I'm saying that's wrong, that Susie isn't the second hero,
because Ralsei's lying.
Really, one other character it can be. A girl that wears a gown, has been a member of the hero's party, and when you combine her ring of thorns that you get from her special
sword
with a pure crystal, you get an
pure
item
crystal
called the Twisted Sword. Nice. It's Noelle. Noelle has become a more significant character as the chapter.
Very well presented. Okay, very good way to present that theory. Yes. Now, when is the next reaction stream? By the way, this is a reaction stream. The next reaction stream is right now. But if you're asking about when the next reaction stream is, that's not Deltarune theories. I'm not sure when. Sometime next week. L'Oreal's a menace to the society. Mayonnaise is mayonnaise present up. My name's May. Mayonnaise is mayonnaise present. My name is May. Nah, this girl say mayonnaise. Is mayonnaise an instrument?
And by taking on the Snowgrave route in chapter 2, where you force Noelle to cast magic and freeze people, Noelle is becoming more confident and is gaining the ability to fight. In chapter 4, you also encounter these priestly figures of the Deltarune, each of them telling you a tale connected to the prophecy, and one of them says, "Who will call the girl who snows?" Which is referring to what we literally do during the Spamton Neo fight. We call on Noelle's name, and she is summoned, killing Spamton with her ice magic. In another part of the prophecy, it says love finds its way to the girl. The image here is the same as the
interesting thing to connect that to. I wasn't thinking about that when they mentioned who calls a girl with snows. Good Good point. Good point. You know, maybe.
Second
yeah.
hero, but it has a heart like ours inside it. On a more innocent level, this could be referring to Noelle's crush that she has on Susie. But given all the references to the Snowgrave route that we've already had, I believe there's a darker meaning behind this. In Undertale, we were taught about the love stat. When we kill enemies, our love increases to the Snowgrave route that we've as the second hero, but it has a heart like ours inside it. On a more innocent level, this could be referring to Noelle's crush that she has on Susie. But given all the
Hope cross on her heart. I don't know if that's what it. I don't think it was supposed to refer to the. I don't think that was supposed to refer to the. Oh wait, no. Is he talking about the? Oh wait, love finds its way to the girl. Oh, hold on. Can you go back? Love finds its way to the girl. Oh, and this in all caps. Ooh, ooh! I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's actually kind of a good point. Yeah, maybe. yeah. He's actually kind of cooking with this. That's actually kind of right. Because when you use like ice shock. When you use Ice Shock as Noelle, you get stronger. You're gaining EXP and you're getting stronger. Level of execution does find its way to Noelle because you... That's actually... I don't think I heard anyone say that before. That's kind of crazy, actually. So, because you're not the one who's doing the killing. Noelle is doing the one that's killing. So Noelle would be the one who's actually gaining love during the Snowgrave route. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a good one. Why haven't I seen anyone say that before? That's a good point. That's a really good point. My mind is a little bit blown by that. Well, see you later, Nico. I have not watched Superman yet, but I do want to watch it. Does Birdly taste good fried? Probably. I mean, he's a bird, right? So, yeah, probably. Literally, I think it's literally cross my heart and hope to die, and it's worrying about Noelle's power she refuses to use. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That could also play a part too. Thanks to Thornring, Noelle has a greater attack than Chris. Just a little under Susie, if not over. Yeah. See, Noelle's supposed to be like one of the more overpowered characters for sure. She will use it if you betray or cross her. Maybe. But see you later, Nico. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good night or a good morning, depending on where you are. Gotta go see you next stream now. See you later, Hornet. Thanks for hanging out.
Go. The image here is the same.
This is kind of crazy,
but
though.
It has a heart.
I wasn't expecting to get my mind blown by a game theory video. They still got it. I think they still got it. I think game theory's got a little bit too much hate. This is a really good way to interpret this prophecy in a way that I have not seen yet.
Like ours inside it. On a more innocent level, this could
maybe there are videos out there that have discussed it, but I have not seen them yet.
Referring to Noelle's crush that she has on Susie. But given all the references to the Snowgrave route that we've already had, I believe there's a darker meaning behind this. In Undertale, we were taught about the love stat. When we kill enemies, our love increases. But the stat actually stands for level of violence.
Or level
During
of violence,
the Snowgrave
yes.
route, Noelle was pushed to become more violent, and the level of violence found its way to her. And this is made super clear in Chapter 4. If you've taken the Snowgrave route in Chapter 2, you will receive a unique cutscene in Chapter 4 when Chris and Susie are in Noelle's house. After trying to find the bunker code in the old guitar, Chris pulls out the heart and stuffs it into a drawer. It's at this point that we start behaving real sus and vent. While moving around the vents, we can hear a conversation between Chris and Noelle. She says that last night she saw Chris, the real Chris, who told her that everything was all okay. Until our heart makes its way back into Chris, and the entire conversation shifts as we prove to Noelle that the events of Chapter 2 weren't a dream like she thought. Chris then puts the thorn ring back onto Noelle's finger, and when we do, a red crack appears on the screen. This moment is us, the heart. We are the ones trying to control Noelle, forcing her to use her magic, helping helping her to find her level of violence. And as chapter 4 continues, we see these actions take effect. In the dark world, when Susie goes ahead, Ralsei suggests instead of us going on ahead, we think of someone. If we choose to think of Noelle, the screen turns black and a small red dot with the words "thank you" appears. Then at the very end of chapter 4,
does he have anything to say about the small red dot? Because that confuses the fuck out of me. I miss Bartholomew Patrick too much to appreciate new game theory. Bartholomew Patrick. Hello, what's up, Remy? How you doing? We're watching game theory.
screen fades to black and once again the red dot appears. But this time it's bigger. The red dot is Noelle's heart forming, love finding its way to the girl, just as the prophecy said it would.
I think I heard some people say that. I think I've heard this theory before, that that heart is, I mean, that red dot is supposed to be like Noelle's heart starting to grow, basically turning her into a character that we can control in the same way that we can control Chris, I think is the idea.
All of this is pointing to Noelle, and more specifically, the Snowgrave route being part of the prophecy. The Snowgrave route is the canon series of events. Even though it felt like it was a decision we were able to make, Toby Fox is once again showing us that it was destined to be. This is also why the Night, Death, is trying to bring about the Roaring. The Roaring is what will summon the heroes and force them to banish the angels' heaven. Banish us. Just like Chris, they want us gone so that their sister is left alone and safe, which explains why we see both of those characters working together throughout the chapters.
Okay, that's a big leap right there. That's a big leap. So like, you're assuming that the angel's heaven is supposed to represent the human soul, but the prophecy makes a distinction between the first hero, the caged heart with human soul and parts, and then there's a separate prophecy that involves banished to angel's heaven. Why would the hero not be referred to as angel's heaven or something similar to angel's heaven? That's kind of a leap there. I'm not sure if I'm following that one. That's a no. I think he's kind of. I don't know if there's enough evidence to support that particular part of the claim he's making here. OMG Game Theory, I constantly forget about the channel. Isn't the angel's heaven supposed to be Asriel? Yeah, like either Asriel, or if we're supposed to assume that like Noelle is like the angel, there's that too. Like, I don't know. Like, me personally, I'm assuming my main theory for now assumes that Carol is the Roaring Knight, right? Noelle is the second hero, the girl with hope crossed on her heart. Me personally, who do we know is associated with angels, right? You got Asriel, number one, Asriel from Undertale, because he literally becomes the angel that looks exactly, he almost looks exactly like the Deltarune symbol in just by his shape of his body in one of the fights. So number one suspect of the angel could be Asriel. That's the first one. Number two suspect would be Noelle, because she made that little angel doll, right, when she was a kid, according to Rudy. But she made the angel doll with suspect number three. The other person that was also making the angel dolls was Des. I think that Des is the angel. Some people are saying that like, Des is the Roaring Knight and blah blah blah. Angel is something else. Maybe something we don't even know about yet. See, that's why I think that Carol is the knight, because it falls pretty cleanly into all these other theories that kind of work, right? Like, what if Des is the angel? I think it makes sense that Des would be the angel. Why not? If Noel could be the angel, or if Azrael could be the angel, I think Des has plenty in common with either Azrael or Noel, and she also made those little angel doll things. I think Des is supposed to be the angel. I think that makes more sense than Des being the Roaring Knight, in my opinion. There isn't the whole point that isn't the whole point that the angel is an angel of death and Azrael is a god of hyperdeath? Yeah, I only played Undertale before. Yeah. And like I think Des could be kind of a parallel to Azrael, whereas like Azrael is kind of like the angel in Undertale, and I think Des being basically like Azrael's girlfriend. I think it would make a lot of sense for Des to take on the role of the angel in this game. I think it could work. To be fair, Rudy's on some many drugs due to his condition. He may have memory issues. But Noelle confirmed it too. Like Noelle talked to Susie, told Susie that she made the little angels. She and Des made the little angels when they went to her house. I mean, like I think there's more than just Rudy supporting that theory, the whole angel theory, the connection between Des and Noelle in the angel. I like to think that Des also comes from Destiny, and that's why it seems to want something prophecy to be fulfilled and not be fulfilled, define Destiny. Destiny. Very interesting. I didn't think of that. Noel is also in drugs too, trust. The night I met like seems to want something. Yeah. Wait, are you saying that Des is the knight, or are you saying that Des is the angel? I can't tell what you're trying to say with your sentence there, Monolim.
Chris receives
Your intentionally confusing sentence is confusing to no one's surprise.
Mysterious messages from their phone, which are implied to actually be the knight. And if you manage to defeat the knight at the end of chapter 3, they will literally knight us.
Wait,
Chris
on.
receives some us
I
gone
need to
so
hear
that their
this again.
sister is left alone.
I need to hear that part again, because hearing it the first time didn't sound at all. It didn't make sense to me at all. So I need to hear it again. Maybe it'll make more sense if I hear it again.
Vision we were able to make, Kobe Fox is once again showing us that it was destined to be. This is also why the night series of events.
Okay.
Even though it felt like it was a decision we were able to make, Kobe Fox is once again showing us that it was destined to be. This is also why the night Death is trying to bring about the roaring. The roaring is what will summon the heroes and force them to banish the angels' heaven. Banish us. Just like Chris, they want us gone so that their sister is left alone and safe. Which explains.
But that still, like, okay, it still doesn't make sense. Like, how you can't just say that we are the angels' heaven. You have not established that in any way at all. I don't think he has. I don't think he said anything to say that we are the angels' heaven. I don't think that makes any sense. I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense still the second time around. I don't think he said anything at all to establish that.
Why we see both of those characters working together throughout the chapters. Chris receives some mysterious messages from their phone, which are implied to actually be the knight. And if you manage to defeat the knight at the end of chapter 3, they will literally knight Chris. Chris wants us removed from their body, but they also clearly hate what we are doing to Noelle, putting us in a trash can and kicking the living daylights out of us after we put the thorn ring back on her finger. It's their goal to bring about the roaring and force us, the angel, away from them and the lives of their friends. But then, where does all of that leave our monster girl Susie?
That is a good question. And I think the idea of the Roaring Knight's motivation is to force the roaring to happen, to banish something, to force something to be banished on purpose. I'm not sure if they mean the soul, the human soul that we control, like us, the player. I don't know if that works. But I do like the idea, the aspect of the Roaring Knight's motivation being to force the roaring to happen in order to make something happen, like banishing something. I think there is something there. I think there is something there. Arwar. Yo, thanks for the $5, Arwar. How's that rune going? Are you deltaing yet? Are you taking too long? Are you taking too long? Dude, thanks, Arwar. I haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing? How you doing? The color hurts my eyes. I think it's a beautiful color. I like that shade of teal. But yo, I hope you're enjoying the stream, Arwar. We're like watching a bunch of Deltarune theories. I'm currently watching the game theory Deltarune video. And it's actually more interesting than I thought it was going to be. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with like especially the big conclusion that they're coming up with. But I do like that they're bringing up a lot of things like love finds its way to the girl, meaning level of violence, right? I love that. I mean, no pun intended, but that is something that's going to have me thinking about stuff for a while. I feel like that is kind of important. Before I learned Noelle, didn't always have ice powers. Needs a ring for it. My theory was Noelle accidentally Snowgrave Des and kept leading Chris on to have them found out of her. I did hear that. I did hear some people. I heard a theory. I did hear a theory about that was something similar to that I don't know if I agree with. That like one of the first theories I watched after I played the Snowgrave run was like supposing that Noelle caused like Snowgrave to happen, like that magic is real even in the light world, right? Like they said that the magic is real in the light world. Noelle has the ability, her like same abilities even in the light world. She casts Snowgrave, and basically it killed Des or forced them to go into either it killed Des or it forced them to go into the bunker, right? Snowgrave causing a giant blizzard, forcing everybody to go to the bunker. Des was in the bunker, and because of how dark it is in there, there's probably like some kind of dark fountain or something, and Des got lost inside the dark world that's within the bunker, and somehow got trapped in there, got her mind boggled by the Titans, and is therefore now like motivated to start the roaring because they got brainwashed by the Titans or something. I'm not sure if I like the theory. I don't like any theories that come up that involve like clones or twins or brainwashing, because I feel like brainwashing can like you can just kind of use potential brainwashing as like motive for like anything. You can come up with any theories if the motivation for a particular character doing something involves them being brainwashed. I don't know. That's like too convenient of a motivation in my opinion. So I don't know if I believe that. But the idea of Noelle like snowgraving like IRL like in the light world, I've seen that before, and I think that's an interesting thing. I don't know if I don't think I've seen enough stuff to know for sure that that's a thing, but it is something that does stay in my brain. There is like a possibility that Noelle could have magic powers even in the light world. It is interesting to think about, for sure. Accidental murder, yeah, because like her whole like she when she killed like the Addison, she completely blocked out that memory, so it is plausible. So I see where you're going. I see where you're going with where you're coming from with that one, Toriel, and it is a potential thing to think about. I don't think I've ever written that one off. To be fair, I was very, very new to Deltarune, but you might be cooking with that one. There are other people that agree with you on that. I just showed up, and the poll has only 2 options, and neither are the correct option. No, it's pronunciation, not spelling. Or you're saying like GIF is the correct option. Instead of saying GIF or GIF, you just spell it out GIF. Welcome to the stream, Coral, the Melusine. I heard some people say that too. I've heard some people say that, like, I just say GIF. Which is, I think, I think that is probably the most correct option, probably. Just spell it out, but I think GIF is easier to say. You almost have my name. Arwar. Arwar is very different from Onwin. Hey, I'm glad to know that you're delving into this beautiful, terrible rabbit hole. Of course, Deltarune theories are one of my, like, the theory crafting side of Deltarune is probably one of my favorite things about Deltarune. Like, coming up with theories for like the mysteries that we have yet to be revealed in the games. I do love doing this whenever new chapters of Deltarune come out. And I love watching videos too. And now that I have a YouTube channel of my own, I can drop videos, you know? I could drop my own theories. I never really wanted to do it before cuz, you know, nervous. But I feel like I could do it now, which is fun. Can't wait to drop my Delta weed theory, which is not going to be a serious theory at all, but I'm going to try to see if I can make it make sense somehow. It's going to be like a silly theory video that basically implies that Asgore is growing weed in his basement. And Susie and Chris, whenever they go to the dark world, it's just them getting high. That's the basic gist of it. I'm glad to know I didn't kill that man. I was brainwashed into killing that man. Yeah. Dang ops. I don't say hard G GIF because it sounds like the word gift. GIF is more unique. But to me, GIF sounds like the peanut butter. Whenever I hear GIF, I just think the peanut butter. There's like, and I don't know if you're in America, but if you're in America, we do have like a brand of peanut butter called Jif. So and like Jif means something too. It's like, I'll be back in a Jif. You know, it means like I'll be back in a little bit, basically, right? Like a little small period of time. There are like other things. There are other things that like Jif already means other things, and like, I personally find it even more confusing. Gift doesn't mean anything. It sounds similar to gift, but they're different words in my brain. I think I get mauled if I spoke the truth when pronouncing it, but just the old English form of the word if that's pronounced and is spelled GIF, pronounced not a G or a J, but a Y, a YIF. That's the worst though. Because I don't know if you've been on the internet. I don't know if you're on the internet, you know, that much. If you've been on the internet enough, YIF might mean something completely different. Oh, I can heart super chats. I didn't know I can heart super chats. I need to do that every time now. Oh god, that means Rules Card would pronounce it that way. Listen, new theory, Asgore is the knight's dealer. Same page then. Yes, Carol. Coral. Almost said, I said Carol. I've been saying Carol a lot. But Yif means something that is very inappropriate for a lot of people in my chat. It's a very inappropriate word, and it's probably best if you don't pronounce it Yif. Jeff like giraffes. I mean, there's some people, yeah, there are plenty of people who pronounce it that way, yeah. I'm Europeans, we don't got that brand. Giraffics. I just think GIF, personally, GIF, because the first word of the G is like a GIF was it graphical image, like something. Graphical image something. And And the first word of GIF is graphical. So I think GIF, saying it with the G sound, makes the most sense because of the word graphics. That's my logic, but I understand other people's logic as well. It just doesn't make as much sense to my brain as it probably does for you. I used to say Jiffy until I learned it didn't exist, and either is it GIF or Skippy. Yeah, Jiffy is like Jiffy is used is used differently. Jiffy is like Jiffy Lube, Oh god, no, Carol reminds me too much of my own mom. I'm sorry, I'm watching Deltarune theories, so Carol comes. The word Carol, the name Carol, just kind of flows out of my mouth, just out of habit now. Because I've talked about Carol so much during this stream alone. I'm almost wanted to make a reindeer monster Sona named that before I remember Carol existed. Hey, welcome back, Natalie. Hey, how you doing? How was your phone call? Deltarune theory, Asgore's weed and the mischievous deer on the road. Yes, I literally said that. Yes, Asgore got high and ran over Des while he was stoned while driving. I'm gonna weave that into the theory as well. I'm gonna weave that into the theory. It's gonna be good. Delta weed theory is gonna be great. Watch out. Keep an eye out for that video. I'm inspired by watching all these Deltarune theories, come up with my own theory. It's not going to make any sense. I mean, no, it will make sense, but it's going to be so stupid that nobody will ever want to believe it. But it'll be funny as fuck, though. Dude, I can't wait for the Delta weed. I can't wait to make the Delta weed video. I don't think I should call it Delta weed, though. I'm scared of getting demonetized. So I'm thinking either Delta weed or Dinkarune, because I don't think Dinkarune will get demonetized at the very least. Ended up yapping to my friend for 2 hours, then she also yapped, and then we were both yapping. Let's go! That's a good conversation. A yap session. There we go. That's how we socialize, y'all. That's how we socialize. We just yap to each other. You yap, I'm yapping. We just both yapping, and that's socializing. That's the human connection. Do you feel that? Did you feel that, Natalie, when you were talking to your friend, yapping to each other? That human connection. That's what it's like. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. That's what it means to be alive. Okay. I don't know. I've been streaming for like 7 hours. I'm starting to get a little bit unhinged. Delta 9 rune. The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight is WD Gaster. We don't know shit about either of them. Yeah, true. We don't know shit about either of them. Delta 9 rune. There's your THC pun. Delta 9 rune. Is that a THC pun? Is that like a cannabinoid or something? Natalie, I met. She was gone for a whole week on summer camp. I yapped for so long because I was so lonely. Aww. Well, it's nice that you got to talk to your friend again after a whole week of not being able to. Continuing on with the video. I've yapped for long enough.
Is she just gonna get sidelined? No! Force us, the angel, away from them and the lives of their friends.
Talk to us about
Susie.
Susie.
Does all of that leave our monster girl Susie? Is she just gonna get side?
My theory kind of makes it work. My theory kind of makes Susie work, because if Des is the angel, Carol is a roaring knight, and Noelle is a second girl, maybe Susie is being used as a replacement for Noelle. Because, something bad happens to Noelle. If we were to assume that something bad happens to the second hero, maybe the Roaring Knight's trying to make it so that Roaring Knight and Chris are trying to make it so that Susie gets sacrificed instead of Noelle. It makes sense a little bit. Susie, who has no friends, who has like nobody seems to like her. The new girl, she's new in town. Maybe they felt like they can swap out Noelle and Susie, and if she gets sacrificed, maybe they felt like no one would miss her. You know, little did they know Susie was actually a great character, and she's actually really, really nice. You know, it also kind of fits in with Rose's. How could she be so kind? I didn't think Susie would be this kind, because Rose's also in on it. He's also in on like selling this prophecies to Susie so that she gets sacrificed, and he's feeling guilty about it after finding out that Susie is actually really nice too. I don't know, but hey, that's just a theory, huh? Anyway, continuing on.
Not exactly.
Delta Blunt.
In Chapter 3,
That's a
when
good
you're
one.
allowed
There
to
you
play
go.
The 8-bit minigame, there is a secret ice palace you can travel to. On the door is the Deltarune symbol, but it's slightly different to what you might remember. It's pretty hard to see because, well, it's 8-bit, but the symbol actually has four triangles.
It's got a Triforce.
3. Before now, we believed
Four
that the
triangles.
triangles
Interesting.
represented
I think I've seen
Chris,
that before.
Susie, and Rolse.
I think I've seen a video that pointed that out
the
before.
3 heroes. But now we're being shown 4 people are Susie and Rolse.
Wait, hold on. Look, check this out. In this sprite in particular, I don't know who was it that brought it up last time earlier? Ralze having a spade on his shirt instead of a heart. I did mention before, like the early concepts of Ralze, he was supposed to have an upside down spade on his robe instead of heart. And this is an example of a sprite that has that too. I think this is one of the sprites where that original concept is still there by accident. I'm pretty sure that's by accident. I don't think it means anything deep, but the original Ralze was supposed to have an upside down spade instead of a right side up heart. I don't know why the change. Maybe it's because the heart became kind of like a symbol of Undertale. That's my guess, actually. Made a comic. Yeah, Monolea made a comic. It's on the Discord server. Did I really guess your Deltarune theory? No way. That's part of it. You guessed part of it. That's just kind of part of the theory, but you did guess it. That is something you did, Arwar. We just might be on a wavelength or something here. Delta Blunt. I do like the sound of Delta Blunt. That does kind of work. That sounds funny. Asgore Knight would be really funny because it would mean that they weren't crying in front of Chris and Co for guilt, but because he's a pathetic meow meow in front of Torio. And then all of a sudden when he becomes the Roaring Knight, he's a complete monster. Say that again. Say what again? Say what again? Asgore being the knight would be funny. I don't think it is. There are things to make it seem like Asgore could be the knight. I've seen some things that but I feel like it's just not enough to know. There's not enough for me to convince me, at least.
The 3 heroes. But now we're being shown 4 people are a part of this. And that's actually reflected in the prophecy too. It's just that Susie, and by association we, have been conflating 2 parts of it. The girl that Susie believes to be her is mentioned twice in the prophecy.
Yes.
Once as the second hero, and the second time at the end. At last,
as the last
girl.
This
is a list of characters. First the vessel, second
Why
the
would
girl.
the last girl be the same as the second hero? It doesn't make sense.
Third, the prince, and then last is another girl. There are 2
Hydration check. Make sure you're
girls
hydrated,
in
yo.
this prophecy. And if you look into the game files, the image used behind.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Okay, I said it again. Give me praise. I will accept it. An ironic theory, Ralze isn't an item. They belong in every Dark World because they are an embodiment of who Chris wanted to be growing up. Another monster in the Dreamer household. Someone who wanted to fit in. I think there could be something there. But I think that also, that same thing could be applied to if Ralze is the red headband that Chris wore in order to feel like they fit in. I think that would make also a lot of sense too. And maybe Rose is in every Dark World because Chris carries that headband with him everywhere he goes, even if he's not wearing it. It's like maybe it's in one of his pockets or tucked in his shirt or something, or, something hidden. Maybe it's hidden underneath all the hair. I don't know. I personally think it's both. I think Rose is an item. I think Rose is the red horns that Chris used to wear to fit in. And I think I think Rose is a representation, the embodiment. That I think those horns, if the horns were going to become a person or become a darkener, like Chris's horns that he wore so that he could fit in with the other monsters, would probably become the embodiment of Chris wanting to fit in with the other monsters, which would be Rose. Rose being Chris makes sense. Being Chris' sense of belonging would explain why Rose fits into every Dark World without petrifying. Yeah. I think he should have a club instead of a spade or a heart because he's associated with green, and his possibly father is locked outside the castle and is king of spades. Yeah. No, I mean, that was just the original concept. I think there's, yeah, I mean, I think it probably just doesn't make, it probably just made less and less sense as Toby developed this. Like, I think the versions of Rose with the upside down spade was like concepts he came up with like even before Undertale came out. So that's probably, he probably like changed it to be something else like right before, like pretty much after the sprites, after he made the sprites and before like the game came out. Somewhere in between there, he decided it probably made more sense for Rose to have a heart instead of a upside down spade. Manu, I just saw your comic, it's so good. I can't wait to read it. It does look kind of funny. Your theory about Carol changing people who may fulfill certain roles in prophecy makes sense. Who may fulfill certain roles in prophecy. As you said, Asgore should be the one with the shelter code, not Undyne. Yeah, I think Asgore should be the one with the shelter code. Yeah, I don't think it's Undyne. I think Undyne probably knows a little bit about it, and she's kind of like scared to find out more. But like, yeah, Asgore, it would be the police badge. He was the police chief at the time when the shelter was made, right? Or at least when the shelter lock was made, So it would make sense for that to be Asgore. I don't think it makes sense for it to be Undyne, who was just made a chief recently. But maybe if Carol is the knight and she took Undyne to the shelter, maybe she's being like briefed on the whole situation. Maybe Carol is trying to, get her on their side now. I don't know. Rose being a representation of Chris's ideal monster self would also explain why Chris is insistent on pointing out that they don't look like Azrael as well. Yes. I agree with that as well. It's like Azrael isn't part of some piles of dust. Wait, what? If Toriel Undertale herself says so. Rose is Chris's monster Sona. Yeah. Like, I think Chris is very different from Rose. I think I saw a theory that went into it from a slightly different angle, where I think Rose is the version of Chris that would be able to fit in, because Chris is not only is Chris a human in a town full of monsters, but Chris is also kind of an outcast too, a little bit. He kind of just like he's always kind of quiet. He likes to pull pranks. He's a very mischievous person. He seems to be kind of a loner as well. Whereas Rose is kind of like the complete opposite of all that too. So like, yeah, like Rose is like Chris's version of like what it would be like if Chris was the type of person who could feel like they belong in the town, right? I think it goes a little bit deeper. It goes pretty deep, I think. Rose is Chris's Monstona. If Toriel Undertale herself says so. So Carol is changing people so her dear ones don't die. Noelle, Toriel, Chris, Azriel, Noelle. Yeah. She that's what I'm saying. Like that's why it makes sense for Carol to be the Roaring Knight, because she's trying to control she knows this prophecy. It makes sense if she understands the dark world and she understands that the prophecy is real and everything will come to pass. Maybe she understands the dark world enough so that she can somehow manipulate things so that the prophecy will still come true, but not in the way that it literally normally would. But she's trying to change it so that the prophecy will still come true, but the people that get involved are different. So that no one that she loves are gonna get hurt. So I feel like the people that she loves, all the prophecy seems to involve people that she loves, all the people that we could assume that Carol seems to care about. Maybe she wants to make it so that those people, all the people who would possibly die, assuming that one part of the prophecy involves someone dying, why not let it be the one person in town that no one seems to care about, except getting her involved in this whole mess is starting to cause other people to actually start caring about Susie now. Undyne knows about the code. Nafsim Bluk mentions she knows it, is scared to talk about it further than she knows it, so I think Asgore gave her the code. Yeah, she knows about it, but I don't think she knows all the details involving the code. That's why I'm saying, I'm pretty sure that shelter code, that locking interface, I'm pretty sure that thing that it doesn't look like it was made recently. It looks like it's been there for a while. That's why when Susie banged on the door, she banged on the door, the panel that was covering up the door, the security code panel, the metal sheet that was covering it fell off, implying that there was a little bit of wear and tear there. So I'm pretty sure that's not a new thing. I'm pretty sure that panel for the codes have been there for a long time, probably even longer than Undyne was the police chief. Personal theory: Mettaton equals sentient mini fridge with a hot second form. That would be funny as fuck. I would love that. Carol can't be the Knight. Carol's hyper-focused on keeping everything forever sheltered in the present, keeping stasis, while the Knight's very actively trying to accelerate the prophecy, cause change. I don't think there's any evidence I don't think there's enough evidence to support that Carol is hyper-focused on everything being forever sheltered. I don't think there's evidence to support that. We don't know enough about Carol to support that claim. And while the Knight is very actively trying to accelerate the prophecy, we don't know exactly what the Knight is trying to do. I don't think we know exactly what the Knight is. I don't think we know the Knight's motivations quite yet. Who knows why the Knight's trying opening up the theory, opening up the fountains, the dark worlds. We don't know that yet at all. So I think that's all. Those are all speculations, and I don't think we have enough evidence to support those things. Originally, they tried to sacrifice people to fulfill prophecy, but since the first time was never fulfilled, something happened to the girl, death, so it's looping again. So Carol, instead of sacrificing other people, instead of her loved ones, herself, so prophecy doesn't loop and keep her daughter safe. Prophecy looping is an interesting angle. I never considered the idea of the prophecy looping. Well, yeah, that's because Asgore was police chief and training her, and she got kicked off the force for mysterious reasons. Dealing weed, which is dealing weed. Exactly. Delta weed theory, believer. Let's go.
Buster is a move unique to Susie. So, though she may not be named as one of the three heroes, she clearly has something important important to do with the
Okay,
prophecy.
continuing
And
on
I
with the
think
video.
I'm
Sorry,
doing what that
I
role
deviated
is.
for
You see,
quite a
in
bit.
chapter 4, Ralsei confesses to Susie that he was intentionally keeping part of the prophecy a secret. Susie manages to get ahead and read it, but before we are able to read it, Susie smashes the glass and starts laughing. She says that she or Chris would never let that happen. Whatever is on that last panel was something
What do you
that
think that is?
Ralsei
What do you
was
think that
worried
is,
about
game
Susie
theorist?
and Chris seeing, and clearly it has an effect on Susie. Throughout the chapters, Susie has always struggled to accept reality, constantly denying whatever is being said and wanting to forge her own path. But
She
this
does
time
do that a
feels
lot.
different. It's not an angry defiance. It's uncomfortable, like, haha, but that's not gonna happen, right? And then she quickly tries to change the subject. So what did it say? Well, the lines before this talk about a final tragedy unveiling, meaning that whatever the destroyed panel said is revealing that tragedy. The ultimate tragedy that I could think of, one that would definitely make Susie uncomfortable, would be the death of a beloved character. And I believe that character is Susie herself. I mean, at the very end,
That's what I think as well. Either Susie herself or the second hero. I think that prophecy is supposed to be the second hero. Susie thinks it's her. Susie thinks it's her, but it's actually Noelle. What if Noelle is the one that's supposed to be dying in the final tragedy? If Noelle is the one that's supposed to die in the final tragedy, then a lot of things start to fall into place.
end of the chapter, she starts to tell Chris how she really feels. And it feels very finite, almost like it's her ending monologue, her coming to terms with the reality that is set before her. Like she's going to die and is letting Chris know how she really feels.
Interesting take right there. Interesting take. I kind of like it.
Her acting sketchy throughout both of these new chapters.
Let me see that.
Like
Let me see
she's
those.
going to tell Chris how she really
Can I
feels.
tell
And
you
it feels
a stupid
very
dream I
finite,
have?
almost like it's her ending monologue, her
No matter
coming to
what,
terms with the reality that
I
is
want
set
to keep
before
being friends with you and
like
Rosé.
she's going to die and is letting Chris know how she really feels and how she doesn't want to move on. Rosé is also acting sketchy.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't think about that too much. That's interesting.
Throughout both of these new chapters, not only are they hesitant whenever Susie brings up the prophecy, but Rosé also makes a point to always talk to Chris about how nice Susie is. He even does it directly after Susie smashes the glass.
He brings it up a lot.
And I always thought that was a little suspicious. Obviously, one of the reasons Rosé is doing this is because they know what we know. Susie isn't one of the heroes. He jumped the gun when Susie arrived and made an assumption only to realize it wasn't correct. And that
He didn't jump the gun. It was all planned. Chris, Carol, and Rosé are all planned to make it so that Susie thinks that she's the hero and that she gets sacrificed instead of Noelle.
she is instead the second girl mentioned. But the real reason he's acting so strange, I suspect, is because Rosé knows of Susie's fate. That she isn't long for this world, and so he's trying to make sure however long she has left is an enjoyable experience, rather than us.
Happy Wheels and the Little Bits. You guys reading it was the same 3 days ago. I had a great day at the start of the Red Heart in a minute, and I can try to draw a little mini piano in the morning. Wait, what? Sorry, brain meltage. Oh, it was a brain meltage. Okay, I wasn't sure what you're going on there. I don't know what you're on about there. But it sounds nice. It sounds nice. Sounds whatever you're talking about there sounds wholesome. If you're talking about something happy, I'm happy that you're happy. Maybe prophecy isn't fulfilled, something big will change. As you said, Carol, it doesn't really seem clingy to the past, so maybe it's trying to prophecy to be complete before due time. Yeah, because I think the prophecy has to happen. I think like it's like one of those things where like no one can change like I think it was like you can't change your fate or something, like you can't, your choices don't matter kind of a thing. There seems to be like a recurring theme throughout the game that tells you that the story is going to play out in a certain specific way. Maybe Carol understands this and she's trying to make it so that she knows that the prophecy can't be changed. He can't change the prophecy, but maybe she can change the players of the prophecy. The townsfolk and even Noelle do mention several times Carol locks up and keeps everything she deems important that's given to her locked at home. I can only assume so she doesn't lose anything else, after losing December. I mean, yeah, that's also true. But, like, I also think that she keeps things locked up so so that, like, no one can discover what she's been doing. I think she's just like locks everything up so that Noelle doesn't find out what she's been up to. The townspeople don't know what she's been up to. It seems like the townspeople don't really know what Carol does. Because like if you talk to the townspeople a little bit, they act like they say like, oh, what does she do? Like, I don't really know what she does, but she does a good but like the town seems to be in good shape while she's in charge. So like, yeah, I think she's a pretty good mayor. They seem to like kind of have that attitude around Carol's. Like, nobody seems to know what Carol does exactly, which is why I think she probably does she does spend a lot of time doing mayor stuff. But I'm pretty sure she also spends her some of her free time doing Roaring Night stuff, I think. I'm convinced that it isn't Carol, but nobody is not really gonna know until we see the actual reveal, because Toby is always gonna be one sly dog. Yeah, I'm convinced that it could be either Carol or Des. I think it's Carol because a lot of things start to make sense if it's Carol, but a lot of things that we know about Des seem to makes me want to believe that the Roaring Knight could be Des as well. I see almost equivalent amount of evidence to support either Carol or Des, but the one thing that Carol has over Des is motivation. I think Carol has more motivation. Des, we don't know anything about Des as a character. So, yeah. It is Chris. It could be Chris. I'm gonna watch the video after this about like how Chris could be the knight still. Snowgrave also seems to focus on nostalgia, freezing time, and things staying the way they are. Yeah. Things staying the way they are. I think that sounds like something either Chris or Susie would want. Yeah. That sounds like the kind of thing that Chris and Susie are motivated for. Like, from what I've seen from Chris's perspective, Chris doesn't seem to particularly like change, right? And you can say the same thing about Susie. Toriel gave me her phone. It's me, Noelle. YouTube won't let me change my name to Noelle, so this is how I have to do this. Okay, Noelle, hello. It's Chris. Yeah, also Ice E Knight. Ice E Knight, that would be fucking insane. Ice E Knight is kind of an interesting idea. I half joking, obviously, but also kind of half serious. I mean, like, I need to watch that video. I need to watch the video about the Chris being the knight. That's gonna be the one I'm going to watch after this, and it might be the last one because I'm starting to get tired. Yeah. I need to finish this up. This is actually more interesting than I thought it would be.
Over her. And actually, Noelle is a big reason why favoring Noelle left is an enjoyable experience, rather than us ruining it by favoring Noelle over her. And actually, Noelle is a big reason why I think Susie has to die. Remember, this tragedy leads us to banishing the angels' heaven, which, as we spoke about in a previous theory, is the good ending here. We are the angel, and our actions are bad for these characters.
Oh, he mentioned it in the previous video. That's why. Okay, maybe I need to watch that video later, because I was about to say, like, why are we the angels heaven again? Okay, he's referencing. I didn't know they made another video. I didn't know they made a previous Deltarune video. I might need to check that out later. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on stream. It might take a while, but I need to check that out.
As we've seen play out with Noelle. And actually, Noelle growing in her levels of violence leads me to believe that we, the players, are growing her powers in order that during the final battle, the angelic-looking Noelle will become the perfect vessel for us to use in order to control everything and everyone. But I also believe Susie...
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. That's an interesting theory. Okay,
despite not being one of the main three, is the one that's going to save Noelle, and in the end, the entire world. In Chapter 4, Chris has a moment of playing the piano. Chris is actually great at playing the piano. We see it referenced time and time again throughout the game, but while we are in control of them, they suddenly suck because we cannot play piano. However, during Chapter 4, Susie calls Chris by their name and tells them to play very sincerely, which leads to Chris, for a brief moment, gaining back control and playing without our input.
Where are you going
now,
with
we
this?
know that Chris can rip out our heart and take back control of their
Where are you going with this BMP, which stands for British Matt Pat?
body at any moment. But that is not what happens here, and that's why it's so special. Chris is able to gain back control while we are still inside of Chris. Susie's kind and authentic words had the ability to tear Chris away from our control. And I believe that Susie is going to be able to do the same thing for Noelle. However...
Okay. But why is the first hero the cage with the human soul in parts? Why would we be referred to as the hero, but also the angel's heaven at the same time? That's the only thing that doesn't track at all. Like, if we're supposed to assume that the prophecy in Susie's dark world is the real prophecy, then, and you know, it flows a little bit with Noelle being the second hero, flows a little bit with Susie being the fourth character. But then why would the soul, which is us, why would we be that first hero, only then to become the angel after that? That's the part that doesn't seem to fit well with this theory, in my brain at least.
However, Noelle is clearly far more powerful than Chris. That's the whole point of the Snowgrave route, making her stronger, which means it's going to take something much bigger to move Noelle. But we do know that Noelle has a massive crush on Susie, so seeing her die while under our control because of our control, I suspect that will be enough to pull Noelle back to reality, out of our control, so that the three heroes, Chris, Noelle, and Rolsei, can banish us for good. Now, the prophecy follows a classic...
I think that works only in like maybe Snowgrave. I think that's like if we were to follow the Snowgrave route, maybe that could be right. I don't think like if we were to do pacifist, that would make sense. Because why would they want to banish us if we're doing pacifist? If we're being nice to everybody, all we're trying to do is like make all the characters happy and stuff. Then this theory does not make sense at all. Why would we be banished if all we're doing is doing good stuff? That doesn't make sense at all to me. So I feel like the prophecy would have to account for both weird routes and the pacifist route. I feel like like both routes have to make sense with the prophecy for any theories to work, in my opinion.
It's like AABBC rhyming scheme, and lines 1, 3, and 5 use 10 syllables, while lines 2 and 4 use 8. So while this next bit is purely conjecture, I'm going to put some money on the prophecy going.
Where are we going with this?
Like this.
Hey,
and
Onwin.
When all hope
the real Onwin here? Hold on, is the real Onwin here? Hey, Onwin, hey. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Are you still awake? With the power of Monster Ultra Fiesta Mango. Sponsored, by the way. Not real sponsored, just funny sponsored. And for the purpose of this bit. I'm sponsored for the purpose of this bit. Well, I don't think so on Susie. Wait, I was munching on bread and there's mold and the bread only expired today. It's not like that. It's that hold. Oh man, you might want to watch out for like where you're holding that bread. If there's mold on the bread and it's not old, there might be something in like if you put it in the pantry, if you put it in the fridge, there might be something in the fridge that has mold on it. Because even if something's not old and it has mold on it, that might mean that the mold is spreading from some other thing. So maybe you might have something in your fridge that is old and is moldy, and it's like spreading to other things. So you might need to clean out your fridge. I don't think so on Susie. She seems more the type to keep moving forward. If nothing changes, that might as well be the end of the story. And she doesn't like the idea of cool stories ending. But like, I don't know if she, but like, I mean, I think that in my interpretation of her thinking, like not wanting cool stories to end, I think she's, because she says to Gerson, she wants things to last forever. She wants the stories to last forever. I don't know if she's the type to keep moving forward. I don't think she likes moving forward because she does that all the time. She has, against her will, she has to move from town to town, so she's not able to make friends. I don't think she likes moving forward. She when she talks about how she has to move from town to town, she's always a new girl. She's never able to make friends. She says it like it's a bad thing. I don't think she likes moving forward. I think she likes things to stay I think she wants things to stay as they are, especially now, while things are good. She's enjoying her time with Chris and Raleigh. I think she wants that to last forever. So I'm not sure if I'm on board with her being the type to move forward. She moves forward if she has to, but if she likes the way things are, she wants to keep it going forever, based off of her dialogue with Gerson. FML, YouTube, why 12? Wait for name changes. Is 12 days for you? Have you seen my sister anywhere? No, I have not. I have not seen your sister anywhere, Toriel. I mean, Noelle. Sorry that heard that. The mold, I meant. Just wanted to eat bread. You can just eat around the mold. Just kidding. Probably not a good thing to do. I wonder what my own dark world would look like if maybe a lot of snow. Probably. Hey, I actually kind of think that like Noelle's house is going to probably be one of the dark worlds. I do think that I think that the holiday house is probably going to end up being one of the future dark worlds. Maybe chapter 6. If either chapter 6 like dark world is going to be Noelle's house, or it's going to be the bunker / shelter. So I'm brushing my hair a little bit. Monoliam made a comic about the Oni fans. Monster energy. Yes, it's very powerful. It's keeping me awake in these late hours. Why are peaches so juicy? I got some down my shirt. That's what makes peaches so good. The juicier the peach, the better. I killed Des, okay? We were playing Frisbee and accidentally threw her onto the road. And she got annihilated by a blue truck. I wonder who might have a blue truck. To be fair, we have nothing but clearly incomplete character arcs to use things on. Yeah, like again, these are all just theories, game theories. Yeah, I'm not gonna die on any hill, but I'm just saying what makes the most sense to me at any given time. I hate when, like, I can be wrong. I don't mind being wrong, honestly. If someone mentions something that kind of debunks something I say, a claim I have, and I can't refute it, then I will accept it. I'm not like, I don't have to be right on this. I hate it when eating fruit and juice gets everywhere. True. Don't you just hate eating fruit and then finding out there's like parts of it that are like bruised on the inside and you're like, ugh, gross. Means narratively speaking anyways, yeah. How will you all dark world? My dark world would be like Cyberpunk 2077 or Valhalla. Chapter 6 is going to have a dark world in Toriel's classroom and we're going to have to fight manifestation of homework and its enemies called homies. Okay, is that like a One Piece reference? Is that a Big Mom reference? Like a dark world based on my room? Yeah. Oh my god, a dark world based off of my room is just gonna be like, it's just gonna be Akihabara. It's just gonna be Anime Expo.
lost for the tale, the final tragedy unveils. To save the world, there is only one way. The girl's death breaks the angel's sway. Only then will the worlds be saved. I'll admit, a lot of this is...
Oh, he's talking about the pattern of the poem, of the prophecy. Okay, that's very clever. That's a very clever way to come up with that is actually a very clever way to come up with like the missing prophecy.
is on the more speculative side.
It is very speculative.
But what an...
I don't know if we know if we're the angel or something. It still assumes that we're the angel.
awesome story arc it would be for Susie. The class bully turned into a selfless warrior, willing to do whatever it takes to save the world. Although it would also mean her losing one of the character traits that makes her so unique. Susie is constantly defiant, attacking when we don't tell her to, moving around without our inputs. But if she does sacrifice herself for the good of the world, then she's just like Chris, the Knight, Noelle, or I'll say even us, who are just following a set path that Toby Fox has pre-planned. Then again, I suppose that's kind of been the point from the start, hasn't it? But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. And thanks again to WB Games.
But hey, that's just a theory. He said the thing! He said the thing! He fucking said it. Let's go! Alright, everybody. He said the phrase. He said the catchphrase. Let's go. Alright. Okay, now stop. I like that video. I like that way more than I thought. I don't know if I want to subscribe. Maybe after I watch the Angels Heaven video. Okay, and this is probably going to be the last one I check out. How Chris is still the Knight. Deltarune theory. This came out 5 days ago, and this is it seems like this person believes that Chris is the Knight, and even after playing chapter 3 and 4, or 3 and 4, this person is still making the claim that Chris is still the Knight. And I'd love to see how they come to this conclusion. This is like one of the more interesting. This is one of the more interesting theory like propositions I've seen in my feed. So I kind of want to check this out. Today I'm not braining. It's okay. Not everyone can brain every day. I had a mental breakdown yesterday because brain wasn't braining. Are you all right? Are you all right, Onwin? Everything okay? Everything okay right now, at least? I hope it's nothing too crazy. I hope your life's not. I hope you're not going through anything too crazy, Onwin. That sucks. Theory, it's based on where it's open and the one who will make it, or determination. It's based on where it's open and the one who will make it. Oh, okay. Not intentionally, but I did think of it. Okay. All that's left was there some antlers. I had to tell Mom that they were mine and they fell out. Okay, Noelle. Good to know. I think passion fruit is the worst fruit in terms of being not being messy. Have you ever had durian before? I think those might be messy too. Anji, my room got turned into a dark world. Hatsune Miku. It becomes a Vocaloid place. It becomes like Project Diva. It just becomes a Project Diva like video. I'm homie the homework. I'll say, why did you think this would work? Okay, boy, you want a treat? I'll give you a treat. Here you go. Despite the controversy, so sorry, it's still my favorite secret boss due to just being so darn strange and attacks being fun. Wait, what's your favorite? Are you talking about the Roaring Knight secret boss? You think the Roaring Knight's your favorite secret boss? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Miku-based Dark World, perhaps something like Sekai, Project Sekai. Oh yeah, probably more like Project Sekai, actually. I think Project Diva, it's probably more like Project Sekai. It's strange how I've seen that Hatsune Miku character like since and since, well, it wouldn't be crazy to a talent split to have Hatsune Miku figure. Not everything's okay, but I'm okay. Imagine inside Natalie's mind is just thousands of Miku figures. Glad you're fine. Durian isn't messy, but it's kind of a weird texture. Oh, okay. I always kind of like assumed that durian is pretty messy, because I think I saw someone eating durian in a cartoon and they ate it in a very messy way. So in my mind, durian is a messy fruit, but I could be wrong. Those are just various characters. The name's just so sorry. Oh, okay. Onwin, I hope everything gets better. Yeah. I hope everything gets better, Onwin. Hopefully we were able to distract you during the stream at least. Or your thoughts narrated by your OCs, Natalie. That would be crazy, dude. Not crazy. That would be interesting to know. Their name is just a dad joke because they show up and say I'm so sorry because their name is literally so sorry. It wasn't an apology. It was just an introduction. I see.
I'm Lukerfuffle, and first, a warning. This theory is wild.
Hello, Lukerfluffle.
And is much less my genuine belief regarding what will happen in the upcoming chapters, and more a fun exercise in theory crafting. One which serves to prove how...
Okay. I'm glad he's bringing this up. Because because I feel like it would be hard to sell this. I'm glad I was careful in the way I phrased it. Like, this guy is making the claim. This guy is making the claim that Chris is still the knight. I was close to saying that this guy thinks that Chris is still the knight. Because I don't know if anyone genuinely even still believes that Chris is the knight anymore. I think we've seen enough to probably believe otherwise. So he's just like putting that out there. It's just like a wild theory. This is just like a harebrained theory. I love coming up with these two. Shout out Delta Weed theory video. That's going to come out sometime in the future. Not sure when. It's probably going to take some time. I've never made a theory video before, and I'd like to make it good. So it might take a while for me to come up with that video. But it is going to be somewhat similar to this. I'm just going to come up with a wild theory that where... given what we have as evidence, it kind of makes sense, but it's very unlikely due to the absurdity of it, which is, I'm sure, it sounds like that's what's going on here.
How little we actually know about where this story will go. Also, massive spoilers for Deltarune chapters 1 through 4, and perhaps 5 and beyond. Don't you feel
Goddamn. Bold of you to assume that you might be spoiling future chapters that haven't been released yet. Kerfluffle.
Too many parallels between Chris and the Roaring Knight. The Knight immediately, the first time we see them, is striking a very familiar pose, the one Chris hits when they reunite with their friends in the Dark World.
Okay.
During the ensuing battle, the Knight's movements continue to mirror Chris's, especially obvious with their point. Both characters are
okay, actually kind of cooking a little bit.
Extremely agile and nimble. Both use a sword, both have a more condensed way of dodging projectiles, and both are, of course, knights. But the most interesting parallel...
I never even thought about half of those things. I don't even think I even thought about any of those things. That's actually kind of a good point. Good point. Very interesting. All right. You've gotten my attention. You got my attention. What else do you have to say?
Comes at the end of the Shadow Mantle minigame. Hero Sword Chris, who is confirmed to be a separate entity from the Chris we know, slashes Susie and Ralse. Tenna, who tells them he did everything they wanted, is killed next, right before Hero Sword Chris moves to the right, out of the dark, into the light world, and down into the shelter. These actions are exactly the ones the Knight takes only a little while after. Now, if Hero Sword Chris is an alternate version of Chris, perhaps that tells us more than we think about the character whose actions they're paralleling. Perhaps we were wrong all along, and the Roaring Knight was never the Chris we control, but a different Chris. One who failed to save their world.
What the hell? Interesting. That's an interesting angle. Okay, I'm with you here. It's Frisk minus the F. It's Frisk. Roaring Knight is Frisk. Dude, that'd be crazy. Durian is surprisingly expensive even in Taiwan. Yeah, apparently it's like super. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty rare. It's a pretty rare fruit, right? Like, it's probably like the easiest thing to grow. I think about characters a lot. Does everyone here have an internal monologue? I got an internal monologue. I got one of those. Chat, do you have an internal monologue? Sometimes people don't. There are some people who don't think about and who don't think in terms of internal monologue. It's just I'm very curious about it. I'm very curious to think about like how they experience thinking. You know, if they don't do the internal monologue thing. That was a reference to on how Noel seems to reflect Chris. It's Chris and Frisk minus F. Yeah. His name's just animated Chris because if you don't, when you control them, you just turn into a risk. Everyone around them. I just thought it was a reference to how Noel seems to reflect Chris. Therefore, so also holiday related. Maybe Chris is the one parallel to Des. Maybe. Chris and Des do have a little bit in common, right? They both seem to be a little bit they do both seem to be a little bit on the edgy side. Just a little bit. Remember hearing about it? The night is a Kakashi moment when they also take off the helmet. It's another helmet underneath. I have DID, so I have 3 internal monologues sometimes. What's DID? I don't know what DID is. I don't have an internal monologue. You don't want to. You just see things happening, stuff in my brain. That's very interesting. You just see stuff happening in your brain. Cool. All right, get over here, boy. Come on, Shadow. Come on. Get up here. Get on my lap. What is it, boy? Do you want to get on my lap or not? Why are you lying down now all of a sudden? Oh my God. Chris is the knight. Chris is knight 2. The squeak
What do you see from Hero Sword?
Stupid. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Why were you lying down? Why are you making it hard for me to pick you up? Come on. Just chill. Just chill, boy. Chill.
Lord Chris's prophetic enactment is the Shadow Mantle, an item which makes it far easier to survive against the night, which means you can get the chapter's Shadow Crystal. These items are directly tied to the knight, but also closely connected to Gaster. The two characters' connections don't stop there. Looking at their hands, there's a clear design crossover with the holes in their palms. It's interesting then that when Chris holds the Shadow Crystal in the light world, when it becomes glass, they're able to look into it and see through their hand. They appear to see no us. They're able to look into it and see through.
For some reason, you thought you saw through your hand. What the fuck?
Their hand. They appear to see no pressed close against.
I didn't think about that either. Huh.
Against them, whispering. If they're followed by Susie, they see her looking at them coldly, when in reality, see through their hand. They appear to see Noelle pressed close against them, whispering. If they're followed by Susie, they see her looking at them coldly, when in reality, she's smiling. In a book in the church dark world, we read this. So wept the fallen star, making rivers with its tears.
Oh, he's going to... Oh, what? I don't think I've seen anybody interpret this message yet. So what's your take on this? I remember when I saw this, I thought this was very interesting. Then this might actually be pretty important to the lore. Where is it going with this? Where is it going with this passage?
And from the bitter water something grew. It looked like glass. One of the first things we see the Roaring Knight do is weep, drawing an immediate connection to this line.
Oh, is he crying? Oh, interesting. And the idea is it's associative identity disorder. You usually have music playing in your brain. I sometimes get music playing in my brain if there's a catchy enough song. It's formerly known as multiple personalities. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of dissociative identity disorder, but I've never really seen it. Like, I've never really seen the abbreviation of it. Since you look like me now, and can say you're a handsome man in the world, and then goes BRB immediately after. Damn, can't take a compliment. I'm gonna Google definition of internal monologue so I make sure I'm thinking the right thing. The internal monologue is basically like how characters in characters in TV shows, when they think to themselves, it basically talks like a person just talking to themselves, and you think that's how you think. You're just like talking to yourself. I think like that, but I don't think everybody else thinks like that. There are some people who don't think that way. There are quite a few people who think that way. Though neither label is entirely accurate to my situation. Oh, okay, I see, Coral. Oh, you do have an internal monologue. Okay. Imagine needing a shadow mental. Couldn't be Ma.
Is indeed this fallen Chris and the shadow crystals are a product of theirs, then what if Chris is getting a glimpse of the Knight's timeline, of what they could have gone through? This also lines up with the current theory that the girl in the prophecy refers to Noelle, since Chris is getting a glimpse of the shadow crystals are this line. If the Knight is indeed this fallen Chris and the shadow crystals are a product of theirs, then what if Chris is getting a glimpse of the Knight's timeline, of what they could have gone through? This also lines up with the current theory that the girl in the prophecy refers to Noelle, since she could have been in this alternate Chris's party instead of Susie, meaning the two would have never become best friends.
I need to run that back a little bit. There's like a weird... Hold on. There's a lot of weird twisting and turning happening there.
In a book in the church dark world, we read this. So wept the fallen star, making rivers with its tears, and from the bitter water something grew. It looked like glass. One of the first things we see the Roaring Knight do is weep, drawing an immediate connection to this line. If the Knight is indeed this fallen Chris and the shadow crystals are a product of theirs, then what if Chris is getting a glimpse of the Knight's timeline, of what they could have gone through? This also lines up with the current theory that the girl in the prophecy refers to Noelle, since she could have been in this alternate Chris's party instead of Susie, meaning the two would have never become best friends.
So he's supposing that the Roaring Knight is Chris from an alternate universe, an alternate reality. And in one of those alternate realities, Noelle was the second hero instead of Susie. Okay. But then how do you explain At Last is the Girl and Last is the Girl? I wonder if you're gonna address that, because I don't know if that makes sense to mention two girls. Okay, I'll let him cook. I'm a little bit.
Plays an extremely
it's not connecting
role
with
in
me.
Deltarune we know.
At that.
She's also
That stuff isn't exactly making sense to me yet. We'll see.
The reason the party's able to get 2 of the 4 existing shadow crystals. Susie plays an extremely important role in the Deltarune we know. She's also the only reason the party's able to get 2 of the 4 existing shadow crystals. Gerson describes her as being the dragon from the stories inspired by the prophecy, a character important to the story but not a member of the hero's party. This makes sense, since as a party member, she actively rejects the player's control and often steers the story in unexpected directions. Her presence appears to be crucial in subverting both the Roaring and potentially whatever terrifying alternative the end of the prophecy might provide. as shown by the fact that the party is only able to down the Titan thanks to her and Gerson's combined efforts. The Knight's motivations of summoning said Titan.
I don't know if Susie quite breaks the prophecy in the way that he's saying. Because if Susie breaks the prophecy in the way that he's claiming, then Ralsei would probably... Then I'd say Ralsei would probably wouldn't be as scared as he is about the prophecy coming true. Because if Susie is this person that is able to like break the prophecy, then Ralsei might... Then I feel like Ralsei wouldn't feel as certain about the prophecy coming true as he does. Because according to him, everything that's played out is exactly how he thought everything that's been playing out so far is playing out exactly the way the prophecy has said, according to Ralsei. Like, we haven't been able to change the prophecy so far. So is it really the case that Susie is able to break this prophecy? I don't know if that's true. You gotta go, Onwin. Hydration and sleep check. Yo, hydration check, y'all. Are y'all staying hydrated? Hydration check. My throat is starting to get a little bit scratchy there. Okay, let's keep going.
Are vague at best. If all they wanted was to start the roaring, they could have done so 10 times over by now. Which leads me to believe that this was more of a test, an attempt to gauge the strength of our heroes, to see if this timeline where Susie has joined the main party could turn out differently.
There is a part of me that believes that too. There is a part of me that thinks that the reason why the Roaring Knight hasn't done anything to actually start the roaring. Part of me thinks it's because the Roaring Knight is training up Chris and the Fun Gang basically to get stronger each time. There is a part of me that believes that, but I think that makes sense. That only makes sense if either Carol or Des is the Roaring Knight, though. In my vision of who the Roaring Knight could be. But like, yeah, again, like you could make the claim that, yeah, I think that works in Des's favor. That also works in Carol's favor as well. Yeah.
This could also explain Gerson's mysterious presence, as the Knight could be aware of his strength and want him present as a backup if the main party's efforts aren't enough. But whether all of this is true or not, the Knight's intentions are still confusing, and compounded by the fact that they...
Well, I'd say, actually, I think that probably makes more sense for Des rather than Carol. Going back to the reason why I think Carol would be the Roaring Knight, I don't think Carol would be all that interested in training up Chris to get stronger. I think that would be more in favor of Des actually being the Knight. Gotta stay hydrated. Let's go, Coral. Yeah. Okay, there you go. I think that's actually a potentially good motivation for Des to be the Knight. Maybe she's trying to make Chris, Susie, and Ralsei stronger for like their inevitable fight against the Titans. That could be it. That is a pretty good motivator for Des. I feel like that's still speculative just a little bit, but there you go. If we had to think of a motivation for her, that would be the one.
Himself look very similar to the Titans that
Given
appear
what we have so
in
far.
Ralsei's version of the prophecy. When they summon the Titan we see in Chapter 4, it first appears like a human head shrouded in shadow. We don't know what Titans are, but this implies that they are somehow related to humanity, on top of being directly tied to the Roaring. Perhaps the Roaring Knight is a title which holds a different meaning than we thought it did. Perhaps it means less a knight trying to cause the roaring, and more a knight distorted and warped by the roaring. Someone who was once human. With the holes in their hands and the heavy...
Maybe the Roaring Knight is called the Roaring Knight because right before you fight the Roaring Knight, it literally goes roar, It actually literally roars. Maybe that's the reason why it's called the Roaring Night, because it's literally a night that roars. That's
breathing that plays
doesn't
when you
have to be
enter.
that deep,
Maybe Gaster
bro.
was able to use this Chris's determination to save their life while twisting them into something darker. Something he would know how to do all too well if Undertale's true lab is any indication. Taking this angle of a warped Chris could while twisting them into something darker. Something he would know how to do all too well if Undertale's true lab is any indication. Taking this angle of a warped Chris could also explain the rest of the knight's appearance. The antlers could be a manifestation of their guilt, a distorted version of the horns they would wear as a child, twisted to appear similar to those of the person whose disappearance they blame themselves for. But of course, this missing person is the most popular theory for the actual identity of the knight: December holiday. To be clear, I really do understand all the evidence supporting this and followed this train of thought literally a week ago. I think in regards to character, she would be the most likely, but I don't believe she would be in regards to context. The whole theme of Dessa's story so far is centered around a need to find her. The Roaring Knight has no need to be found.
Exactly. That's the main reason why I don't think it's Des. Like, we're trying to find Des, but the Roaring Knight is there. It doesn't make sense that we have to find her if the Roaring Knight is around. That's one of the other reasons why I don't think it's Des.
And I wouldn't describe them as a lost girl in any traditional sense.
Holes in hands. The Roaring Knight is Jesus.
Hey! With such an emphasis on Dessa's
the Roaring Knight has stigmata. It must be Jesus.
Buy into that. There's also the voice in the code. If we assume this voice is Des, then these self, but with such an traditional sense. Only if lost is referring to a loss of self, but with such an emphasis on Dessa's disappearance, I can't fully buy into that. There's also the voice in the code. If we assume this voice is Des, then these lines would need to be non-linear if she is to be the knight. And how could they be non-linear when Spamton picks up her communication in real time? Then what about the other two holiday contenders, Carol and Rudy? I feel like they fit more in context but less in character. Looking at the knight's actions and movements, they're kind of cocky, juvenile, constantly taking opportunities to look cool for no benefit or purpose, like goading on Susie as she chases them up the stairs by striking the same pose she would. Carol is extremely matter-of-fact and efficient. Rudy is deeply ill. I really don't think either of them would be wasting.
We barely see Carol. We only see her like in one moment. We don't know enough about her character to make that assumption that she doesn't have this side of her.
Time like this. These actions fit what little we know about Dessa's character, but again, her context doesn't quite line up. The two primary pieces of evidence people point to support a holiday identity are the antlers, which I don't believe to be literal as they're a part of the helmet portion of a very amorphous design, and of course, the weapon. For a brief moment when it first manifests out of the knight's palm, it takes on the shape of a baseball bat, imagery directly tied to December. Through the rest of the battle, it appears similar to a katana, which Carol has hanging in her kitchen. I could see an intent of bringing this imagery to mind, but I don't believe it's meant to be either a bat or a katana. Let's not forget the song playing during this fight is called Black Knife, and as the prophecy says, the knight which makes with blackened knife. The knight also drops the black shard, a weapon which Chris can use as a sword. As such, I believe that the knight's weapon is meant to be a cross between a sword and a knife. There's a weapon known as the shashka. It is a curved blade with no guard and a swept hilt, which appears...
He does make a good point. That it's a...
is meant to be a cross between a sword and...
That is an interesting point. Yeah. It is called Black Knife. That is a little bit weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There might be something there. Roaring Knight, more like Aura Farming Knight. It's funny people call it roaring fraud when most barely even beat it with a shadow mantle, while some didn't. Yeah, there's some people who like. I mean, I don't know what is that the reason why they call it a roaring fraud? Is roaring fraud because it's easy fight or something? All we definitively know is she became cold and distant after losing Des, and she recently started keeping everything at home, even gifts from her own daughter. She's the mayor. That's literally it. I mean, we also know that she wields a sword and collects ninja stars. Both things that the Roaring Knight uses in their weapons, with their weapons, as weapons. They got antlers. Like Carol. Yeah. In the night, they both got antlers. I feel like, again, it really does feel like Carol is being set up as like the perfect red herring. I feel like Carol is like almost too perfect of a fit, which is why I do suspect that Carol is probably kind of a red herring, Same with Des. Des might also be. It might not either. It might not be Des or Carol, which would be crazy to me. But they could probably both be red herrings. That'd be weird though. Like who would randomly just become the Roaring Knight? Would it make sense? Like I feel like it would have to make sense. Whoever the Roaring Knight is, I think it has to make sense for them to be the Roaring Knight. Like. They do kind of look like Papyrus. Their body shape is a little bit like Papyrus. But I don't think... like, would it make sense if Papyrus turns out to be the Roaring Knight? Like, yeah! Like the video, the meme picture I saw of when people talking about, like explaining the Papyrus is the Roaring Knight theory. I don't know if I buy into it. It seemed more like a meme, if anything. The theory, the Roaring Knight is Maria's my OC sibling. Sure, they're so far they never existed, but Maria has a bad memory, so maybe she forgot their existence, and that's because they're the Knight. Anyway, guys, super legit theory, 100% canon. So good at this. 100% head canon, more like. Natalie, what do you think about me being the Chapter 5 secret boss? Think it's gonna happen? You think it's gonna happen? But hey, that's just a theory. Carol is almost too obvious to be the actual Knight, assuming there really is only one Knight. The Knight is Asgore wearing a really tight corset. That'd be so stupid. To see even but why even Coral agrees with my theory? But why would it be Asgore? Why would Asgore get out of being the Knight?
Knife. There's a weapon known as the Shashka. It is a curved blade with no guard and a swept
And Asgore,
hilt,
we never
which
seen
appears
Asgore
similar to
wield
the
a
knight's
sword or
in
a
many
blade
instances,
or a
especially
knife.
its idol sprite. Designed to be a cutter, it's a blade meant for quick and efficient slicing. The word Shashka comes from this Adige word, which translates in English to long knife. I'm not saying this is the exact inspiration for the Knight's blade. I don't think it is. The point is that we need to broaden our horizons and take into consideration options other than the ones that we jump to first. And I guess that's the point of this whole theory, really. Do I really think alternate Chris will actually be the Roaring Knight? Chances are slim, but I'd argue they're about...
I wish I could really use a wish right now. You pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars.
as slim as Des or Carol being the Knight.
Stupid.
There's so little we know about this story and where it will go, so let's not so aggressively assign ourselves to one school of thought. Let's allow theorizing to be what it's meant to be, pure speculative fun. And
let's go. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
We never would have viewed it before. If that's the vibe you're down for, and if you made it to the end of this video, I'm sure you are.
That's what the whole theory. That's a whole Deltarune theory crafting thing is to me. It's just fun. It's just fun to think about. And I'm not gonna fight over. I'm not gonna fight too hard over like any particular theory.
I'll leave you with one last image. After downing Tenna, the Roaring Knight prepares to encounter the people they once knew well. In
There's more.
preparation, they strike the pose most familiar to them, the one they'd strike when preparing to join their friends on another adventure. But slowly, the realization dawns on them. These aren't their friends. They are alone and trapped in a present that forces their hand to fight for a future they'll never attain. And in this brief, flickering moment of clarity, they fall out of the past and begin to weep. Thanks for watching.
Damn. But hey, that's just a theory. That's a good one. I like this channel. That's a good channel. Good theory. Interesting takes. I like that. I like that. I like the idea of like people coming up with like wild theories and like putting like solid evidence for like how these could be the case. They could be the case, no matter how wild it is. Like there is enough evidence there to support it being possibly true. I do like when people are willing to do that. I don't like it when people come up with theories and make it sound like that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it, guys. I don't like it when people make it seem like that's gotta be the real theory. But I like his approach. I like this guy's approach where it's like, hey, we're just having fun here. Because that's really all it is. Asgore fits Susie's description. Yeah, Asgore does fit Susie's description. That's probably like the only thing. So I quoted the shittest Roger, isn't it? Bit from American Dad on stream. Came up with the Asgore Knight theory as a joke because of Susie saying, you know, the mayor, they go to church. They have something to do with the police. Yeah. And the church. Yeah. Exactly. You're right. I did say that Asgore kind of fits the description of what Susie was saying. I agree with that. But I was thinking that more as like Asgore probably is probably going to be like the person that probably has like the most amount of like unintentional information that could lead us to the identity of Roaring Knight. I don't think Asgore knows who the Roaring Knight is, but he might like I think Asgore is going to lead us to the identity of the knight. Because I think he is because I think that Carol is a knight. Asgore is working for Carol, so I think Asgore is probably going to be like some sort of like stepping stone towards finding out who the knight is. Asgore fits. Can we pretend airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Can really use this. Wish right now. This Tenna is pissing me off. I'm the original Roaring Knight. I thought people would draw their OCs fighting and be like, Maria use hack away, Natalie use self-destruct. And I thought that was art fight. Of course you would. You have Natalie use self-destruct. Of course you would. People draw their OCs fighting. Oh, that's what I thought at first too. I actually don't know what art fight is. Asgore is hilariously involved in the night business while potentially being unaware. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think like Asgore is just like Asgore might know about maybe like the Dark World at the very least. I feel like Asgore might know the Dark World exists. At the very least, I feel like Asgore probably does have that knowledge. But I think he really is just like unaware of like what he is like aiding the knight without knowing that he is. I think that's what's going on. That's just, I like the idea of that. I think that'd be funny. Anyway, that's enough streaming for me. Man, this is like a 9-hour stream almost. God damn. It's been a while since I've done a 9-hour stream like this. Fun stream, y'all. This is great. I do love doing streams like this where I'm not necessarily gaming, just watching videos and yapping to y'all and reacting to stuff. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about like at the end of this stream, I was gonna come up with theories too, but maybe I'll, I'm thinking instead of coming up with theories on stream, I think I might just like put them in a video and upload the video, because watching all these theory videos kind of has me a little bit inspired. Not gonna lie. Basically, art fight is you draw others' characters, attacks, and there's 2 teams and there's other stuff, but that's it. Oh, okay. I thought art fight was... like, I actually have no idea what art fight was. I just thought it involved you drawing other people's OCs or something. It was just like a way to get other people to draw like OCs that are not their own. And I thought just like art fight was just like I didn't know if it was a literal fight or like a symbolic fight, or even, I thought it was just like a clickbaity way to name it, so that people would be interested in finding out more about it, like advertising and stuff. I have white hoodie right now. I look like Noel Dark World form. Nice, dude. But man, oh my goodness, I'm super tired. I'm super hungry. I think I will come up with you know what? I've seen enough Deltarune theory videos that I have not seen exactly my particular theory, my all-encompassing theory. I don't think I've seen anybody really put out my theory in particular, so I might put that out too. I'm gonna do the Delta Weed theory first, because it'll be funny. I like the idea of doing that first, but after I do that, I might actually come out and put out my why Carol is a theory, why Carol is a Roaring Night theory, and also like I'll also make it fit with all the other theories I have in my brain too. Like I'll put it all in one big theory, because my Carol is a Roaring Night theory kind of fits in with a lot of other theories I have regarding other mysteries of the game. So I think I might do that. Maybe I just haven't been watching the big theory videos. Maybe the big theory videos might have basically the same exact thinking as me, and maybe my theory doesn't really need to. Yeah, maybe somebody else has probably put out my theory already in a better way than I probably ever could. So maybe I need to watch a few more videos. Probably ones that I can't watch on stream because of how long they are. And if I don't see any videos out there that pretty much quite encapsulate my theories, I might just put out my own. Sounds like fun. Asgore driving over Death's theory. I do that. The Asgore driving over Death's theory does fit into the Delta Weed theory that I have. Instead of Asgore getting drunk and driving over Death, instead is Asgore getting high off of weed and running over Death. But it also fits in with some other possible theories that I have that also involve weed. Des has Uno reverse card. Des has the Uno reverse card theory. Let's go. But hey, Uno reverse card. You activated my trap. Oh man, I'm losing my ability to speak coherently. I'm already getting tired. I'm about as coherent as Jockington in chapter 4. Chris, is that a weed? Chris, is that a weed? Where did you get that? Just kidding, son. I know you got it from me, yo daddy Asgore. Some people lean to the team/fight bit, but the fun of it is drawing other characters. Yeah, okay. I figured that's what it was mostly about, just like drawing other people's characters. So there are some people who do the whole fighting thing. Okay. If you had a magic of one element, which elements would it be about? I would use electricity. I will use the electricity element. Or if smoke is a possibility. If you're like talking about like if you could like become like a Logia of a One Piece Logia for devil fruit, which one would you eat? The smoke fruit sounds really cool. The lightning fruit is definitely really cool. Ice is also really cool too, literally too. So those would be probably like my top 3. I'd probably go with either some kind of like, I'd probably go with number 1, probably electricity, number 2, probably smoke, number 3 is ice. So Des would hit Asgore. What if Des was actually a moose and then Asgore ran into Asgore? Hey, thanks for subscribing, Galaxy Beam. Welcome to the Oni fans. Oh, thanks for subscribing also, Coral. Thank you. Appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gotta put my Destiny theory on Discord. Yeah, do that too. Yeah, put that shit in the theory in theory crafting video channel. I might flesh out some of my theories on the theory crafting channel on my Discord. I think I should do that. I need to use that channel more. Nobody I don't think that channel gets used enough, and I should use that, and then I'll put out my thoughts there, and I will put a video after I put it out there, and maybe if other people can kind of get me to move off of certain points, you know, maybe people can convince me off of certain things, and we can fine tune the theories a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna do that with the Delta Weed stuff, but I think it would be good. The Delta Weed thing, I'm not gonna take it too seriously, but for the all-encompassing Carol is the Night theory, that also covers all the other theories that I have involving the prophecy, what happened to Asgore, what happened to Des, what's up with Alvin and Gerson. Carol being the Night kind of fits in with all of that for me, which is why I kind of believe it the most, because it just kind of makes all these other mysteries fall into place as well. But I would like to see if anyone has any opposing thoughts on any particular points I have, and that would probably make the theory, my more serious theory video, even stronger. So I think I might do that on Discord. Yeah. There's a Roblox game called Evade Asgore as Des, and it's really fun. It's random spam in the court. Yo, people would do that on Roblox. That's unhinged. Don't forget. I hit you with my car. Don't forget. I'm with you in the dark. There's a when the car ride feels too long, and you're smoking on your bong, and the weed hits you all wrong on the interstate. There's a deer up in the road, but this truck cannot be slowed. Don't forget, I hit you with my car. Did you just come up with that just now? That's really good. That's actually really good. If you came up with that just now, that's actually kind of impressive. Holy shit. I say as though I use it. I need to use it more. Also creative writing. Yeah, I'm glad I think some people still use creative writing. I'm glad about that. I made theory crafting mostly for myself, and I feel bad that I don't use it enough, because I kind of wanted to use it myself. I want to yap about my OCs. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking about now that I have a Vroid model, right? I'm thinking about using this Vroid model for potential video games, maybe visual novel type stuff, maybe animations, right? I think it's about time I start thinking about seriously, getting serious about the lore stuff. So I might come up with some not serious lore, but alternate reality lore that I could use for the story of a game or something, or the story of an animation. Yeah, script writing basically, kind of a little bit. I don't know if I want to do that for my. I don't know if I want to use the creative writing channel though for that, because I kind of want to keep it. I want to keep it a surprise and reveal the story in the form of the game or the animation. You know what? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna put it in there. I want it to be big reveals. I don't want it to be like spoiled for people who are already in the Discord server. It's not gonna be as fun for me. Yeah, okay, yeah, never. I take that back. But I do want to use the theory crafting video, the theory crafting channel. You guys sing as we're running over that song. I just did, and I thought it was a good song. Wait, no. I did the coral weed version. Feel like you'll have holy light element, maybe ice or plant. You think I would have holy light, or who are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Yes, but it didn't send the actual second message. Holy shit! I hit test with my car. Oh my god, I'm so totally fired. Stupid. Dumb. That's good. If you want, I can help with it. I'm not very good at writing, if I so say so myself. No, I want it to be deeply personal. I'm going to be like using inspirations from my life and shit, obviously, for the story. So I kind of want to make it like my own thing. Wish I had a deeper voice because I'd record that shit myself. I can do a fake deep voice, but I don't have a naturally deep voice, unfortunately. I've always wanted to have a naturally deep voice. I always thought that would be cool, but you know what? People in my chat have gotten me to appreciate my normal voice. Actually, so I actually like my voice even more now because people in chat seem to like it. Deer car, deer blood. Damn, is that goat? Oh yeah, goat car, deer blood. God damn it, Galaxy Beam. Oh man, I'm getting. Okay, that's 9 hours of streaming. I think I'm gonna call it here, y'all. Thanks for watching. For those who are still here, if you haven't hit the like button, make sure you hit the like. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit subscribe. You know, I'm gonna be doing some more streams next week. I'm gonna be doing some reaction streams. I'm gonna be reacting to some other YouTube videos, not necessarily theories, though I might throw in a couple theory videos. Okay, you know, I watch a lot of different things for my reaction streams. I like to watch indie animations. I like to watch trailers. And I might throw in some theories in there now, you know, for my next reaction stream. And I still want to watch this Smash Bros. The Smash Bros. Like infected AU video that I watched last time. I still want to watch the next one for that. I watched part 1, and now I'm gonna watch part 2. I also stream Hollow Knight and Detroit Become Human, and I'm thinking I'm gonna be streaming Hades 2 next stream too. I'm gonna be climbing Mount Olympus for the first time on stream, at least. So that's gonna be fun. I don't have a deep voice either, Neo. It's okay though, it's okay. It's cool to not have a deep voice. Auf Wiedersehen. See you later, Galaxy Beam. Thanks for watching, y'all. Hope to see you on the next one. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I might stream on Monday, but most likely not. But for sure, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I got plans tomorrow. So, yeah. Most likely my next stream is going to be on Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, US time. So, hope to see you on the next stream. I will schedule it. You'll know. If you're subscribed, you'll see it pop up at some point. Anyway, thanks for watching again. And yeah. Bye.